Wrong screen. Hold on. Okay. What are we doing today? I still need to finish this WIC panel shit. There's aid. I saw you put, like, where's aid? And I was about to respond, who is that? I realized. So I spent way too long adding Twitch emotes to my Twitch channel today. And then I don't understand how it works. There were some that I thought were locked behind bits, but it still let me, or like it's showing them as available for people that have never given me bits. So I don't fucking know. So you're a subscriber and like, I saw somebody try it, but it's like not working. Whatever. They're super long. You can't change the thing that gets like put before your name until you're a partner, I guess. So before every single emote, I have to have STRAIG 141 and then the name of the fucking emote. It'll go away soon. And more should be approved at some point. $75 viewers. Yeah, was I rated? I guess I was rated. Probably Queeman. Hi, Queeman. Viewers. Community. People. Give me a second. I'm pulling stuff together right now. Okay, let's finish this shit. So this was a WIC panel that came out of nowhere last night. And it was Katie and Prime debating Tali, who's like a Zionist, and or like pro-Israel, whatever you want to say. And Lonerbox came in. Wix, obviously, moderator slash Zionist, pro-Israel, same with Lonerbox. And they were discussing, we were discussing statehood. I can't think of a less important. It's not the conversation's unimportant, it's just like pointless, but it's always fun to watch.
I'll give you as far as we have it now, it seems very clear that Israel doesn't really have that much intention of like causing up famine across the entire strip.
Okay,
well, then
housekeeping thing for a minute. I gotta get something for. Give me 5 minutes. Tali, you're in charge till I'm back. Okay.
Cool. Okay, well then I'll give you that concession then. Then if that.
What is going on? It's breaking because I left this open for like 24 hours, I guess. Hold on. I literally started watching it while it was live. Speaking of, if Wick can get 51 likes on his thing, I should be able to get 51 likes. So if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream. So let's see, where the hell were we?
Fuck about actually getting a ceasefire. They used the ceasefire to get hostages, and then they broke. It's logical. It's not logical. It's an exertion of power that Israel simply has. It's pointless to argue. And all you do is then end up calling a genocide an armed conflict. It's embarrassing.
Arabs and Palestinians don't call it a genocide when they're talking to each other in Arabic.
That was a dumb point.
They have plenty of words that they could
use.
You
speak Arabic?
The word they use is war. The word they use is war.
You speak Arabic?
Well, no, I don't.
You did say the UN declared a famine. I don't know why you keep on like being flippant about this. A water reservoir. I can pull it up. But we have video of them bragging about it, putting it on social media, right? That's an example. Saying that, like,
Tali, I promise you, I'm unleashing Tali. Go ahead, Tali. And Katie, if you want to get in here, please.
Well, sorry, Tali, do you agree that happened? That Israel has destroyed the water infrastructure in Gaza?
How many languages do you speak? I only speak English, but I can understand some Spanish.
In part.
In part, okay, right? So that would make it impossible. So the water infrastructure, right, isn't just like one thing. It sustains different parts of the strip. So maybe some parts of the strip are places where it can't sustain life because people can't get fresh, potable water, correct? Like, let's say northern Gaza, just for example, might be a place where people might not be able to get fresh, potable water. And in that area, right, that'd be an act of genocide, is what I'm referring to. You don't have to agree to that.
Okay, I'm going to let you answer that, but do you guys mind if I interject a new kind of thread to this discussion? Just so we
Can I just finish the line of questioning of the water?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's okay.
Finish this line of questioning, but I just want to let you know I want to interject something new so we don't circle forever.
Sure. I guess my first question would be, if it were the case that they're trying to dehydrate the population in whole or in part by, like, is that their way of genociding them? Okay, first question would be, they did this new aid mechanism because they kept on saying we don't want it to go to Hamas. But as far as I know, the water aid imports remain the same. They're still using the old mechanism. Why? I don't know if that's the case. I don't know the details about specifically the water mechanism, so I can't comment on that.
It seems that they've done, it seems that they've done it in the same way as they did in the past, and they're okay with water potentially getting picked up by Hamas, right? So,
but whatever that would be, that would be. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I guess that would lead me to my other question, which is like, why after all this time is the health ministry? I think they've reported a few deaths of dehydration, but like very few. Why would it be? I think definitely less than, probably not more than a few dozen.
Just because the destruction isn't total, and that there is no water to be had, doesn't mean that they aren't engaging in genocidal acts. Correct?
What's the genocidal act in this sense?
Hold on. What did I just say?
Like killing people with
destroying.
Killing people with dehydration, or what's the goal of doing that though?
So the result would be killing people with dehydration.
Only a few dozen people died of thirst. These things happen.
But the act of destroying that infrastructure, that is the genocidal act, right? Under international law. Like denying the ability for that area to sustain life, that is the act. Not like necessarily, so many people have necessarily died, right? So if you destroy the hospital, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, they destroy the hospitals, destroy the medical infrastructure, completely degraded, assassinating doctors. Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Sticking to the water, you're only doing half the convention there. Destroying the infrastructure is what would be potentially one part of it, if it's like the first line, which is with intent to destroy the group in whole or in part. But I wonder what's the point in destroying water infrastructure if you're not going to like do other measures to allow the population to die of dehydration, or even to get like in any sizable numbers.
Because what I was saying to Tali previously, I believe I said this to Tali, that it doesn't have to happen all at once. So you don't have to.
I mean, the minutia of these things does not negate the overall circumstances of what's going on.
It needs to be the special intent. You need to have the special intent.
Well, I already got it.
So it's not just if this action results in inhospitability to life or in mass death or anything like that.
I'm not sure.
Is this if they were going to do a genocide, they would do 100% genocide? I guess kind of. I feel like it is an extension of that argument.
Intent, right? We have plenty of statements from the...
Which doesn't make sense because these people understand that genocide has to do with intent, but then they'll ask you... Or like their pushback for it not being a genocide is like, well, more people would be dead. More people would be dead in these specific ways, but then they go back and forth between the fact that they know it's about intent, but also like asking for like, why aren't there more bodies? Pretty much.
Israeli high command. That's it. That would be
the problem is that the statements are nothing without the acts. But those are
the
other thing is like you have a mass atrocity like October 7th. And Palestinian militants and fighters remained in Israel for a few days, even after October 7th. They were still removing Hamas militants and other Palestinians that had breached the armistice line and remained in Israel. Israel has a very good first responder system, robust healthcare. It's a developed country. And yet they struggled to identify the body, all the bodies. It took days for there to actually be, to completely... like fix the chaos and whatnot that was unleashed on that day. And they had to revise the death toll because wasn't the original death toll of October 7th? What was the original death toll of October 7th? Because we're at like around 1,200 now, but at first it was like slightly higher. Maybe it was like 1,500 or something like that. But the point being is that you're not going to be able to know on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, or even like day 10 necessarily what the total amounts of casualties are. And when you have a fucking genocide like what's ongoing in Gaza, that's not going to be something that we know right away either.
Acts. But those are the acts.
Yeah, but you're saying the act is destroying the infrastructure, but why would you destroy the infrastructure?
1600, I think. I was like trying to find articles from now, but like it just wants to give me the current one. It doesn't want to give me what it was initially reported, but it was something like that. It was at least over 1500, but I think lower than 1800.
If you're just going to allow water to go in
Correct.
Gaza,
the acts
why would you do that?
in totality don't deprive the population of water.
Prime, when Hamas makes genocidal statements, that means that they are intentionally going to be genocidal. And when Israel takes genocidal actions and says genocidal things, that doesn't mean they're genocidal. That's how that works. So please,
no, it's not how it works.
The difference is that when the word genocidal.
Okay.
No, the difference is that when I use Hamas statements, is that when I use Hamas statements, I can also look at all the footage that they've literally filmed for us by themselves in less than 12 hours. And again, even I've never committed to the idea that definitely was. I have never in my life committed to the idea that Hamas definitely committed genocide on October 7th, because again, special intent is different. Like there are other reasonable explanations for why they did what they did. It's just the case for Hamas was like far stronger than what
October 7th was a genocidal act.
So October 7th could be classified as a genocide, but everything since then, no.
I'm agnostic on it. I don't know, but I think the evidence for it is far more. I think the evidence for it is far stronger than anything Israel's done in the last 20 months. Yeah.
Is that Katie? Yeah.
Okay.
Easy.
Let me, if we're done with the water thread that you wanted to go down, Loner, I do have another thread to kind of interject in here because I think it relates to the conflict in a very, I think, real way. Recently with the Colorado attack, where he burned some elderly Jewish people alive, or at least pro-Israel protesters alive.
I don't even know how you arrive at that conclusion without being disingenuous. No, I know that there are people who genuinely hold these positions.
Shouting Freeze Palestine while he did it, right? And other things. My question is, how much responsibility do pro-Palestinian advocacy groups with rhetoric such as globalize the intifada, from the river to the sea, bring the war home, etc., how much does that rhetoric bear responsibility for not only the Colorado attack, but the attack that was done against the embassy workers by...
like none.
The one
zero
psycho guy who went and just got people.
Again, the tens of thousands of Palestinian bodies under the rubble have far more to do with that, and like news reports just on objectively what is happening has far more to do with that.
Kill two people. Do we think that there is any kind of responsibility pro-Palestine advocacy groups have to kind of tone down the rhetoric? What do we think?
I mean, ironically, I think the attack in Colorado has really nothing to do with Western pro-Palestine advocacy. This man was, an Egyptian national. It's unlikely that he was radicalized in America. I don't think that's what happened in this case. But yeah, I'm absolutely disturbed by the trend.
Oh, you meant he lumped in the Colorado thing with that, but like, yeah, that dude just seemed like, I mean, now you just have people doing insane shit in the name of Free Palestine or whatever.
In political violence against people who are suspected of being even milquetoast supporters of the Israeli state. And even like, and I know Wick, I'm not really criticizing you at all, but even this idea that these were like pro-Israel protesters is just not even an accurate description. These are people who had a weekly walk where they would get together to demand the release of the hostages. Oftentimes, these types of groups are actually super critical of the Israeli government, the people who are kind of related to the hostage families and things of that nature. These are not like the ardent Zionists that they are purported to be. They are people who are concerned about dead and missing Jews. Like that's who they are. So even to say that they were like pro-Israel protesters, they really weren't there protesting anything about Palestine.
I'll accept the correction. Fair enough.
Yeah, and again, it's not even personal, right? It's just like just part of
But the question does remain, right? You understand what I was asking?
I think the rhetoric is. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I think.
Who's going to say they think the rhetoric contributes to it more first?
The person I think was Egyptian and then probably got their views from like Al Jazeera or whatever. But again, it's like the Western lefty rhetoric is quite similar. No, it's yeah. I think I once heard a very funny quote which Prime will love, and it's that anti-Semitism is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary, because the idea is that for every not bad thing that Israel does, and they do a lot of bad things, it can never be taken in proportion. Like even
who said this? Wasn't it like? Am I crazy that this was a Shlomo Ben Ami quote?
Especially compared to even like things that happen in countries quite close to them. It's always got to be exaggerated. It can't be that there's food insecurity. It has to be that there's a famine. It can't be that there's like disproportionate strikes against some military that's literally using the entire civilian layout as their...
What is so confusing to me is that he had a conversation with Hutch where he said, if somebody wants to call it genocide now, I'm not going to split hairs with them at this point, given the lack of aid getting into Gaza. But then he came on to debate this specific... Or he's like on this panel right now, splitting the hairs that he said he wouldn't over this, which is fine, but I don't understand why he's doing it now.
Weapons infrastructure, it's got to be like genocidal strikes. It's got to be like targeted attacks on civilians. Like every horror story, like the UN coming out and saying that 14,000 babies will die within 48 hours. Like even though the report he was citing said nothing of the sort. Everything.
And that UN person corrected themselves.
Thing has to be exaggerated, and then obviously anyone who has any sympathy for it, for
But
example,
my understanding is that it wasn't an exaggeration. It was just a mistake.
Israel or even like the war ever or anything, well, then they're not just people who are supporting a problematic state that's in a war that, you know, is like kind of just, but also full of complexities and nuances. It's supporting the Fourth Reich, right? It's Gaza is the Warsaw Ghetto. Hamas are the guys doing the uprising, and anyone who has any sympathy for the other side is as good as like a Nazi supporter in World War II. And would you be surprised if a swastika waving fascist in the UK got like fucking attacked by a mob in the street? Absolutely not. No, because we did that like literally in all over Scotland and even my hometown. Like there was a whole thing where fascists would try to promote their cause in the 30s, and they would get beaten up by communists and leftists, and no one really cared. Like they didn't have the support of the police or anything because they were fucking fascists. So obviously, if you try and say that like Zionism is Nazism, or people who support Zionism are like on the same moral level as people who supported the Nazis in World War II,
Okay, I found it. Hold on, this part. This was here.
but I have no idea.
And who did?
Idea what actually?
And they had to.
Yeah.
And they had to do a strike right next to a hospital. Like if what they said was true, he was hiding underneath a hospital. So, I mean, like, I guess to balance things out, lately I find myself more sympathetic to using the word genocide because of the blockade, because of the humanitarian aid blockade. What are your thoughts about that?
I think if they don't, so based on what they're saying about, again, you can even hear this from within the IDF now, like even the chief of staff has said we only have a matter of weeks before it's like an irreversible path to humanitarian crisis, like full on. So I think if they don't let aid in before the end of this month, I'm not going to care if anyone calls it genocide. I wouldn't split hairs on that, regardless of what they're intending to get out of it.
It's pretty, I mean, and I think this is a really good example to point to of like why the election mattered and the people that.
Okay, so this was May 9th, and his criteria for it was, I'd forgotten he said before the end of the month. But I guess what, like, so if they get it in on May 31st at midnight or at 11:59 p.m., it's not, he gives himself the pass to split hairs over it, or what?
Of course you're going to have people getting assaulted. Like, what the fuck's wrong with, or even attacked or killed, because it's happened in the past. And yeah, it's like a logical conclusion of the rhetoric. That doesn't mean anyone is directly to blame, but it's not about that. It's about being part of an ecosystem that dehumanizes certain groups of people in that way.
Okay. I'm curious what Katie and Prime have to say and think about that. Like, what did you think of what Loaderbox was saying? Do you not think that maybe the rhetoric of labeling anyone who believes in the Jewish, what would you call it, the Jewish ethno-state of Israel should be treated as a Nazi? Do you not see how that might be an issue? Anyone? Bueller?
Sorry, I thought that was a.
It's to Katie and to you.
Oh, I'll just say, as I said, Wick, I don't, you're not worthy of my time, but I do agree with Loaderbox that dehumanizing Nazis was bad, and so if you think Zionists are similar to Nazis, then dehumanizing them is bad. I agree. So that's all I want to say.
Do you have
I honestly can't tell if you do it on purpose sometime. Holy shit. If that was intentional, well done, Queen. Holy fuck.
I think that pro-Israeli groups have pro-Palestinian groups have as much responsibility for those incidences as pro-Israel groups have for that mob that was harassing protesters. The Orthodox Jewish mob, many of them are Orthodox Jewish, harassing protesters in New York, right, where they surrounded a woman and threatened to rape her. We have all that on camera. And her testimony in the event. We have, the protesters, the counter-protesters, were taking pictures of it as they harassed and threatened this woman as she was trying to get away. So I don't say that pro-Israeli groups, right, let's say AIPAC, I don't know, right, like they are responsible for that situation. I think the New York police are responsible for not actually taking proper countermeasures against the pro-Israeli side that showed up, the violent pro-Israeli side that showed up. I think the NYPD is at fault for not maintaining peace, right? They often don't do that when it comes to pro-Israel groups. They often let them get away with a lot of violence. So I blame them for that. But no, I don't blame, for instance, AIPAC or whichever group you'd like to name for that.
I feel like we just got asked a question about Christchurch, and someone just, and the right winger in the group just went on a fucking screed about like fucking jihadists in mosques radicalizing the local Muslims.
So you manage your feelings over there, Loaderbox. Anyway, Wick, did that answer your question?
That was not what I just heard from Prime Kai, but okay.
I mean, no, it didn't. Like, we understand. And we've had this conversation before, Prime, right? About
sure.
And I remember, and this is years ago, so maybe you don't, but you would say Libs of TikTok is responsible for the bombings that are happening at those clinics because the
Wait, you need me here for this because I'm not. Can I leave?
I need you here.
Get out.
Queen,
Right?
I need you here, Katie.
Okay,
Listen, I want to know. Is it okay? Is it okay to like? So personally, I don't really care that Nazis got assaulted in the streets in the 30s. I think that was based and funny. Do you think the same thing should happen to Zionists?
Well, I actually kind of have ethical
I
reservations.
feel like the proper analog in that would not be individual Zionists, but it would be like maybe people within the IDF or IDF reservists.
About the whole punch a Nazi thing, so I'd probably have an issue with that. You know, like, I don't know if I'll be, just because someone is, I mean, should every MAGA guy be punched in the face because they're supporting a fascist government? I probably wouldn't support that, you know? Do I think they should be socially ostracized? Absolutely, yeah, fuck that. Fascists suck. I just wouldn't punch someone in the face for being, Israeli Zionists who, for example, participate in the IDF are a bit different, although I wouldn't punch them in the face because they'll punch you harder and then they'll blame you for being anti-Semitic, so I wouldn't recommend it. But generally, a lot of people support fascists. We would be punching everyone. It's not,
okay,
doesn't seem like...
Maybe to come back to what you were saying, it sounded like you were mocking me for the perceived concern about Nazis getting dehumanized.
No, you were saying that we shouldn't dehumanize Zionists by, because you're okay with punching Nazis, but you wouldn't be okay with punching Zionists, and we should stop dehumanizing Zionists because at the end of the day, we'll be okay to punch them like it was okay to punch the Nazis.
Yeah, because I don't think Zionists are morally equal to Nazis.
Yes, and you and I disagree.
Okay,
and you know
so
that.
You think Zionists are morally equal to Nazis?
At this point? Absolutely, yeah.
So you called me a Zionist, Katie. Am I morally equal to a Nazi in your mind?
Wick, you Heil Hitlered on your stream. Please. Spare
Do
me.
we need to pull up that? Where's that stream where Wick literally talked to a neo-Nazi and promoted their book?
Okay.
Doing the Hail Hitler was why the Nazis were bad?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, that was
why we don't understand.
Yes, please pull it up. I don't even know what to search. I just know that he did that.
And why you come in here with such a smug and condescending tone when you really just don't have basic facts right about the world, about the conflict. You are not only uneducated, but you are miseducated, which is worse. You do not understand basic concepts, and honestly, you treat people like they're inhuman. She can leave.
Just left.
She can
you
go.
got fucking
That's
mogged,
fine.
Wick.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like this.
You're.
I tried to be. Look, I was as patient as I possibly could be, but oh my god, every man has his limits. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait, did she just get kicked? I missed it. Hold on.
Setting tone when you really just don't have basic facts right about the world, about the conflict. You are not only uneducated, but you are miseducated, which is worse. You do not understand basic.
Wait, are we saying Wick is a Nazi, Aaron? Turkish in YouTube chat. Think with your brain just a little bit harder. Don't injure yourself. But what do you think I was trying to say there? Do you think I was genuinely trying to imply that Wick is a Nazi?
Basic concepts, and honestly, you treat people like they're inhuman. She can leave.
Just left.
She can
you
go.
got fucking
That's
mogged,
fine.
Wick.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like this.
You're.
I tried to be. Look, I was as patient as I possibly could be, but oh my god, every man has his limits. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Hold on. You think I did anything wrong there?
No.
Wick.
No.
No, I'm
talk to your priest about it. Wick, talk to your priest about it. Ask if he thinks you did anything wrong. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Wick. Yeah.
Wick needed his feelings taken care of.
So, but yeah, going back to that
Prime should have administered aftercare
question, I think that
after that behavior from Katie.
It's so there is okay. Okay, let me try to be more specific. Right, if you're talking about stochastic terrorism, right? If that's I mean, that's the question you're going for, Wick.
Yes.
Wick cannot take criticism. He's a piece of shit, but he's not a Nazi. He's not a piece of shit. He's just a filthy, filthy centrist.
Don't know if I actually got to the point, right?
You tried to prove he platformed a neo-Nazi in response to Katie's brain-dead comment. So I wasn't trying to prove shit. That is a thing that he did. And I thought it was funny and ridiculously stupid that he did it in the first place. But the fact that somebody who not only platformed a neo-Nazi, but materially helped them by promoting them and promoting their book and therefore helping aid their cause is not somebody to me who's very serious when they're going to turn around and pearl clutch about other instances of anti-Semitism when I know that that's in his past. It's the same with Stardust. Stardust is the same thing, and Stardust is literally cozied up to Richard Spencer in the past to me.
Sorry, I'm a little flustered, but go. Yeah, we've had conversations where you've said Libs of TikTok, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it has been years, maybe I'm misremembering, but Libs of TikTok has engaged in rhetoric that has led to people bombing clinics and engaging in violence against LGBTQ communities and things like that. You've said so, correct?
I don't remember my exact phrasing, but hold on. I'm gonna Wick, I'm gonna gauge for this. Don't worry, I'm gonna gauge, right? As always, and if you've known me long enough, you've heard me say this plenty of times. Everything's a spectrum. Everything's a spectrum. And you can have spectrums of culpability. If, like when you're involved with some conflict, right? Either by being, a soldier on the ground, or a propagandist, or like a politician. All these people have levels of culpability. So we're talking about stochastic terrorism. You can have within a pro-Israeli group or a pro-Palestinian group, right? Some level of culpability because you have been encouraging this type of behavior, right? If you are saying, I'm sure our friends on the other side here could give me examples of pro-Palestinian groups in in America saying something horribly anti-Semitic, right? Maybe increasing the danger to our Jewish friends here, right? In that case, they have a higher level of culpability to like violent attacks that happen against Jewish individuals. And the same is true on the other side, right? It depends on who you're talking about and what the statements were, right? So maybe you can put into something, and I could say, oh man, that's horrible, right? That happened beforehand. There's a very good chance that they increase this possibility by making things more dangerous for our Jewish friends.
It doesn't
It's
even,
interesting because I think,
first of all,
can I just say something really
yeah.
quickly? I think like that would be all good in theory if any of that were true. But what it seems like in practice is that we're only willing to make that allocation when it's Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims being attacked. So what I noticed is that when an Arab or a Muslim or Palestinian is attacked in the United States, we blame pro-Israel rhetoric, we blame the genocidal Israeli rhetoric and stuff like that, who is dehumanizing Palestinians and Muslims and Arabs and treating them all like they're barbarians, which makes people not look at them as humans and want to attack them. But when Jews are targeted anywhere in the United States because people really hate the evil genocidal Zionists and the proxy to find the Zionists is just to find your local Jew, that we blame.
You're correct.
Israel.
It should be a two-way street. You're
Blame on
correct.
Israel and the Jews. So it seems like if
I agree with you.
act in America, it's the fault of Israel and Zionist propaganda. And
I mean, these types of attacks that she's talking about, in my view, don't even really get discussed. The only reason why people are now talking about that incident that happened in Miami Beach where that dude killed 2 people I think he killed. Who did he kill? He thought he was targeting 2 Palestinians, but he didn't. Hold on. The Guardian. Let's see. Jewish man mistakes 2 Israeli tourists for Palestinians and opened fires on them in Miami. Victims reportedly posted death to Arabs on social media after shooting, while suspect held on attempted murder charges. Jewish man in Miami Beach is facing charges of attempted murder following accusations that he opened fire on 2 men he believed were Palestinians, but reportedly turned out to be Israeli visitors. Like, this only got brought up in response to the Israeli embassy shooting.
if a Jew gets attacked in America, it's the fault of Israel and Zionist propaganda.
Tali, I agree with you.
Before you answer
There's
that,
no disagreement
hold on,
there.
before you answer that, before you respond to that, right? This also goes to a point I wanted to make earlier in the show, but I didn't get a chance to, that if we see Israel as an ethno-state, and we hold them to this standard, and yet you have countries, Arab countries with Sharia law, right, which means like non-Muslims can't really even run for Congress or vote or whatever system they have is probably not Congress, right? They call it something else. Why is it always Israel that's getting targeted, but you don't say shit about these other countries?
Because Israel is the one. Sorry, let me
Sure, take your time.
right at this
Israel's
second,
got the
right?
power.
Israel is the one.
And powerful.
Let Prime answer. Let Prime answer.
Charlie's favorite time to talk is when I'm talking. Every time.
You're right.
Go ahead.
It's okay.
Prime.
It's okay. I don't hate.
Is comparing Zionists with Nazis actually that crazy to the Zionists? It's just like not. I'm sure to some. To answer your question directly, I think yes, but everybody gets compared to Zionists. Literally, all different political faction. MAGA gets called Zionists. The fucking Proud Boys not MAGA. Sorry, MAGA gets called Nazis. Proud Boys get called Nazis. Far right in America, hate groups, etc., are called Nazis or neo-Nazis. It's like it's nothing new, but people are really not usually trying to make a literal historical analogy. Like they'll have some idea of superficial ones, but really what they're doing is like, this is the worst thing I can think of, so I'm going to compare it to that. And of course there are comparisons that you genuinely could make, but it usually ends up, in my experience, being more of a distraction that just ends up playing into smear campaigns, pro-Palestine activists. And then the other thing is like it's also why I'm like opposed to even talking about Zionism, because you don't need to compare Israel to Nazis or determine if someone is a Zionist or not to talk about like how it's wrong to bomb hospitals or ethnic cleansing is wrong or forcibly starving civilian populations as a weapon of war. Like you can talk about all these things without saying they're Nazis.
I hate you, Tali. You're a wonderful person. Okay.
I don't hate you either. So.
Okay. So yeah. Why don't I talk about so this mirrors a conversation that you'll see, or the thread you'll see Christians say to atheists, right? Well, why are you always talking about Christianity? There are other countries, religions in the world that do awful thing, right? They point to Islam. Oh, Islam does horrible thing. Why are you constantly talking about Christianity? Well, the reason I, being atheist, talk about Christianity is the one I know, and two, it's the one that within this particular nation is transcended, right? It is in power, right? Those are the people who I have to deal with. I barely have to deal with Muslims. Actually, I do have neighbors who are Muslims, but I don't talk to them. But beyond that, I actually don't know.
Wow,
Muslims,
prime
in my,
anti-Muslim bigotry on display here. Doesn't talk to his Muslim neighbors.
I don't interact with them all that often, but I interact with Christians all the time, right? So that's the thing I'm going to talk about. And so back to your question, this
Do you have any
conflict is the one.
internalized Islamophobia?
Again. Oh my God, Kali,
Sorry, I'm just...
you're so. I like it. It's a meme. It's a meme between you and us, right? And it's fun. So,
Dude, Kitty shouldn't have left. Now it's just a 3v1. And Prime is like not doing okay in this, but he's like not the strongest debater.
I'm going to accept it. In terms of Israel, Israel is the one that is, I'm not saying genocide or ethnic cleansing, committing mass murder across Gaza, right? They are the side that has a superpower backing it and protecting it on the international stage, just like it did today, in terms of denying that UN resolution for peace, right? Like Israel is the one with that backing and being backed specifically by my taxpayer dollars. Now, does that mean that other countries are blameless? No. I'm sure you can give me examples, and I'd have to check them out, but I'm sure you can give me examples that I can come to agreement with you that are ethno-states, and then I reject, I deny, and all the other bad things as well. But Israel is the one in the news. Israel is the one doing the mass slaughter. And so Israel is the one I'm going to be talking about now. But if Saudi Arabia does it later on, well, don't worry, Wick, I will denounce Saudi Arabia. I feel like I'll do it now. Screw Saudi Arabia and all its practices. There you go.
Saudi Arabia did it for like the last decade. They literally...
Well, Wick was saying there's all this focus on Israel or whatever, but really he's just complaining about criticism because didn't they already cop in this conversation that like, you know, international pressure has been exerted for how many months? Did people say like, oh, once it gets to this death toll or once they do that, they're not going to be able to do that because there's going to be so much international pressure from outside making them stop. And it's like, okay, well, until the conditions meaningfully change and the genocide ends, they're going to be hit with criticism of this over and over and over and over. And even before October 7th, when you're talking about all the different criticisms that human rights groups make, they're just reiterating the same criticism that they made the year before and the year before that, because the occupation doesn't end, the blockade doesn't end, these people don't have statehood, the human rights abuses persist and persist. So yes, they keep condemning them over and over, but they're not finding like new things. They're barely amending the old things, the old statements and reports that they've made.
I'm guessing the lefty attitude for that was just it was awful.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I've talked.
What is Prime Kai's backstory? He just does like panel shows, and actually Wick was like inspired to stream by him. I'm not wrong.
And I've talked about the U.S.'s culpability. I talked about how Obama allowed the Saudis to do that as a sop, right? To get on their good sides. That he allowed this bombing campaign with the assumption that Hillary Clinton would come to office next and stop the bombing. But Trump came in office, and so the bombing continued. So fuck Obama, fuck the Saudis, and yeah, I guess we agree.
Do you agree that for whatever reason the Western left has given like 1 billion times more attention to Israel-Palestine than they ever gave to Saudi and Yemen?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Even though Saudi is an American ally.
Yeah, I think so.
Committed worse crimes.
I don't know if they've committed worse crimes. I don't know.
Saudi literally started a famine, like an actual famine, where like 1/3 people died. 80,000 children starved to death.
Oh, that sounds awful. Yeah, well, then we didn't give that attention, and I think that well, I brought it up.
Sure,
to be
but
clear.
you understand. Hold on.
I brought it up.
Prime. You understand why when we see these things, why when we see this kind of juxtaposition between how movements and how the left, the far left, I would say, treats Israel versus how it treats any other.
Dude, this conflict had fallen off the map entirely. This whole like, what about Yemen? What about China? What about Russia and Ukraine? It just ends up being a diversion. It's not actually like we should dedicate more time to talking about all of this. It's like, no, this is exclusively brought up to move it off the subject and to shame people for feeling bad about this, about an ongoing genocide or prioritizing that over other conflicts.
You like, why is it?
Which is funny because it's like the other accusation that floats around is that people use genocide so frivolously. You guys call everything a genocide. And then if that were true, there would be more attention to all of these other conflicts, and then they wouldn't be called conflicts. It would be mislabeled genocide. And then that would actually be a more valid criticism. Like, no, anytime there's a war, anytime there's a conflict, the left just goes on to say, oh, it's a genocide or whatever. But no, clearly special attention is being paid to this because it's an ongoing genocide.
Israel given this special treatment when you have other countries, as Lonerbox just elucidated, that do the same thing.
Just joined. If the U.S. stopped support right now, do you think neighboring Arab countries would be willing to intervene? Do you think it would require action from the U.S. themselves for Israel to stop? U.S. is not going to make Israel stop. Didn't they just refused another ceasefire at the UN yesterday in the last 24 hours? No. And two, the neighboring Arab nations are not going to do anything either.
Thing or worse?
Like there's a difference between they step back from negotiating with Israel for normalization versus they actively intervene.
Relationship,
and there's a reason why they don't. Like it's why Iran funds proxies like the Houthis and rebel groups and whatnot instead of directly intervening themselves, because they know that they can't go to war with Israel without the U.S. Or NATO or other countries that they're not equipped to defeat would get involved.
It becomes suspicious. It makes me suspicious. I begin to wonder.
Like Saudi Arabia doesn't recognize Israel, but the Saudi King Prince himself is like, I don't really care about it. it's like still on the national agenda because people in Saudi Arabia still care about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, continue to wonder. Like we have a close ties to Israel. They say they're our closest ally in the Middle East, right? We fund them endlessly. They are nuclear armed power. They are a constantly belligerent state. They have come in through awful colonial means. These are all things that tick off.
Those were a lot of loaded.
Well, yeah, because I'm a leftist and I think have awful things that.
What about isms and goalpost moving? What about the other genocides happening? Well, no shit, but this is the conversation. That's the thing. To me, it's like, why join these conversations if at some point the contribution to it is going to be, why don't we talk about this other thing we didn't come here to talk about?
Think about Israel as a governing power, right? I think awful things about them. I think they should be dissolved, right? That'd be the greatest solution there, right? And a new state formed with the parties there, right?
Do you think Russia should be dissolved?
Yeah, I was just about to ask.
Maybe. Yeah. Actually, probably the Russian state.
And the country turned into what?
So
I don't mean like the government. I just mean like the state, not the government. You don't mean the government when you say Israel. You don't think they just have a new election?
Oh, I mean, like it could be the. So let me be more specific then, right? I'm mirroring the rhetoric I hear from Zionists that Israel. Well, again, Tali. Hi, Tali. Thank you. Let me respond to that question, Tali. You're wonderful. You're beautiful. Israel is like the Jewish, not supremacy is not the word they use. Jewish sovereignty or Jewish. I forget. There's a word here, but like having Jewish priority, right? Jewish control of the state, right, is integral to it, right? It has to be a Jewish state, right, for Israel to be Israel. Do you agree? Okay, right. So when I say get rid of, like, dissolve Israel, like it can still be called Israel, right? It can still have similar borders or whatever. I don't know, right? But I'm talking about the government and as it stands, its governmental practices. It can't be what I would perceive. I'm not putting this in your mouth, but a Jewish supremacist state. It can't be that. So
what about Jewish majority state? What if they just wanted to control immigration, so they just stay a Jewish majority state?
Yeah, they're going to do that through violence. That's going to lead to the situation.
Just controlling immigration is violence. Controlling borders.
I was going to say, for Prime to be consistent on this, you have to just bite the bullet on not being a statist in the first place, because maintaining any border is going to incur a lot of violence in general. It's an inherently violent situation. The state is an inherently violent apparatus to enforce. It's not something that's benign or can be done. It can only be done through force. So if we're talking about, he's like talking about maintaining demographic majorities via immigration policy, it's like, yeah, but the enforcement mechanism for that is always going to be force at the end of the day.
It doesn't necessitate like doing loads of violence.
Oh, hold on. So what are those borders? Those borders include the occupied territories?
Whatever borders.
No, let's say they were. Whatever. Yeah, let's say there's Israel and Palestine. Let's say it's like halfway down the middle. Even that.
I'm not in favor of any ethno states, right? When countries, no matter what you're going to name, not one of them.
All right. So then fine. So let's just go by the neighbors, right? So which neighbor goes next after Israel?
Sorry, whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care. None of that matters, right? Like I don't support any.
It's only Israel that it matters.
No. Hold on. But I keep saying
but there's a difference between a country that happens to have a demographic majority of a particular ethnicity versus one that is the state policy, and it has state policies of racial dominance over other people within the same borders. That's a difference.
Name all of them. I just said name all of them. I don't support any of them.
Yeah, but you see, there's like a little
Right.
issue there because, like, unfortunately, because people love this thing, like, oh, why does Israel not get to be like the one Jewish state when there's like 30 or 40 like Arab and Muslim states? But obviously, the Arab and Muslim states don't really need to worry about that because they have a clear majority. And even though it's all enshrined in the constitution, like Egypt is an Arab state and Islam is the state, the religion of the state, and this is true for Iraq and
Fuck
Yemen and all these other places.
Fuck that.
Yeah,
So
you can say
Egypt-
fuck all that.
Egypt
But
It's like, do you think that Prime Kai is like a fan of Iran? Do you think he's like a fan of President Sisi of Egypt? Is that seriously what we're arguing here?
Egypt should be done. There's all. I'll do it all.
Let Loner finish. Let Loner finish.
Egypt,
Why-
Saudi Arabia,
why-
Yemen, all of them. You want me to do that? Done. Okay.
So each country should
And
just be
instead-
open borders,
and
right?
instead-
I wanted to hear
No,
Loner's point. I really want to hear Loner's point.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
He
get
wasn't
rid of
able
the
to finish
colonial
it.
power.
So yeah, each of these states should be kind of like forced to just have open borders.
Yes. If you're talking to me, sure. If you're talking to Prime, maybe you won't bite that bullet.
No, open borders. Open borders isn't the same thing. What are you talking about? Nonsense, right? You're saying specifically.
Open borders is not the same thing as like abolishing all of these states.
No. What are you talking about?
Making sure that they don't. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to control your immigration. That is de facto open borders.
I didn't
We
say
are just
just
talking about
I didn't say that. So now I didn't say they can't control their borders. I'm saying that
Of course
like
you did. You said if they're controlling immigration to the service of protecting some type of ethnic majority, then that is illegitimate. Which means they're not allowed to control their immigration.
I didn't. No. Okay. Sure. All right. Well, you.
Right, they're trying to make a comparison between Israel and like Japan when Israel's ethnic majority is entirely contrived. The other thing is that they'll also talk about how this this particular conflict is particularly unique, and then also complain about how it's singled out too much. And I just don't understand how you reconcile those two positions, because if you understand that the circumstances that had to take place for the formation of Israel to occur, namely the expulsion of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and the instant creation of a refugee crisis for them, and the fact that that has never been solved, is like, yes, it's an exceptional region in some ways. So of course people talk about it and think about it differently, especially now with the genocide going on.
Never mind. I can ask it. I'll ask it in an easier way. Why do you think Israeli Jews want a majority? Why do you think that matters to them?
Don't know. Tell me.
Wait, you really don't know? Wait.
Oh, hold on. I have my ideas, but then you're going to say something different.
I mean, they're joking, but that is true.
But so I'm not going to.
Just tell
You
me
do this all the time.
idea,
Lorna Box, you do this all the time, right? We're like, hey.
How is she equating having borders with ethnofascism? Well, because Prime's argument started to break down because his reason for why Israel is particularly illegitimate started to break down when they were like, well, what about Russia? And then he bit the bullet on it and said, yes, it loses its illegitimacy because it's expanding. But then they're like, okay, so is this just like open borders and stuff like that? You know?
I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to have you feel around for the answer. And I'm going to say, no, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
I don't want to engage in
people who are
that. So you
confident
can
in their positions and they feel like they know enough about the
hey,
conflict
you can
to answer
try
it,
that, Lorna Box, but trust me, you're not going to tilt me, Lorna Box. I've been doing this for far too long, right? You're amateurish. It's not going to work. So if you can actually respond, right? Say, hey, just tell me what you want, an idea you want to engage with. I'll engage with that idea. I've been here literally. Yes, he's acting amateurish at this moment. And I've literally been here for hours engaging with you. Right?
Oh, we've all been here for hours, buddy. We're all here.
Yeah, okay, hold on. But I have, and I'm still here, right?
True.
3 versus
Good
1.
on you for remaining in the frame.
All right. Well then, then Loner Box, just tell me what you want to engage. You have a thought in your head. Express your thought.
Okay, that was a very.
Isn't he literally an amateur? No one here is an expert. No one here is an expert. Some people have read more than others, but no one here is an expert.
Long way to say I don't
Deal
know.
with your feelings later. So just please express your thought.
Listen, I'm very tilted. Okay, I'm just
I know
saying.
you are. I can tell.
The reason that Jews want to be a majority, especially in that region, is because back in the day there was like 2 main schools of thought within Europe about what to do about quote unquote the Jewish question. You know, there's Russian pogroms happening. There's emancipation is not really working out because it's receiving lots of backlash. You got the Dreyfus affair. You got like the rise of fascism. Nationalism as a whole is just very exclusive to a group that doesn't really have a nation like the Jews, right? So. The dominant school of thought for the longest time was the assimilationists. They were like, okay, if we just drop the kind of like cultural practices about ourselves that kind of annoys people and get rid of the braids and the hats and like just be a bit more like everyone else, and we can assimilate to a point where we'll be left alone. The opposition, which grew massively over time compared to the assimilationists, were the Zionists, the ones who believed that modern nationalism is going to exclude us pretty much everywhere. Like as it comes to rise, we are going to be under serious fucking.
This is also why I don't like having conversations about statehood and whatnot, because at some point we're talking about hundreds of years ago and all of that, and it's like what happened 100 years ago that justifies kids being maimed and killed right now? What is the connection between these two things? It's also that's why I don't like to talk about it.
in danger. We're already experiencing it with pogroms and like loss of civil rights, both in the Ottoman Empire and in...
That's why I don't think like people's participation in this without being like up to date on literally the entire history of the 100-year plus conflict or 60 years, depending on where you start it, is fine, because I understand that people are morally outraged at what they're seeing, and that it to me is a natural impulse. You know, from there, should you go on and argue passionately or misrepresent misrepresent how much you know or don't or whatever? No, obviously, but the impetus and the urge to want to talk about it and speak out without having read a fucking history book on it is natural to me and understandable.
So the best resolution.
It's like I would never think that somebody needs to have like you need to know about the history of like Russia and Ukraine before you advocate for Ukrainians. And like I don't think that's what anybody here has explicitly said, but it is kind of like, with the way some people who are on the pro-Palestine side get spoken down to for not having this like really robust understanding of the conflict, it feels like that kind of is where somebody is coming from with that.
State. Obviously, the latter, the Zionists, they were correct. They were correct. Assimilation did not save the Jews. The German Jews were about as assimilated as they possibly could be, and they were dead anyway. Same with the rest of Europe. So when they go to Palestine, they start by just buying up land along the coast, which is actually mostly empty and infested with like malaria and swampland. That's actually initially what they did. That's just true. Eventually, they also
like, how do we get into this like lecture? I don't know what happened here.
Moved into buying land that was lived on, and then they paid for the land and got the owners to evict the tenant farmers. So that was always a bit more frustrating.
Here's what this thing 36 years ago justifies these children. It's like not even, if it 36 would honestly be more understandable. It's like hundreds of years. It's like it's crazy.
Palestinians. And then over time, they broadened their presence.
It's like no one is disputing that Jews have been the subject of historical persecution as long as they have been alive. Okay? From the Dreyfus Affair to the Spanish Inquisition to the Nazi Holocaust to modern day instances of pogroms. That is not disputed. It's just unrelated to why Palestinian children are taking the fall for it or being killed or innocent civilians. It's unrelated to me.
And it seemed that the locals who lived there were just not keen on having them there at all. The head of the Palestine National Congress was someone who believed in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The head of the Arab Power Committee, Ajman al-Husseini, was a full-on Nazi. Like, he worked with Hitler. So there was an issue here where these Palestinians had one very just reason to be very angry about foreigners coming and settling their land with the intention of carving out a state. But then on the other hand, there was also an issue where the Zionists who arrived there were arriving there as refugees. The majority of Israel is people who arrived there as refugees, or they're the descendants of refugees. It is a refugee country. And for them, they didn't really have anywhere else to go. So they're like, okay, fuck, we either have to build a state.
Where were the Palestinians supposed to go?
With this population that is seemingly quite hostile to us, or we have to like try and take our chances and live under an Arab state. So obviously they chose the former, even though it was definitely antagonistic to the rights.
Like, yes, this is all well and good, but does it justify expelling hundreds of thousands of people and creating a refugee problem overnight? It's not a question of, like, things would have been very different if it had been a refugee population that wanted to integrate and live among the Arabs that were already there and the Palestinians that were already there. But an ethnic expulsion campaign was launched and planned, and then now we're talking about this.
To the latter. And then the UN tries to resolve it with a partition plan. The Zionists actually say yes to that map. The Arab leaders and all the surrounding Arab countries say no, and we will fight against the implementation of this partition because they wanted all the land to be Arab. And then you had the 48 War. Obviously, the Zionists, they took advantage.
Like, should Jews or Israelis have self-determination? Like, as an abstract theoretical question, yes. But what's the follow-up to that? Not at the expense of Palestinians. Not at the expense of any other group of people. Nobody should have self-determination at the expense of another group of people. That goes for any single group of people looking to self-determine.
Of the cover of war to get rid of quite a lot of the Palestinians, and famously, you know, even though it wasn't like the government's plan to expel them, it was their policy to bar them from returning when they fled. So, and the result of that was that all the Jews in the Middle East and North Africa got blamed by their governments for those actions, for the failure of the Arabs to defeat the birth of Israel. And they faced either a shitload of persecution from their government, or they had this brand new state that was saying, hey, we're a Jewish majority. You will not get treated this way when you come here. So they all fled. Like, basically 95+% of Jews from all of these Arab and Muslim countries, within less than 10 years, they upped and left. They took the opportunity, the first chance they got, to go to a Jewish majority state. The reason that Jews want a majority as an ethnicity is because whenever they've been a minority, for the entirety of their existence, they have been fucked. The only exception to this was like at the time was probably America, but America closed their doors in the mid-20s. So if you look at immigration to Israel, Palestine at the time, in 1925, it spikes, and that's because that's
See, like the way that this is being explained makes it sound like the Nakba is this inevitability, like it was not something that could have been avoided. They had to, all hundreds of thousands of people had to be expelled. You know, like I don't understand this logic.
Same year as the Johnson-Reed Act, which put quotas on Jewish immigration. So Jews want to be a majority because they were basically told by the rest of the world that if you're a minority, there's a very strong chance we're going to fuck you.
Also, this conflation with being a majority equals safety is not the concept I buy into. I don't buy into it when, and he already said it earlier, the difference is like when white nationalists say it, you know, they don't have a good claim to it because they weren't historically persecuted, but Jews have been historically persecuted, so it makes sense. And to me, it's like it's just weird to say ethnostates are wrong in one context, but in another context they could be justified. Like to me, it's either it's right or it's wrong. There is no like, but there is some context that could justify it.
Okay, can I respond?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I very patiently listened to all of that. Appreciate Loner Box. This is why I said just state your statement, because apparently you wanted me to say all of that. I wasn't going to say all of that. But only a 5-minute explanation. But I appreciate what you just said. Right, I hear you, and I think there's I can't find much of a
I don't know, like the justification for like a concept of an ethno state. To me, it's like this is like a conversation between somebody who is okay with the death penalty and somebody who is not. And in this case, Prime is not okay with the death penalty. And Loaderbox has just like explained like what Jeffrey Dahmer did. And could we really have a functioning society if we don't hang people like Jeffrey Dahmer and like we're going down these loopholes? And it's like, I just, you know, if he's principally against the death penalty, there's really no story that you could tell right before it that's going to get him to agree that it's okay in some circumstances, most likely.
Much disagree there with the history that you've laid out. Okay, all right. And here's my response to that: don't give a fuck. So for this colonial state, right? It doesn't
Face
have
Prime.
And two, right? If we want a safe state, I agree with you that like America closes.
I mean, yes, I'm sure it's very, very frustrating for the pro-Israel side, but in the midst of an ongoing genocide, yes, the answer in response to all of these different lines of inquisition and all of these lectures and all of this explanations is, okay, but what does that have to do with the justification of dropping bombs on kids and civilians in Gaza? Yes, you will always be able to revert back to that because it is true. There is nothing that could justify this.
Before, but America's doors open. I invite my Israeli friends, all of them, to come here. Come to America. I would love.
They don't accept. They don't accept.
I know they don't. I know they don't accept.
The lesson that they learned throughout history, they need to be able to protect themselves.
Like to me, the history lessons are important to know for just that, for understanding history. It's not a given what moral conclusions people are going to draw from the same set of facts. Obviously, that's not what history tells you. History is just going to explain how things happened and like different cause and effects effectively, but really the morality and the philosophical understanding of it, it's like it's a different domain entirely.
They cannot rely.
I know they don't accept.
They cannot.
And as always, Tali's favorite part to talk is when I'm responding. Okay, all right, it's all right.
Wait, so that's your solution? 7 million Israeli Jews should leave and go to America?
I wouldn't force them, but I would invite my Israeli friends to come join us because if there's any place in the world that is safe for Jews, right? That would be America. They're not surrounded by adversarial nations. They're not. Sorry, hold on a second. They're not surrounded by adversarial nations.
Embassy workers, are they safe?
Like Prime Kai, he should, you know. I guess I am going to tell a black man what he should do, okay? I mean, I'm going to tell him. Why doesn't he, if this is the card that's being played, this is the card that I would play if I were a black person, I'd be like, how, like, hundreds of years, 400 years of chattel slavery, Jim Crow, all of this historical and global oppression of black people, and yet state projects like Liberia, which you already mentioned, don't work out very well. Or it doesn't follow from all of this historical oppression that you necessarily end up advocating for or require a whole an ethno state to survive.
here, I'm sorry. Let me just finish this, please. They're not surrounded by adversarial nations here. Well, we're wonderful. We care about our Jewish friends. We pass laws, right? To fight against anti. Yeah. Oh, so
Sorry, people in YouTube chat. I never fix Nightbot. I always mean to fix it, Nightbot. Sorry.
Don't. This is not America. Outside of Israel, is America not the safest place? America is extremely welcoming to our Jewish friends.
America has been the best diaspora experience for Jews since Germany. So again, this is a precarious situation that the Jews find themselves in.
Then I
They're not
invite
going
them
to
here,
relinquish their ability to defend themselves.
I know
and
that.
to Wick's point,
I wasn't asked whether
America is becoming increasingly hostile to Jews. And Prime, you sort of made the case right at the beginning of this conversation by saying that it is valid and good to purity.
I mean, I agree with her, but it's because of people on the right. It's because of MAGA. It's not because of pro-Palestine activists, you know?
Test Jews on whether or not they have any type of affinity for the state of Israel.
Like, I don't deny that, yes, there is anti-Semitism everywhere. There's racism everywhere. There's sexism everywhere. A lot of these things are entirely unexceptional, but then it becomes a matter of who is doing the most of it, who is doing the majority of it. And I see it's pretty easy to spot the anti-Semites that try to appropriate the pro-Palestine movement as a vehicle for anti-Semitism from the people who genuinely care about it. And those people should be called out. They should be condemned. There should be no space for that. Fuck those people. But I see the majority of the anti-Semitism in this country emanating from the right.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. Don't put that on my mom. No, I didn't say that. I said, hey.
What did you say to that effect?
Sure. No, I'll rephrase what I said, right? I think it's understandable. And I use that word specifically when I ask you that question. Is it understandable that people are having this reaction? Not that it was right.
Is it okay?
Not that we should protest. No, it's not not okay. And I said that previously as well. Not necessarily okay, right? But this is an understandable reaction to this massive international global event that we're witnessing here.
It's an understandable reaction
to
what people believe is going on.
Just real quick. $5 from BL. Thank you for the $5 to say people like Prime make American Jews like me feel like we need to move to Israel to be safe. He does not have.
Okay, off you go then. But
I don't understand how colonizing like Arab land is like a huge no-no, but like apparently you're okay with them continuing the colonization of Native American land. That's hilarious.
No, I'm not okay with it. But it's simply a matter of fact. I'm not okay with that. But it's a matter of fact. So like you're asking me. So
you support expanding the settlements of the United States of America.
Hell yeah.
Manifest the question put to me. The question put to me.
Let him answer.
The question put to me was
horrible.
What do we do like if they were to disperse, like actually I guess no one asked me that question. Never mind, no one actually asked me this question. But the thing that I've been trying to answer, that's fair, right? Is that the thing I'm trying to answer is that like if this state were to disperse, what are we supposed to do with these individuals, right? One, I think we can integrate them, like I was saying previously, to the population that's already there. I think that's a possibility. We can through a peace process, we can get there. You guys disagree with me? That's okay, right? But beyond that, right, there's going to be, even if that's the case, in my wildest dreams, right, the best case
is that Lav? No, in the top left, this is Tali.
Scenario, there's still going to be a diaspora from Israel. If it's no longer a Jewish state, quote unquote, right, there's still going to be a diaspora from them. I welcome my Jewish friends here, right? I want to be surrounded by more Jews, right?
Her name is Tali, at TaliBots. Like I think probably on Twitter.
Find me Jews, plant them in my neighborhood. I welcome them. Like,
because we can put a camp outside your house for them to go into. $20 here. Let me make a little money now that I can make money without violating.
To be clear, America has been kind of safe for Jews, although I guess like people who have been perceived as Israeli or Zionists just got fucking hate crimes.
Israel has been kind of safe too. Israel keeps getting attacked, as you keep saying. Jews keep dying.
Again, I don't think that the Israeli embassy shooting was an example of an anti-Semitic hate crime.
It's surrounded by enemies, right? Rather than creating
people want to talk about the dignity of the Palestinians. Well, this is about the dignity of the Jews. And yes, they would rather be at risk of their neighbors in the Middle East and be able to defend themselves than to be at the whims of the host nations with a history of.
Let me make a little money before you respond. Before you respond, let me make a little money.
So what?
Oh, no, money. Okay, $20 from Alexander Wren. Okay, Wick TV. Isn't half of the ruling party that is in power sending people to foreign person camps in the U.S., neo-Nazis, and most of the left thinks that they are equivalent to Nazis and can be murdered on the streets? That's what he says.
No,
and then $5 from Fletch to say, why hasn't there been a huge push toward Israel adopting a Second Amendment for their citizenry post 10/7? That's a good question.
I don't know anything about that. Someone else can respond to that. I thought Israel had like a... Actually, I won't say anything. I don't know anything about that situation. Does someone else want to comment on that first? No?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just reading the chats.
Okay, yeah, I'm giving space for people to respond.
Okay.
our Jewish friends wouldn't be outsiders. They'd be members of the citizenry, right? They'd have all the rights and responsibilities. They'd have votes.
Just like we always have until we don't. This is how Jews
Sure,
think. So here's the thing:
sure.
like whether people, this is the thing too. And again, I avoid this part of the conversation because there's a certain number of people who are just not open to it. They don't really care, and that's fine. But if you are interested in taking,
Guys, here's how Jews think, you guys. This is what Tali just said. So get ready for the only opinion that the hive mind of Jewish people have globally. She's about to articulate this.
into consideration the mindset, the view of Jews, they believe that things are always really good until they're not. And they have good reason to believe that, because all of the Jews alive today are the ones who survived these attacks or who saw what was brewing in their society and got out before it got bad. And all of those different types of Jews carry you could call it irrational, but carry these different types of traumas around in them. And many Jews, most Jews perhaps, want to be able to maintain a defense of ourselves.
Do you think Black Americans might have similar?
Okay, but like the chicanery that is going on under the umbrella of what is considered defense, like we are like this close from Palestinians existing being anti-Semitic. Like Miss Rachel saying please stop killing children was being called anti-Semitic. What do you do? What do you do with that?
Thoughts?
Like, do I think Tali would be the type of person to say that Miss Rachel advocating for Palestinians equals anti-Semitism? No, but the groups that do think that have money and they have a loud voice and loud voices and huge platforms to spread that message.
And even if their suffering might not have been the same scale, I'm not going to compare our two struggles that closely.
Sure, Black Americans, right. It's really not a good analogy, but sure, might Black Americans feel like, yeah, sure, yes, they might feel that way.
Like our rights are always in question. That now we call it like DEI or whatever, right? But that's just an excuse by the right to roll back civil rights gains, like anywhere they can. Like they'll just call it woke. Oh, okay, sure, fine.
I think wokeness is a problem.
Okay, of course you do. You said you're on the right, but that's okay. I'm not trying to be condescending. You'll disagree with me, but from a Black perspective, all right, let me flex that for a moment, all right? From a Black perspective, that we also have
do it, Prime. You have to pull this card. So only it's the card that must be played.
That our rights are always up for grabs, in balance, right? And not take it for granted, not properly addressed, right? When we have bills like the George Floyd Police Act, right? And that doesn't get passed. But we have hate crime
yes, crime is Black. People are asking
Jewish
if you're
friends
Black.
and for our
Yes,
Asian friends during the COVID pandemic, right? They address those things, but our problems, right, our issues weren't addressed there. We were asking for this bill, it didn't happen. And from there, like we were seeing an attack. We perceived to be an attack. You might feel differently from the Trump administration. Okay, so the minority groups in different countries there's a precipitous like balancing act that they're always doing, right? That's a thing, right? So that's true in America. So if you're saying that's going to also be true for our Jewish friends, I would agree with you, right? But in Israel is what I'm always told, surrounded by enemies. Israel is always under attack, right? Israel is forcing itself in an area where they have militaries, according to other people, I'm going to put words in your mouth, right? Who are bloodthirsty for the deaths of Jews. So rather than trying to make Israel a fortress, and hope and putting more defense systems around them, right? And shipping more armaments for them. I'd rather import them here, and so they can integrate within our civil society. And I think
I'd rather achieve peace and normalization with their neighbors, including the Palestinians.
Seems to me they've done a good job of it so far. I mean, they had 5 armies attack them in the first war, then it was 3, then it became 2, and now it's become non-state actors.
October 7th happened. Then October 7th happened, and then I'm told.
See, like, okay, so he didn't, like, Lonerbach said earlier in this conversation that there's an argument to be made that October 7th was an act of genocide or like a genocidal act, something like that. But then when he's talking about the War of 48, right, like he just outlined that, like, yes, 5 different Arab nations or whatever tried to attack Israel, but was that genocidal?
The Jews aren't safe anymore. Sorry, the Israelis aren't safe anymore. They're, like you said, they're safe until they're not. I think the same is true for Israel, but the difference between
and at least they get to defend themselves with their dignity. This is whether people
they can do that here.
Like
they can do that in
not.
America.
No, they can't. No,
of course they can. Of course they can. Why can't they defend themselves?
600 bits from Federer
You just say that.
to say this. Does
Right,
Prime support the chant, from the river to the sea, and the Arabic version from which it comes? If so, does he understand the hypocrisy of his mindset?
From the river to the sea, Palestine.
Like again, we're talking like again, what goes on under the guise of self-defense? We'll talk before October 7th. Are blockades where people's movements have to be restricted. They can't leave. If they want to go in and out, they need to ask for permission. What goods, food, aid, products come in and out, that's going to be decided by Israel. Like this is the type of like just this endless military occupation, which is not really going to end. This is under the guise of self-defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Fuck
And
yeah.
the Arabic
Do you know-
version
do you know
being
the-
from
do you know
river to
the
sea.
Arabic-
Like these are never called like offensive actions.
I'll just tell him from the
Well,
river.
there's
to the sea.
the Arabic version is not necessarily min al maya lamaya. It's not necessarily that one. It can be min nahar min nahar. So it can be water to water. Palestine will be free as well. It can be that, or it can be river to the sea. Yeah.
And that's like not even getting into the settlements. Is people are Israeli settlers stealing land in the West Bank? Is that also part of Israeli security, or security of individual Jewish individuals?
Have to be Palestine will be Arab.
Okay.
That's just one of the versions of the town.
That's one
But
version.
the counter to that would be if you look at the PLO charter, which was like the origin of popular Palestinian nationalism, they or like contemporary Palestinian nationalism, like they do say Palestine is
The only thing that, to the extent that settlements have been mentioned in this conversation, it has been described as an obstacle. I don't like it. It's not productive. Like it is not said it's illegal. It's wrong. It's immoral. It should not have been. It should not be happening. It should not be sanctioned by the Israeli government. There should be sanctions on Israel to get them to stop doing that. There should be sanctions on those settlers to get them to stop. It's just like it doesn't help. That's the way that the condemnation for that is framed.
they should not have a nation. It's an Arab nation. Yeah.
Box. The BDS website says that in like their mission statement, literally, that this is Arab lands. That is
Yeah.
literally what they refer to. Yeah. So yes, and you're right. There are people use it in different ways. Ironically enough, the Arabic chant that I'm thinking of, right from the water to the water, Arab, Palestine will be Arab. I've seen that chant in the United States.
Yep.
And then it's like a little silly and funny, right? Because you see all these people who don't speak Arabic chanting, doing the call and repeat or whatever. But yeah, they're saying this in America too. So most people don't know that that's what they're signing on to.
Yeah, and I don't think there's ever been a time when when the main Palestinian leaders, whether it was the Hamas, the PLO, Al Husseini,
So like now we're saying, so now consumer boycotts, is that an anti-Semitism? Is that the conclusion of this?
AHC, they always said it. Yeah, it's an Arab state. It's not like a multicultural state. It's an Arab state.
Like now it's racist to not want to buy certain products from the boycott list.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
gang. I'm
Again, it's been made abundantly clear that we're not cool with violent resistance, fine. But now even economic actions or like consumer boycotts, this is also not okay. So like is there any form of resistance that is acceptable that's not going to offend Israelis? Probably not. Probably not, you know?
I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I think this has been exhausting for a lot of reasons, but I do appreciate all of you coming in for the bonus content that we had tonight.
Well,
yeah.
I'm glad to put some money in your pocket, friend. I still appreciate you, friend. Honestly.
I do appreciate you too, Prime, and we will have to do more together. It was fun.
It's a shame that Katie couldn't stand the heat.
I just
Wow.
she doesn't like me. But anyway, okay.
She asked you to have a conversation together, so okay, it's a little chicken shit to run away, but yeah.
She asked for just one-on-one with you and her. That's all she asked. But to be clear, I intruded.
Yeah, and then she quit.
So-
She quit because she was mad about Wick. So
Yeah, she just wanted to talk to you. She was interested in you. But okay. But it's okay. You guys can feel
Okay.
however you feel.
I love you all. I'm gonna end my stream and maybe more. I will talk to you guys tomorrow at 7
I
p.m.
think that Katie burned him a little bit.
Eastern, where we're gonna have Diane Yap, who thinks the male gaze is disgusting and men should be ashamed of who they are. So that should be fun.
Tali, once again, it was fun talking with you. Hopefully we could do it again.
it was
Loner
lovely.
Boss, this was frustrating, but I still like you. Okay, I don't hate you.
You too, buddy. Yeah.
Okay. And
Yes,
Stop being
I
a
love-
fucking Jew hater. I'm sorry.
I'd love to have you on again in the future, Loner Box, if you wouldn't
Was that a joke?
mind.
Anytime. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Have a wonderful day, guys. Bye.
Okay, I'll see you guys
Hail
later. Hold
Loner.
on, I'll move
Night,
you guys out,
everybody.
and I'm gonna.
Tali, do you want to debate Hassan fan in my Discord?
Tali's
With
just
you?
getting all the attention, but
do you know who Teuton is? If you watch my streams enough to know who that is.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
you?
If you're in my Discord, he's there right now. He'll probably want to chat to you.
you
if
guys
you come in.
you guys deal with that. I'm gonna move you out, and I'll see you later.
Like I watched the thing that came before this? Hold on. Hold on. There was a claim that was made that I was like, I just don't know what you do with this. Let me see. Is it poll? Let's see. Where is it?
Boys and girls, fun! Oh, a very special episode.
Okay. I had it and then it fucking went back. Hold on.
Dealing with kids throwing stones at them and like using guns would be a bit extreme. So the fucking defense minister told them to use clubs instead. So they had to beat them until their bones broke, right? And it's like, yeah, people didn't like this. Israeli society didn't like it either. And then for the first time, the narrative of the occupation and the fact that it can't last forever started to permeate within Israeli society, and they voted left. I think Begin and the right wing had been in since the 70s. What flipped it was this, right? Like soldiers doing things that they didn't really want to do, and things that the civilian population in Israel didn't like watching their soldiers do. Israelis have shown in the past that they will change their opinions depending on how much they have to fear. If you look at the Israeli psyche, if you look at even these polls, you mentioned one that says like 82% of them want to ethnically cleanse Gaza. That poll is insanely unreliable, by the way. I can tell you more after.
Okay. So now this poll conducted in Hebrew by 2 Israeli sociologists is my understanding, that was published on Haaretz. That's an unreliable poll. What? And it was never explained. And I knew which one he was talking about, but I don't know why it would not be reliable. You can contextualize it, but the information itself is not wrong. Where is it? Okay, they're talking about this. Yes to transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favored deporting Gaza residents. This is by, who is it? Shai Hizkani and Tamir Sorek. And what they found, it gives an opening talking about, like why, like what was considered at one point like a fringe perspective in Israeli society is now pretty much a mainstream. It seems that Ginsburg and other Haredi rabbis can be especially proud of the change that has occurred in the Jewish population. 82% of those surveyed expressed support for the forced expulsion of residents of the Gaza Strip. 56% supported the forced expulsion of Arab citizens to Israel. In the 2003 survey, the positive answers to those questions were, quote-unquote, only 45%, 31% respectively. Further evidence of Ginsburg's great victory can also be seen in the widespread adoption of positions supporting ethnic cleansing and genocide by the secular public, which has failed to present an alternative to Messianic Zionism in the form of an organized alternative anchored in the pursuit of human rights. 69% of secularists support the forcible expulsion of Gaza residents, and 31% of them see the extermination of Jericho residents as a precedent that the IDF should adopt. I don't know how this is not reliable. I don't really understand this. What was the sample size for this data? Let's see. Usually if I put like asked, polled, maybe. October 7th. Respondents. Where is it? Questions about the judiciary, the Intifada. I feel like it's in here somewhere, but I can't find it. Like, they have stuff like this. Like, 66% of those aged 40 and under support the deportation of Arab citizens of Israel. 58% want to see the IDF do what Joshua did in Jericho. But how many people was it? Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, this. I don't have a Discord yet, no. But I will be making one soon. Someone like something? What's this? This is, yeah, stuff from 2016. This was like almost a decade ago. About half of Israeli Jews want to expel Arabs, survey finds. This is from Pew Research Center. Nearly half of Israeli Jews believe Arabs should be expelled or transferred from Israel, according to a survey on the political views of Jewish, religious, and secular communities. The poll released on Tuesday by the Washington-based Pew Research Center, a nonpartisan think tank, also found that many Israelis, Jews, and Arabs appear to have lost hope for a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And like, obviously, you have to look at both sides of a poll. So thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Antonio Laforteza. There will be emotes for you guys to enjoy tomorrow, I swear. Once they get manually approved, it might happen on Monday, because I don't know how reliably Twitch will review those over the weekends. But, you know, the point is both sides of a poll and a statistic need to be looked at. So if you have half of them wanting to expel Arabs, it's not insignificant that the other half doesn't want to, but it's clear which side ended up winning out. The other thing to keep in mind is right now, like, is this article I brought up yesterday, talked about, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Like, why are these polls looking the way that they do? It's not just because of like deeply entrenched racism, though that is obviously a huge factor in it. If I put censor, here's the thing. Yeah, one survey pointed to the role that media bias and censorship may be playing in distorting Israelis' understanding of suffering in Gaza. Media bias is a common phenomenon during war, but since the October 7th, 2023 attack, in which 1,182 Israelis were killed by Hamas fighters, media bias over the war in Gaza has been institutionalized in Israel. Citing national security reasons, the IDF has ramped up censorship. A recent analysis suggests that more than 35% of articles from Israeli media have been partially redacted and almost 10% completely censored in 2025. While Israelis are free to consume international news, many do not due to language barriers and perceived bias against Israel. As a result, what Israeli citizens read, hear, and see in national media increasingly reflects the interests of the government. Furthermore, online platforms such as Facebook and X are designed to promote posts that reinforce users' pre-existing beliefs, resulting in an echo chamber rather than exposing people to diverse viewpoints. So this is also why you have things like this. More than a quarter of Israelis surveyed said fewer than 10% of people in Gaza were going hungry due to food shortages. These were some people that replied. They don't have a shortage of food. It's just presented that way. Another replied, the vast majority of Gaza residents have enough food. There are restaurants and shopping malls operating in Gaza. So when that is what your understanding of this dire humanitarian situation and genocide looks like, you are going to get horrible conclusions from those first assumptions. They also think that like over 90% of Palestinians in Gaza support Hamas when support for them is at like 35%. More than half of Israelis surveyed said Hamas enjoys over 80% of support in Gaza. The real number is far lower. Like they're becoming increasingly just completely divorced from reality. And I mean, when they told them about the humanitarian crisis and the famine and the hunger, when they just showed them one article, 5% change. And that's bad, but they also keep in mind that like it's bad that it's not moving them more, but it does say, keep in mind, you know, a single news story, no matter how compelling, is unlikely to outweigh the cumulative effect of months of emotionally charged and partially censored media coverage, political messaging, and social media discourse that emphasizes threat and distrust. In such an environment, deeply entrenched narratives are difficult to shift. In this regard, the fact that reading even a single brief news story had any effect is encouraging. It suggests that a more accurate and sustained information environment, one that conveys the true extent of humanitarian suffering and the complexity of public sentiment in Gaza, could have a much greater impact on Israeli public opinion, which is true. which is why Israel puts a bunch of money and time into censoring all of this information, because when you censor it, you can get polls like this. You can get this many people that don't stand in your way or don't oppose the way that you're conducting things. You can get people on board with the idea that, yes, 82, you can get 82% of Jews in Israel favoring deporting Gazan residents because, propaganda works on people. Advertising works, so they know that. The government has a vested interest in ethnically cleansing the Palestinians from Gaza. This is how they get that outcome. So it didn't have to be this way. It's not deterministic, but this is a long time coming. So from there, what do? You can be absolutely ruthless with people and not understanding. You can try to understand it. You can try to contextualize it. But I really do think people should, when they're in these conversations, pretty much keep it on the suffering of Palestinians and not let it wander. That's why I'm opposed to these conversations about statehood right now. It's just a huge distraction. It's not productive. It's I struggle to see how any of this is productive. Obviously, this is just for content and for fun and stuff like that. But if you're somebody who, if any of these creators actually feel oh, we can make a difference with platforms and Twitch debates and tweets and whatnot, if that's how you see it, if you want to maximize the outcome you could be having on people and viewers and changing minds, do not get into these whole debates over the statehood, because it will really just turn into a debate over the a history lesson and people just shit testing each other of did you know this? Can you define that? Tell me about this thing. Tell me about that thing. When it's not relevant. It's not really relevant. It's not happening anytime soon. So what are we doing next, you guys? What are we doing next after this depressing topic that I cover every day? Let's see. Well, either way, please something fun, anything but that. Her take. See, I don't know. There's a new episode of Her Take, and I have it loaded up in my stream thing, but Pisco said that he was oh, we should review it together. So I don't know if he still wants to do that, because I kind of want to wait to review it with him if that's how it's going to be. And if I will be spoiling it and subjecting my audience to watch it twice if I do it now. So there's also, no, wait. Okay, I want to see some tweets. Wait, I'm getting sidetracked. If you're watching me on Twitch, subscribe to me on Twitch. If you're watching me on YouTube, subscribe to me there. Like the stream, subscribe, follow, do all these things. I'm at Straighter on everything. I'm my brain is so scrambled today. I get you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's do something. Do all the things. Pretend I just gave a good call to action. And this random shoe on head tweet pulled up. Or that I saved. Like and subscribe. Okay, so Elon Musk put this laugh emoji target thing. Elon does ketamine, Trump on Epstein's list, and True put, you imply the president of the United States is complicit in a highly controversial international child trafficking ring. You cannot laugh emoji epic bacon narwhal your way out of this. And I'm not under the impression that Shoe on Head is some diehard leftist or anything like that, but not gonna lie, I did not think that she would I just didn't think that she'd be demanding accountability from Elon. Maybe we do Her Take, but I want to check the dipstick a little bit. There's PPD had put out 5 videos responding to this. Ben Shapiro put out 2. How do I just ignore that, you guys? Her Take is not going anywhere, but if I don't cover the MAGA world reacting to it now, it's it will just be stale by the time I get around to it. She's defending Trump. That's why I know, but I thought her whole thing was that she's fine with she's a huge, populist or whatever, but I didn't think that. And I knew her husband liked Trump. He defends Trump. His banner on Twitter for a while was Trump getting shot, or the photo of him surviving getting shot, whatever. But yeah. Trump on Epstein's list. Elon Musk goes nuclear with wild Trump Epstein connection. Like, come on. We have to let's be valutained for just a second. We'll see if this is good. If this is not good, we will go to the other side of valutainment. Her take, okay?
I don't know if you're following the feud or not. Obviously, a massive bomb was dropped just an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago on Twitter that led to a bunch of different things. Elon Musk, Rob, if you can pull up the tweet, tweeted at 3:10 Eastern Standard Time, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. This thing gets 581,000 likes, 212,000 retweets, 100,000+ comments, 49 million views in an hour and a half, 2 hours. Rob, if you go a little bit lower, and he doubles down and says, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. Alex Jones, timeline pin drop, right? Go back a little bit. He says this. If you go look at today's Tesla stock, Rob, I send you the link in the comment section, in the note section that I have. Tesla had its worst single-day drop-off ever in the history of the company. So when you look at this, Rob, there's a story I just sent you from Financial Times. It's important for the audience to see this. I put it in my note section. If you go to it, I send it to your text as well. It's important to see this because this shows the correlation of what's going on. When you look at how
you keep getting these ED pill ads. Okay, one, I don't know if the ads on YouTube are algorithmic, but I feel like it has more to do with the fact that I'm being valutained than anything that I've ever searched on this account because I really don't use it for anything except stream.
Tesla was affected by this. It's not a small drop-off. 14% plunge in biggest one-day valuation drop on record for Tesla, okay? On record for Tesla. So just imagine how his day's been today, right? The sell-off erased $153 billion of valuation from Tesla, the single biggest.
Isn't most of Tesla just propped up by market faith to begin with?
Ever. Go to the
Good taste in headphones, BTW. Thank you. They were a gift, but I asked for them specifically.
Slide, Rob, if you could, watch what it shows. These are the other days. June 5th, 2025 goes down as the worst. The other one was 25 March, 2 months ago. And then you see the rest. So it's not been a good day for Musk. Now, earlier, when the whole big, beautiful bill, Musk dropped a tweet a couple days ago saying, look, I'm just going to say it.
Also, the other thing, I don't know how he purchased. Didn't he acquire X by putting up, I don't, like, I'm probably about to sound completely stupid and wrong on this shit, but like the Tesla stocks as collateral. So if Tesla fails, can't they take X away from him? This is why I need to be valutained because I don't understand how these purchases work. But I swear I remember something like that when he finally acquired it.
It's not a big, beautiful bill. Then Trump earlier today, while I was doing a podcast with Charlie Kirk, Trump came out and said a few things. Rob, if you want to put out the video, I don't know if you have the video or not, what Trump said. I'll read this if you have it, if you want to go back to it. No, what you just said, put it right there, I'll read it. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. So it's not like this is a one-sided thing. They're going back and forth. Rob, there was a video that the president is saying, he's probably next thing he's going to say some bad things about me. I don't know if you guys saw that video or not. You saw it when Charlie Kirk played it today while we were talking. And while all this stuff is going on, by the way, apparently, allegedly is a better phrase to use.
Yes, they can take X from him because he put Tesla stocks against it. There will be a margin call when Tesla falls. It's going to backfire so spectacularly. That's the thing, as I don't understand how... I don't even know. I don't even know how he gets his way out of this because isn't it only going to continue to plummet? People are ultimately going to side with Trump over Elon.
Is this it, Rob?
He hasn't said bad things about me personally.
That's the one.
Okay, yep,
that's the one. Watch this.
We've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up and campaigned for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV.
Valutained, I could have worked for his company, People Helping People or PHP, but they really hyped all the money I could make, but not how. That definitely doesn't scream pyramid scheme. I know people that have worked at this company, that have worked at Valutainment. It's a fucking cult based off what they described to me. They're expected to work far more than what they're actually paid to work, like the hours that they're paid. And if you don't do it, that is side-eyed and punished heavily.
He meant it because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, it became a little bit different. And I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next.
That's right.
But I'm very.
That's right, baby.
I've helped Elon a lot.
Right. So, Rob, I can't hear myself. If you guys want to turn the mic on, I cannot hear myself now. Let me check this here. Okay, much better.
What is this scuffed PVD setup?
And all of a sudden, allegedly, while we're going through this, of course, the Democrats are going to capitalize off this. They just tweeted this an hour ago, kill the bill and release the Epstein files. Elon Musk just unfollowed Stephen Miller, unfollowed Charlie Kirk, and unfollowed Trump.
It's really cute that he thinks the Democrats will capitalize on this when the most that I saw from top Democrats was Chuck Schumer like quote tweeting with like a popcorn emoji
on X,
and the Pod Johns going taco in all caps. It will not be capitalized on like it should be.
That just happened, and while this is going on,
Rowan makes out everyone will get rich. Meanwhile, it's just him. LOL, pyramid schemer. I mean, Sam Cedar is convinced that the show doesn't actually generate that much money, that they pay a lot of guests to come on to the show. Because how else could they get people like fucking Stephen A. Smith and like Kobe Bryant and stuff?
So at 13,
and that the entire point of it, like they have like Kobe Bryant.
So at 13 years old.
This was like 5 years ago. He's like convinced that these people were paid. And the whole point is so PBD can boast, like, look at my huge channel. Look at all of the guests that I can book on this show to people that he wants to do business with or whatever. And it exists as this really, really overpriced front for him to sell himself as this businessman. And he gets money that way by like doing consultancy and telling other people about his like business secrets when in reality, he just has enough. He had enough startup capital to start this and pretty much make himself like the legend that he is. He's not super connected. It's like, no, he had enough money to make those connections, forge them, leaves out certain details. And then people think, oh my God, he must just be like an amazing businessman. He must just have something so important to say, even though he is a moron.
Continuation of what he said. A guy named Ian Miles Chung. Rob, I don't know if you saw this one or not. A guy named
as marketing for PHP. Yeah, like it's all a front. Like the podcast doesn't make money, but it's effectively seen as like advertising and investing into putting money into maintaining PBD's image so that he can sell the merch and the other part of his business.
Named Ian Miles Chunk goes out there and tweets something. If you can go to his handle, this is very interesting what he tweets. He tweets out there, if you go to his account, he goes out there and tweets the following. Now, you either trust this guy, you don't trust this guy. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Go a little bit lower, go a little bit lower, a little bit lower. Lower. There's a tweet he puts out where he says they should impeach Trump. And right there, that's the one. Go a little bit lower. President versus Elon. Who wins? My money is on Elon. Trump should be impeached and J.D. Vance should replace him. Weird. And guess who retweeted that? Elon Musk did. Elon Musk retweeted that. So if you can go on Elon Musk's tweet, Rob, go on Elon Musk's tweet.
You guys, breaking news. Elon Musk retweets Ian Miles Chung.
Musk retweets that. What is he saying? So Musk is officially called for the impeachment.
I really wish it had been like cat turd or something, and then PBD having to be like, so Elon Musk is retweeting cat turd who's calling for the impeachment of Trump.
Of President Trump, right there, yes. So this just got bad from a big, beautiful bill to all this stuff. And now, if you use your imagination, God knows what happened with that black guy. That black guy, was it a fight that took place? Somebody swung and it really offended Elon. Is like, look what I'm going to do to you guys. Is that a Lutnick? Is that, I don't know who else will be in that room. I don't know who it is. Maybe, but think about that. Doesn't accidentally happen. And you want to do something like this too. Maybe it was a meeting while they're calling each other out and somebody just, because Elon started calling out Trump and it got nasty and then somebody swung and then somebody was a peacemaker bringing it in. I'm not speculating. Remember, the key word is allegedly. We don't know any of this stuff. But the timing of all of this is a little weird.
I'm not speculating. I remember I don't know anything.
Timing of all this is
reminder, PBD does not actually know a single thing.
So now I went on X and I ran a poll and then I'm going to open it up because I want to hear some of the things you guys want to say. Rob, if you can go
on. Oh my God, apparently he has merch that says allegedly.
my account. I ran a poll, and here's what the poll is. I asked.
Probably for like that hoodie, the low price of like $95, or the shirt like $40, the mugs. I mean, really, you're like, I bet you buy that, and once you put it on, you're probably like getting offered to get like blown on the spot, right?
Do you believe more? Simple question. Trump, Musk, or neither? This was an hour, 46 minutes ago. 41,000 people have voted, so that's an ample amount of voters. 41,000. Rob, pick one of them. Look at that. Okay. Nearly twice as many people believe Musk.
So funny, Musk has definitely lost his future contracts because he's obviously a security threat if he's going to deny cooperation post billions. Well, he's a security threat right now to Trump because I wouldn't be like, they had unprecedented access to a bunch of financial information within the United States government that they gave to these like college graduates or whatever. These like kids that I was told you should be okay with it because he wrote a paper on the Constitution or like hieroglyphics or scrolls or something like that. And now aren't those people still in the fucking government? Don't they still have connections to Elon Musk? It's probably highly insecure right now.
As they do Trump, and you know my audience.
Wow.
This is my audience. This isn't like it's
random.
No, this is not.
Ball.
So, look, if you're watching this and you enjoy when we go live on these types of things and you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. And, you know, it's just...
How much to pay you to go on PBD? Well, I've been on Saucecast, which is like the... we have PBD at home type show that they have on the Valuetainment Network. I've been on that show multiple times, but I would have to get huge for them to want to fly me out for this.
It's a weird situation when you see this. I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of theories. Again, allegedly. I know you're wearing the allegedly hat yourself. For some of you guys that haven't ordered allegedly hat, this is probably the best time ever to order an allegedly hat, allegedly shirt. We got it on VTmerch.com as one of our top products. Go to VTmerch.com. Rob, put the link below for this specifically. This is the best season to wear allegedly.
If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here.
My God, this is a jump scare. What was actually in that video? So much of this was just like tech issues. Why they clipped that and uploaded it, I do not know. Well, I do know because these people click anything apparently.
Elon first. Donald Trump is America first, and he's been America first forever since the beginning. Go roll the tapes from the 80s and 90s when he was on all these shows. Okay, it's about our country. And mind you, these cats he's beefing with Donald Trump. We have Russia, which I
guess that's the way that you have to like tell yourself, oh, he's definitely not a grifter. Because he used to be a Democrat, so you just have to keep it to like, well, he was always America first, so. I
believe by Sunday he's going to attack, and he already said it. He's going to be attacking very, very soon. We got Israel and Gaza.
He reminds me a little bit of Jank. But PBD, he's like evil Jank, sure.
And all the shit that's happening in the world. China and these Chinese students bringing in bio and agriculture freaking weapons to try to attack. Yeah. There's too much shit going on. This is the number one thing that's going to be going on for the next freaking week. We got time for this shit.
Yeah. Guys, a question quick. So, what part of this could you think could be mental health related? Because if anybody who's read his book knows, like, he has these phases that Musk goes through where he like just descends into these like depression, manic holes where he starts fights with people and kind of goes crazy, almost like in a seemingly bipolar way. And then combine that with people saying he allegedly is on different kinds of medication. I don't know. Do you think any part of this could be mental health related, combined with not getting exactly what he wants?
Combined with like female tendencies, like BPD. Any thoughts on that, PBD?
I mean, if Brendan, from somebody that's drank and partied and stuff, that whatever he was on in the freaking Oval Office, Tom, when he was doing that, by the way, that whatever.
This dude's like skunk tail is so distracting. Is it just me?
Son or whatever, he looked off. And remember, we said, Adam, it kind of, I felt like the guy's in there. You're basically getting fired, and they're giving you a key. He looked like, remember in Men in Black? That alien that was in that guy.
Oh, your face is falling off your face.
What's his name, Edgar?
Your skin is falling off your face.
Skin's falling off. That's what. Yeah. Look. Yeah, Rob, can you play this? Yeah. Look at his.
Brendan, you're asking a very poignant, like very important question.
Looks like he's morphing.
Because in my opinion, and this is from.
So what you need to understand is they can't attack either Elon or Trump because they love them both so best. So at best, they will maybe only poke at Elon a bit, but not too much. I mean, I watched a little bit of Asmongold's kick stream yesterday to see like what is coverage of this looking like, because it's way too early for it to be safe for conservatives to like declare sides for the most part. And it's just a master class in fence sitting. Like they're working overtime, having to juggle like he said this, but then again, the other guy said that, and then Trump said this, and Elon said that. We don't know what's true to avoid taking a position.
From
firsthand advice by someone that knows Elon very well. The drugs have taken their toll.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how much drugs he's doing. Yes, he's a billionaire. Yes, he's done amazing things.
Whatever.
Yes, he's helped.
Wait, he's saying he knows that? He knows Elon firsthand, or he's saying that because the New York Times articles?
But look, again, I was joking before, but if you got all these baby mamas, you're doing all these drugs, you're talking about going to Mars, we'd ask, what the hell's wrong with this person? He's an exception to the rule. I get it. But drugs don't discriminate, dude. You do this much drugs, you're going to have some major issues in your body going on.
Here's when Trump said that he showed him the bill he knew false. This bill was never shown to me once and was passed in the dead of night so fast that almost no one in Congress could even read it. You either believe him or you don't believe him. A lot of people agree with him.
I mean, I don't know that he read the whole bill, but I think he was aware of the fact that that provision about the electric vehicles was going away.
And a lot of people don't agree with him. A lot, today when I talked to Charlie, one of the things was, look, if you're saying we're about saving money, and we keep doing something like this and not showing that we want the government to get smaller, we got to kind of stay there. But to me, if there is one thing that is very black and white for me, Trump is America first.
Yep.
It's that simple.
Yep.
Trump is America first.
True.
And his
Real.
motive, the guy's not a perfect guy. No one's expecting him to be a perfect guy. I told Charlie today, I said, look.
I'm pretty sure Trump is perfect.
There's two things that's such a problem. Like, one time, one of my couples in a company, husband and wife, I introduced them to each other. And they eventually got married. They have a beautiful family. Beautiful, beautiful family. But I remember one time she came up to me and she said, you know what? I'm going to compete against him. I said, what do you mean? I'm going to compete against him because I think I can do a better job of prospecting and da-da-da-da. I said, you're going to compete against who? Against him.
Her husband?
Yeah. I said, you think that's a good idea? Yeah, because I think I can. I said, no. I said, let me put it to you this way. You guys go like that?
Ooh, then he hit her with the facts. Then he hit this woman with the facts of how you never disagree with a man.
In every marriage, there has to be a king and an alpha.
Yep.
He's the alpha, not you.
Right.
If you're going to go like this, you're going to lose it. This is not going to work out. What do you want to do? You know what happened to her? Within 6 months, she flipped. You know what happened to their business? Blew up. They do 40, 50 million a year right now.
Good for them.
Okay?
Good.
So credit to both of them. But I knew he's an alpha. Well, you think you're going to do that? He's not going to be okay with that. He's not.
So that was definitely a real story that happened. Here, I knew this liberal bitch, and she was telling me how she was planning to exert power in her relationship. I said, you don't do that because the man's an alpha and you're a beta. In 6 months, they're making $50 million. What do you say to that? I'm right. Of course he's right. He's correct. This thing definitely happened. You should trust him with his money. You should trust all of his advice.
So where am I going with this? There's a old quote. I can't figure out who it's from.
Stick the landing.
Like 17 years ago. I'm sure I'm going to find it here soon. He says, civilizations and empires fall when people care who gets the credit. Okay? So think in this case, Elon's like, without me, you would never be president. Imagine how many other people are saying that.
Okay, let's see. This dumb guy quote no. It was civilizations fall when people care about who gets the credit. Let's see. Who said this quote? Damn, even AI says, while civilizations fall when people care about who gets the credit is a simplistic statement. Damn, okay. It touches upon a relevant theme. Not even like AI could pretend like that was profound. Like on its face. It was like, well, if you go into it, if you think about it, that might be true. But history shows that societies collapse when leaders undermine social contracts. But that's not what he said.
In his ear. Girls, other billionaires, other influencers that they were at PayPal Mafia and all these guys. He's got friends with a lot of people. World leaders, prime minister.
Why does PBD always say things like he's dropping the biggest truth bomb of all time? Because you cannot help but be this man and continue to exist as like a worse version of this person every single day and just getting worse every single day because he is surrounded by paid sycophants.
Think about who he lost
in a solid echo chamber.
Looking to who's texting him? Who's everybody and their mothers, right? Space, everybody.
And it sounds like this is not a person who puts up with disagreement because all he ever does is back up and say, well, I'm rich and you're not, so I must know things. There's no like fact checking that could ever really penetrate that sort of ego.
So imagine no, dude, everybody knows, man, behind closed doors. Without you, Trump would have never been president.
You should have been the president. Yeah,
if you would all this stuff, you would have never done this with the bill. You would have done this with the doors. You would have done this. Okay. So, the way he looks at him like this on this, but look at Trump. Trump is sitting there, 79 years old, 78 years. He's about to be 79 in a few days.
Yeah.
He's sitting there saying,
He is old.
I almost freaking died. And I busted my ass at 78 years old, brought all of you guys together. We were about to lose this shit to Kamala and to freaking Biden, one of the two. Woke would have continued, ESG would have continued, all the shit would have continued. This is what you guys are
Woke would have continued.
doing to me? Seriously? A grandfather of this many grandkids and a family and all this other. You want to do this to me? Really? I think this is probably the first time in his career where he's sitting there, but when he's by himself, when I saw that video, the look, when he's sitting there by himself saying, what the fuck, what am I doing? What am I doing? Is this how it's supposed to be? I don't know who he talks with. It's God or his father and his mom and whoever it is. And Dad, Mom, am I supposed to go through? Is this what's, I don't know who it is. But he has to go reflect when he goes to the bathroom by himself or he's in an office by himself. But the reality of it is, when you look at the greatest comeback ever made in any sport, and politics is a contact sport, different kind of contact.
Okay.
This guy made the greatest comeback in the history of mankind, and he becomes president and almost dies multiple times. And he's still up there and brings all of these guys in together for America, not because he needs to be a president. He's always going to die being a president, billionaire, women, shows, all that. He didn't need this to be able to do it.
Oh.
One of the two have to realize one is the alpha. And Elon didn't want to cave to Trump being the alpha amongst alphas.
So again, he's doing the thing that the Musk fanboys usually do, which is that everything my preferred billionaire of choice in this stupid conflict between Trump and Elon Musk is the product of altruism. He doesn't have to do it. It's just pure altruism. You should really be thanking him for running for president again, because as he said, if he dies, he has a family, he has billions of dollars, and he's already been president. So you can't take that away from him. So naturally, you have to conclude that the only reason why he did it is because he cares about you. He's very, very, yes, he's selfless like that. That's what Trump is known for. It will be his legacy, whether you want it to be or not.
But he is. He had to accept it from day one.
And he's the alpha, establishing dominance over Elon, who's a poor, helpless South African POC.
To Trump being the alpha amongst alphas. But the reality is, he had to accept it from day one. If you're doing this, you have to understand.
Again, at the start of this, he was already, he started off with being like, he's about to turn 79. This geezer is the alpha to end all alphas, apparently. Donald J. Trump.
That Trump is the alpha, not you, in this setting. And it's
like, we're talking about Trump being an alpha in the context of one queenie bitch having a fight with another queenie bitch in his administration, which everybody knew was going to break down at some point.
Fortunate because this happens on sports teams, this happens in families, this happens in countries, this happens in a lot of different places. It doesn't mean the alpha is not going to stumble and make mistakes. It doesn't mean that the bill is a good bill. It could mean you're right, that the bill sucks. But it means he's the alpha. You have to save the respect of the alpha. You have to save that image of the alpha. Privately, you say, this fucking sucks. You don't do it this way. You don't do it this way because there's a lot of people.
So Trump is the alpha of the alpha, but apparently criticizing him publicly is a bridge too far for the alpha of the alpha to handle.
People that are innocent family, people that are right now, like, you just don't do it this way.
So even though a bill that impacts millions of Americans sucks, Elon not saying that behind closed doors is disrespectful.
This is not a good move. This is not a good move. And you know, what happened the last 4 years? If you put the most important people the last 4 years, number one is Trump. Number two is Elon, what he did with X. He's right there.
Oh, yeah.
But you're not the guy. You're not the guy. And that is the challenge here. And unfortunately, this is where we are today, folks. Again, allegedly. I know you're wearing the allegedly hat yourself. Probably for some of you guys that haven't ordered allegedly hat, this is probably the best time ever to order an allegedly hat, allegedly shirt. We got it on VTmerch.com. It's one of our top products. Go to VTmerch.com. Rob, put the link below for this specifically. This is the best season to wear allegedly.
If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos.
This is why he's a billionaire and you're not. So what's the comment section like? Yesterday, Vinny was defending Elon. 24 hours later, it's a different POV. Ooh, so we have some valuetainment fans here noticing some inconsistencies. PBD will ride Trump no matter what. Now I know Vivek left Doge early. I respect his decision now in hindsight. LMAO, I thought PBD didn't care about drugs. I don't care about his personal life. LOLOL. Just came here to hear the excuses. PBD never fails. Wow. Okay, so they've cultivated like Musk fanboys, so they're not having it. The left is going to think that Christmas has arrived. I mean, yeah. PBD using terms like alpha at his age is crazy. It's not just that. It's the fact that he was saying Trump is the alpha of the alphas, even though he was like, yeah, he's about to turn like 79. He's an old man. It's also funny that they're talking about
Did you see what Trump?
They were talking shit about Elon for like having multiple baby mamas and doing drugs, and it's like, you know that Trump has had multiple baby mamas, right? He doesn't do the drugs. He's a teetotaler, but
Trump, Rob, I sent you the link, the one right before the one I just sent you, where they're asking him if Trump.
So thank you, media. Trump's strange reaction to Elon's Epstein list tweet.
Was going to say something about him, and Donald Trump said we're going to have a little discussion now, very, very private. He has no comments on Elon. He didn't want to say anything.
He was interviewed?
Well, Trump and them are sitting down right now in the White House for the state dining room. He's hosting a roundtable with Fraternal Order of Police. That one right there, Robbie. And I guess they're asking him, and he says nothing.
What is this?
Is this it?
Yep.
Is that Bondi?
Yes. We're going to have a little discussion now, very private. And I just want to thank you all for being here. And thank you very much, media. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
He's yelling.
Okay, I already know what Trump's reaction was to this. It was to not engage and ignore the questions about Elon Musk, which is Trump actually being reasonable and somewhat statesmanly. For once, the bar is in hell for this man. But yes, it is the correct thing to do to not feed into it and ask and respond to the questions about the feud. And to them, that's a strange reaction. That is the beta move, I guess.
At them, right? He's talking crap right back. He's not saying nothing.
Good job.
He's completely quiet. And mind you, I sent him a clip. Do you guys remember 3 months ago?
Wait a minute. So how are you processing this?
No, I'm saying like right now.
Thank you, media. Why is he being cordial and friendly to media?
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. Normally he'd be like, "What the people crazy?"
What is this roundtable regarding?
This is right now. It's a state dining room for the police. Yeah.
So who's that? Is that
you know
Pam
what I'm saying?
Bondi?
Normally, Pam Bondi. Just probably the
Tom
police.
Homan. Who is that? No, Vinny.
That's Pam Bondi.
In the Oval Office or for in the briefing room. That's where they all get.
They're like shocked that Trump is remaining composed and not engaging with the questions, and they're like, why isn't he like giving them the middle finger and telling them, "Fuck you, don't ask me about that"? Why is he not asserting dominance?
There and ask questions. When you come here, this is a photo op. They don't do questions here.
But I'm saying, does Trump normally talk? Does Trump care?
This is what we're going to do, and they take pictures so that they're covering the story. But in here, in this room, you'll see it.
Vinny trying to interrupt Tom, like, dude, know your fucking place, little bro. Tom is speaking.
You go back and look at it. They don't yell in this room. It's like,
but they're asking. But would he answer questions?
I'd like to introduce it. I don't know.
If somebody asked a fake news question like, "Hey, we heard the bill is this" or something like that, Trump doesn't hold back, and he doesn't care what room he is in his house.
Look, if this was on the schedule today, I can tell you what Susie Wild did. Hey, we're going to come in here. You're going to have the photo op with the Fraternal Order of Police. I know it's been a very busy hour. Anybody that shouts a question out, anybody that interrupts, just hand me your credential on the way out.
I don't know.
Because Susie, that's her style.
Yeah.
Have you read about it? That's her style.
I get
She's
it.
very level and say, you want to do that? She will keep law and order in here. And this is a photo op for the Fraternal Order for their meeting. This is not in the Oval Office where they all get to go ask their questions. When did he make that tweet about you have 3.5 years, I have 40 years? When did he make that tweet? But didn't that sound like what Pelosi said about W? Pelosi said the same thing about W. I think that's this is a very big component of what's happening. Because, you wrote a book, Your Next 5 Moves, being a long-term thinker, being a strategist.
Yes, we're huge fans of the book.
Weighing on both of their minds. Okay, so I'll give you an example. I actually had a very ugly conversation with a business associate of mine yesterday. This guy's 80 years old. I've done business with his son, who's 50. This guy's 80.
We're launching into another fake personal anecdote.
And make a long
if by the end of this, Adam's advice has not led to somebody becoming a multi-millionaire, it's not impressive.
Short, this guy...
PBD said earlier in the same episode, so literally like 20 minutes earlier, that he once told a woman to know her place and let her husband be in charge of her, and that netted like $50 million for their business.
Looked me in the face, gave me his word, like it's Jerry Maguire, like I'll give him my word, as strong as oak, and then just turned around and completely screwed me. Screwed me. I'm talking a lot of money. And he called me and he's like, yeah, I know, man. I know you're probably not happy with me right now. And I looked at him and I was like, dude, you're an 80-year-old man. And this is how you're operating. And I don't even know how to process this. And all I could think of is, you're going to be gone soon, buddy. And I'm going to be talking about you for the next 50.
This is just you talking about an L. You got owned by an 80-year-old dude who took money from you, laughed in your fucking face over the phone, and you didn't do anything but say, I'm going to shit talk you one day on Valuetainment. What?
Years. And people are going to know anytime your name comes up, oh, that's that guy? You know who you always talk about?
He's like not even saying the guy's name. He's not slandering or defaming anybody. He's just like saying, oh, you're really gonna regret it when I like bring you up on PBD.
The guy from AIG, Bob Ben Moshe,
yeah.
He's been gone how long now? 10 years?
10 years.
Anytime you bring his name up, let his legacy continue to be what it is. You say the kindest thing about this guy.
Yeah.
The kindest things. He saved AIG, no?
Yep.
Long before he's gone, people are still talking about him. And I said to the guy on the call yesterday, I said, you screwed me, buddy. All right, so I lost 50 grand. I'll live. But let me tell you something, buddy. You know who Jack Bogle is? He goes, who's that?
Vanguard.
I go, I'm shocked. You're a financial guy. How do you not know?
So anybody who's interested in making $50,000, apparently Adam Sosnick does not really give a fuck if you scam him out of $50,000. So find a way to contact him soon if that's what you want.
What this guy is. He's Vanguard, billionaire. I go, do you know what he said before he died? Do you know his one thing that he wished for? He goes, what's that, tough guy? That's what he's saying to me, an 80-year-old guy. I go, that he dies with his reputation intact. And I go, soon you're not going to be here anymore, but I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing for 50 years. And anytime your name comes up, I'm telling you right now, it ain't going to be pretty. And he goes,
but
that's it, I'm done with you.
But he's not naming him.
Click. And I go, okay, fine. What's my point? I think that they're both looking at each other. Trump concerned about legacy.
Damn, I make less than that in a year. This story is not real. Do not feel bad.
But Elon Musk is looking at this and be like, you might get the best.
And if it is, it's like the worst fake story I've ever heard because you're just talking about getting scammed for $50,000 and your big retort to that instead of like legal action, which you would be able to bring forth if you were operating with this level of capital, is I'm going to talk shit about you on this podcast and I'm not going to name you.
Me now, Trump.
But somehow I'm disgracing this person and getting back at them.
For 40 years, this is all I'll be thinking.
This also, I mean, remember, I'm just saying what ifs because obviously we're speculating, but maybe this feud could be the hijacking attention. Everybody's focused on the drama. Elon talked about the Epstein client list and Trump's on it. What if this is a door to open that Cash Patel now has to drop? Maybe this is a ploy that now he's like, okay, now you have to pull out.
Okay. So you guys, have you ever considered what if Elon Musk and Trump staged this so that Cash Patel could have a reason to do a thing that he already could just do whenever he wants?
Put out the list and let everybody
Just saying.
see it, so that everybody that he was talking about from what was the billionaire's name? Rob, do you remember? Reid Hoffman and all these people and Bill Clinton that were all allegedly on it. Maybe this is a way to go, oh, we're fighting and oh, he's on the list. Drop the list. Cash Patel, I'm the president. Now you could show it. What if that's it? What if that's the main one?
What if it is that? Why is no one talking about this stupid hypothesis? What if it's just this bizarre thing I just made up in my brain?
It's for him to do that and now we get to see it. Because again, I don't believe that Donald Trump hanging out with kids.
I just got a text from somebody that.
Yes, implying Trump is a pedophile is the 10D chess, you guys. It's all part of the plan. Just trust it.
With the president. Okay. Right now, the advice from everybody has been to not say anything. Just get off Twitter, get off social, get off any of that stuff. Don't say anything. Just let us kind of sit back and see what we need to be doing. The only thing I'm interested in situations like this, when something goes from 0 to 10. The first list I make, you know what's the first list I make? Who does that person listen to? Who do they trust? So who does Elon Musk trust the most? Can you pull up who does Elon Musk
David Sachs
trust the most?
If you guess one right now, like in this world,
I think Sachs
who does he trust the most?
Sachs is up there.
Linda Yaccarino.
Allison is there.
Linda Yaccarino.
Yeah,
Who's
they got a little bit of a fight.
Damn, this imaginary friend got owned.
Jared Birchall, he's been his wealth manager. Never heard of him.
Oh, yeah.
Steve Davis, a longtime associate, joint ex.
Okay, we're going off ChatGPT to determine who Elon Musk's most trusted person, and they're assuming that business associates must be that person.
3.
Valor
Later led the
Equity
Boring
Partners.
Company. Antonio Gracias.
It's a big one.
Alex Spiro. Okay.
This is QAnon level mental gymnastics. Who do you think watches this show?
Stud of a guy. Gwynne Shotwell, president and CEO of SpaceX. Katie Miller. But I'm talking David Sachs, Kimball Musk. His brother. No, his brother can't get to him because if you read the book, I don't know. I'm not friends with these guys. It's not like I broke bread with these guys and I'm speaking. I don't want to speak out of what do you call it? Out of school. Like I'm not. I've met Elon one time.
Out of school?
Never exchanged text, communication, nothing.
I mean, it means out of turn.
So I'm speaking purely out of if something happens at that level. If there's a falling out with your son or your kid, first thing I'm calling is who does he trust that can. Tom, can you stop playing video games? Like
I'm not. I was looking at a.
Yeah, Tom, cut it out. Cut it out with the fucking Candy Crush.
Yeah, so Tom's like that.
Pat,
you know
I'm
the
sorry,
guy
man.
It's crazy, Tom.
that he hired to get him to be ranked #1 in the video game. It's really Tom. Everybody knows Tom's a great gamer.
Tom, stay with us.
But to me, that's what I'm interested
Got to
in.
get to level 3.
Who does he trust? And that call needs to be made. And Trump can't call that guy.
I love when they put these like moments of abrasion they just leave them in the podcast clips for some reason.
Somebody in the middle that has EQ to say, hey, this is the opening question if I call Ellison. You know what my first call is? Larry, what do you think about what's going on? Open-ended. Because Larry may say, I agree with Elon.
Would you do IRL panels again? I don't know, because these people are never honest about what you're getting into, and half the time it takes your whole day, and they want to talk about stupid topics. I really just want to talk about politics, but Saucecast is, which is the only one that I could ever get on, is like half politics and also half like pop culture shit that I don't care about.
Okay, Larry, what do you think about what's going on? Open-ended. Because Larry may say, I agree with Elon. Okay. Do you think this is good for America? No, I don't. Have you spoken to him? No, couldn't get a hold of him. Can you please try? So I think you need to find a way to get this thing to be settled.
Yeah.
This is not good. Let me see what I can do. Yeah. That's how it's going to happen. Someone's got to call him. This is not good for America, man. This is terrible for America because Elon can still get what he wants with J.D. Vance being the president by still not doing this. Because he officially put a wedge in there that, you know what he officially did? He officially decreased the chance of J.D. Vance winning.
Bingo.
He officially decreased the chance of J.D. Vance winning because J.D. Vance officially became the...
Vinny awfully quiet, not reminding him like, hey, this is probably all just 5D chess, you know, when Elon Musk is retweeting posts calling for Trump's impeachment, or the fact that he's lost like $16 million because of these decisions, or Trump calling him out publicly. This is all planned.
The number one target from Trump.
Yeah.
Remember that one time when they asked him, they said, J.D. Vance being a president, what did Trump say? I don't know about that. No, not him. No, we'll see what's going to happen. And then about 6 weeks ago, he said Rubio or Vance. Remember? He gave Rubio and Vance credit about 6 weeks ago.
By the way, thank you for bringing that up. Can I make one point about that? Forget J.D. Vance's name until 2028. In my opinion, Trump is not going anywhere. Trump is Teflon done. I can't believe I'm so a proponent of Trump at this point. It's crazy where I'm at right now. Like, I'm disgusted at how Elon Musk is asking.
Can you believe that a co-host of the PBD podcast is in the hole for Trump, you guys? This is crazy stuff.
Acting. But forget about J.D. Vance. But I also say this. You're not going to hear any more conversations about Trump's third term anytime soon. At this point, let's let him finish his second term. Let's make America great right now. Let's figure out this tariff situation. Let's figure out the border situation. Let's figure out this big, beautiful bill. You're not going to hear Steve Bannon guarantee third term. What do you guarantee, Steve Bannon? Steve Bannon has no position to say shit at this point.
Steve Bannon is saying that Trump should pull all of his Starlink, all of his SpaceX and all that stuff because he's threatening stuff. But here's the thing. Listen, I'm just being genuine and real. I'm happy and
yeah, Bannon called to support Musk amid messy Trump breakup, and he was like, look into the drug abuse too. That was reported by the Times.
That Elon Musk helped get our guy across the finish line, okay? The guy has been fighting since 2016, Russia collusion, all the impeachment, shot in the head, almost another attempt. Elon Musk and everything.
Dude, shot in the head.
Got him in. But I'm sorry, when it comes to this, push comes to shove, to hell with this dude. It's Donald Trump. It's the president of the United States. You're not going to be out there bashing him and trying to threaten him and all that shit because it's our country that matters.
Again, allegedly. I know you're wearing the allegedly hat yourself. Probably for some of you guys that haven't ordered allegedly hat.
Do they do this like every 20 minutes? Jesus. The reason why the list won't ever be published is because it implicates high-level people from both sides. My opinion. Pat, you are rude to these guys. That's the second time I've seen you reprimand one of the guys on camera. That's not cool, dude. Not cool. Someone sticking up for Tom. Sticking up for Tom in the comment section. Fighting the good fight. Okay, it doesn't end there, though. It doesn't end there. Okay, so there's still two more. There's two more videos where they talked about this. This is a civil war. Musk turns on Trump with wild Epstein list accusation. I think this
By the way, here's a couple of things to consider just to kind of open up a different couple conversations. There was always things I was looking at.
All of these videos so far have been so similar. It's like they had 5 different takes of them trying to do basically the same conversation, just uploaded all of them. It's all just 10 to 15 minutes of them figuring out how does this fit into Trump's plan to fight the deep state? How does this actually show that Donald Trump is still a genius, that he's the top alpha, that this is all part of some grand plan, that he knows what he's doing?
Huh. That's a weird relationship.
Like, how many different ways can we say that? How many different hypotheses can we come up with?
Why don't those guys get along? What's this all about? Okay. Sam Altman and OpenAI. Elon Musk hates that guy.
Yep.
Hates that guy. Trump would bring him around all the time. That's an awkward situation. All right? I don't know what kind of conversations are happening. I don't know what's going on there. Number 2, Doge. What happened with Vivek? What happened there? Like, in my opinion, Vivek should have been the one running Doge. Elon could have been an advisor, could have been around. He's already running a dozen other companies, impregnating a half a dozen women. Like,
In my opinion, this other idiot should have been running the agency that shouldn't exist in the first place.
You need another job next to Trump? All right, here's another one for you.
Open that up, will you?
Hold on, let me just finish this.
No. You just,
hold on.
Your point deserves for you to follow it up because we processed deeply, and you did on this podcast. You did about how that tweet was so hit the wrong way, Vivek's tweet, that so much weight and heat came against him that he had to step back.
Correct. And part two to that, and I would like to revisit that with you, was that was on the heels of the whole H-1B visa situation. Vivek weighed in, Steve Bannon weighed in. It basically, MAGA 1.0 and MAGA 2.0 are starting to feud.
And Vivek's
so what happened
comment
with
was
that?
America not quite exceptionalism.
Yeah, because Vivek, I don't know, kind of speaks the truth. Some people are just lame as hell and they're entitled. The Epstein situation, okay, we talked about that. Makes a lot of sense why Kash Patel and Dan Bongino were kind of keeping mum's the word. So, and this big, beautiful bill. By the way, who in the administration did we actually hear of Elon feuding with? Do you remember who it was? Well, it was Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. Do you remember that? So Elon's...
What was the tea there?
...in here having issues with key components of the administration. And it was sort of a lipstick on a pig for $250 million. And now we're basically seeing what happens. And then here's the last thing. What was the relationship with Susie Wiles? Correct. Chief of Staff.
Yeah, this from April, inside Elon Musk's Dangerous Battles with Trump's Ice Maiden. And in it, they talk about Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff.
This goes back to my initial point. Careful who gives you money. Elon basically gave $250 million, bought his way into the White House. Him and his
I forgot. The initial point was be careful who you lend money to.
Kids, piggybacking over here. And now he has the audacity.
Sage advice. You're not going to hear that anywhere else.
To take down, or at least attempt to take down, the President of the United States. Now, Trump dealt with some assassination attempts, before he became inaugurated. This is a straight up character assassination by Elon Musk.
Someone tried to physically assassinate Donald Trump. This is only round 2 of that.
Against the sitting president of the United States.
Is there any way, just to be devil's advocate and flip it, is there any way, guys, Brandon, I want to know honestly, that this could be a fake, coordinated...
Okay, Vinny floating the stupid hypothesis again, the 5D chess, where, let's see if we can kick it up a notch.
Fight. Remember, to distract everybody from something bigger that's happened. Remember,
remember when I said that it could be fake and nobody said anything? I'm just going to throw that out there one more time.
Tom, in 2017 with Jeff Sessions, where Sessions appeared to be disloyal, but he was actually helping with key investigations behind the scenes. Could this be something?
Vinny, I appreciate the
question. Okay, shutting it down. Shutting it down.
One tweet. Okay, cool. They're going back and forth, and Elon is not stopping. One joke, ha ha ha. 2 jokes, 10 jokes. I'm just saying, you're coming for his throat, bro.
Speaker Johnson sided with Musk.
He's like, I'm just saying. There's technically a non-zero chance that it could all be staged, you guys. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I would.
What do you mean, Speaker Johnson sided with Musk?
What are you talking about? Go to Musk's tweet.
No, he didn't side with him. Johnson said that he thinks that the only reason why Musk is talking shit about the big, beautiful bill is because he's mad about the provisions related to EVs being taken out.
Go to Musk's handle. Just go to his handle and go all the way. Yeah, go all the way. Go zoom in a little bit around and keep going slower. And keep going. You'll see 6 hours ago. He says, I agree with this guy. Keep going.
Speaker Johnson just...
I love how they keep the camera on PBD while he's calling this out instead of just showing the fucking screen.
Passed the big, beautiful bill in the House.
I was going to say, that's
weird.
He
was calling Elon today, too, when he was walking.
Right there, look at that. I super agree with this guy. Mike Johnson, at some point, Congress has to stop this endless cycle of out-of-control deficit spending.
Okay, got it.
So this is supposed to be proof that Elon Musk is not feuding with Mike Johnson. The fact that he's quote tweeting something from February 2018 as of clearly to be passive aggressive as fuck. This is supposed to be proof that they're actually on good terms.
What's he saying?
He's saying
Elon's side. He's saying what he's saying.
That's pro Elon.
And by the way, go up and see he retweets something from Trump from 2012.
So they're nakedly admitting corruption by Musk being able to buy his way into the White House. I mean, that's just money moves.
Was a little bit before.
Look at Elon.
Yeah, that was a little before.
Right, but go all the way up.
But think he has to go and look for that tweet. He has to dig through Mike Johnson's 7 years of tweets to go back and find
He found one of Trump.
Who the fuck just said that? You don't have to dig through 7 years of tweets to find old shit.
Read between
you can search things.
He's basically saying you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, because
he's basically saying at some point you got to stop all this spending, and he's basically saying, but now
because he did that with Trump. Go up.
Okay,
keep going up. Watch what he did with Trump.
Adam there to let us know that did you guys know that Elon Musk is actually trying to make a point that Mike Johnson is a hypocrite?
Is what you were doing. No, go a little bit higher. It's the
excellent analysis.
It's an obvious lie. Yeah, Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted. that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. What does he say? Such a lie. Trump fires back at Elon.
So sad.
Battle begins.
This is the problem with democracy, by the way. This is why they say you don't want to see how the sausage is made. This is the good, the bad, the ugly of what we're living with. Now everything's out in the open. Every single person, every single adversary, every foe, every enemy is like, oh, I know how to get between these mother suckers. You don't think she's watching this? You don't think Putin's watching this?
We're talking about democracy in the same sentence as the feud between two egotistical billionaires.
You don't think the terrorists are watching this? You don't think the Ayatollahs are watching this and being like, just eating their popcorn like they're Jon Stewart in that meme over here, and just watching this all go down and loving it.
But Elon's a big liar
Such
too,
a bad
though.
look for America.
Elon's a big liar too, though, because I mean, think about the video game thing where he paid somebody to get the best score in the world in the video game, and for years he acted like he was a world-class player at that super advanced video game. Then he got caught, like they hadn't even played the game before. So, you know, what does that tell you that somebody's willing to put that much effort into crafting their image? You know, something that small and insignificant to be the best in the world at a video game. So, like, what else could he be lying about and like misportraying? If
PBD
will do something like that.
Good point. PBD. I have one serious.
This is democracy's fault.
Question for you.
Tell me.
For me, this is pretty ugly. I think it's about to get way uglier. How ugly can this get between these two guys?
Seizing Tesla? Like the government seizing Tesla as a matter of national security if they start pulling things that are critical to the military?
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah, only in a democracy could two oligarchs feud like that. You don't see that anywhere else. Yeah, actually, it's like a feature of democracy.
Not you.
Brandon, let me unpack a little bit with you.
Guys, I asked PBD a question, and you guys started talking. Allow the guy with the name of the podcast to talk.
As of 9 hours ago, as of a day ago,
Jesus Christ. It's like such fucking bitch-made behavior, man. Shut up. PBD's talking.
There you go. The Republican Party was probably the strongest it's been in decades.
Yep.
24 hours ago. Seriously, if you think about it.
Yeah. We saw the stats with Harry.
No, you kidding me? That the video shows, you know, middle America, they think about Republicans. This is the first time where the Democrats went from 23% in 1989 and NBC poll to today being even.
Yep.
While middle America sees both parties as being for middle America.
For the working class, right?
Dude, this is not good because this is got everything written on it for a civil war. And you know what's the one thing about both of them? They're not gonna compromise. And so who is gonna be able to play
I'm sorry, what? So Donald Trump and Elon Musk having a feud over social media means a civil war is now imminent.
The middle guy to come and do this? There is no candidate. There is no candidate. The only person that maybe stands a chance of being able to do this if Larry Ellison gets involved.
I mean, and he doesn't mean like a civil war within MAGA. He means between Democrats and Republicans, this infighting is somehow going to result in a civil war between Americans.
Remember when Larry Ellison, the middle guy to come and do this? There is no candidate. There is no candidate. The only person that maybe stands a chance of being able to do this if Larry Ellison gets involved. Remember when Larry Ellison told...
He's trying to create drama, allegedly.
Musk, don't fight with Apple. Yeah. That's not a fight you want to go. I don't know if you remember that. So Larry Ellison could be the only one that could be in his ear to listen to. I mean, Musk is unfollowing, allegedly,
Kirk.
All the people that are Trump's allies. What is he saying? I want to have nothing to do with your group. By the way, did you see what Charlie Kirk tweeted? Very respectful tweet Charlie put up. Charlie put up a very respectful tweet. Here's what Charlie Kirk tweeted.
Yes, Charlie Kirk, known for his respectful tweets. Let's see it.
You're so blessed to have Trump as president. That's 2 minutes ago. Keep going. That was okay. Keep going a little bit lower. No, keep going a little bit lower. There will be some fighting attacks in days to come. I just want to say something on the outset. We should never forget how terrible the environment was online prior to October 2022. No matter what happens, I'm grateful that Elon Musk just bought X and liberated free speech in America. His contribution to America and to civilization from that alone is immense.
Very true.
He said
wow.
that.
So true.
He says what? So his first credit is to who?
Billionaire by social media app. Wow, this is a big day. That was a big day for America.
His first credit is to Elon. What's his last credit to? Trump. So, and that happened right after he unfollowed him. Okay? That happened right after he unfollowed him. I think, you know, I remember when we were growing as a company so well, and there was this one guy that kept putting a freaking wrench in a momentum every damn time, and here's all it would do. We would be united, like, go, and then boom, he said something, boom, now I only have this side. And then I would work hard, we got it, 9 more months, and then boom, these guys are, you understand what I'm saying?
It's like a constant impediment.
Dude, it's like, so this is a momentum disruptor. And I feel, you know, okay, so let's say the main reason for this is the big, beautiful bill. Let's say that's the reason. If the real reason is the big, beautiful bill, let's say that's the real motive for it. Dude, you have enough power to be able to not have Congress pass it.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys cannot be
It's amazing for the fact that they have a show that is dedicated to talking about politics, covering everything that Elon Musk and Trump do, I assume. And yet their contributions to like their like theories and ideas as to like what's driving this feud is, you have Vinny saying, again, this is all staged. It could be part of like a 10D chess plot to get Kash Patel to have a reason to easily release the Epstein list, to them trying to figure out like how like Trump is actually outmaneuvering Elon or vice versa. That's it.
On the same page, and not have to say he was on the island and this and that. That is a nuclear statement.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's not a statement of, hey, we can go to dinner and hang out. No, you can't. There's certain comments. Let's just say you open up something to me about something that happened with your life, we have a relationship together with.
Yep.
I publicly tweet that.
Yeah.
I have permanently lost trust with you.
Mm-hmm.
These grifter dudes have no understanding. It amazes me they can attract so many young viewers and make them feel connected. I honestly I need to see the demographics behind this channel. I wouldn't be surprised if it's mostly divorced dads, if it's like middle-aged guys.
I publicly tweet that.
Yeah.
I have permanently lost trust with you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a little bit.
Yeah.
It's permanent. So this relationship is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? This relationship is totally gone. But for me, as weird as it sounds, Trump is being poised about it. Even his reaction is still poised.
Yeah.
He's not like bitter about it.
It's funded by Israel. PBD is funded by Israel. I don't think so.
He is. I don't know if people believe he wasn't. Like if something comes out and it shows that he is, something happened with Epstein, all that other stuff, it's going to be a democratic, birthday. It's the greatest gift being handed over to them, right? But to me, all I'm thinking about is who are the people that have the ability to sit down with these guys and have them listen to them. That's all I'm interested in right now. Larry Ellison is one.
Thiel?
No way. I don't think it's Thiel. I think Ellison is one.
Either, were you talking just Musk or either one?
Either to sit down with both of them. Somebody that calls a meeting right away. Ellison is one. Who else is it?
Look, there's not that many.
Okay, we went from in the previous segment, they did not even know. They asked who is Elon Musk's like most trusted confidant, and they went off an AI chat summary, like an AI summary of that. And now they're saying confidently, this is definitely the person that he's calling after this.
I really think it's only Ellison, because I think Ellison, I don't, Tom, not Bezos, not Altman. Hell no. You got
Rogan.
Not Rogan. Nope. Rogan is going to probably do the podcast with Elon. They're probably texting right now. If it's not him, it's going to be Friedman. But that's a podcast is coming here soon. He's in Austin. He's probably going to go on Joe and talk to him.
Dude, it is so brain dead to think that people that they have talked to publicly for a few hours, like Joe Rogan, are in their inner circle. These people don't talk daily.
And talk about some of this stuff. So that's going to be a massive podcast. But I'm talking about somebody that's going to, no cameras needed and doesn't need credit. Ellison doesn't give a shit about credit. He's not trying to be a famous person. He's living a different life. You need somebody that doesn't need any credit, doesn't want anything, that can sit down and have the conversation and be able to talk to Elon. Elon doesn't give me the vibes that he's going to listen to anybody. He doesn't give me the vibes that he's going to listen to anybody.
He doesn't seem like he wants to fix it either. Like
Adam is the only one with a semblance of a brain. If I'm being generous, the other three are morons. I feel like it's Tom. I feel like Tom does like seem to know things. Adam is such a moron.
To say something like that would almost lead me to think that he doesn't expect him to be president for much longer. Because what advantage does he have to say something like that, where he's gonna have a bad relationship with the president now after having a good relationship?
What do you mean he doesn't expect him to be president much
I'm
longer?
saying to say something like that and to make the president hate you and make an enemy out of him. Like what are you thinking strategically?
In 7 tweets in one afternoon. And my question is, I want to know where the spark came from. This is what we were talking about with Zelensky, Pat. It's like, who gave you the green light? And now we're all suspecting that it was the deep forces, intelligence forces, convincing the respective governments of the UK and the US to say, okay, let Zelensky off the leash here. Let's let him do the drone thing. And so I want to know what triggered Elon, because I believe the 7,500 in there will bother.
What could possibly have triggered the most thin-skinned man in America?
But would it trigger him like this? I don't think so.
Again, allegedly. I know you weren't allegedly had yourself actually for some of you guys.
Okay, and then okay. I'm starting to like back to shilling the merch right on cue. Okay, one more, then we'll do something else. I have to see it through. This is the last one. They like just cannot believe that Elon Musk and Trump are fighting.
The part that we have to ask ourselves is the following, okay? How is this going to be managed? Because the market right now, the people that are pro-Trump, what are they saying? They say Trump is America first, okay? Elon's not America first. They'll say things like, Elon's is his company's first. He had a rough day, guys. 14%? That's a rough day. Worst day ever for Tesla? It's not a good day. Yeah. Imagine all the calls he's getting, but imagine all the other calls he's getting from the board and all these other things that he's dealing with, right? So that's that part, okay?
They're going through the 5 stages of grief.
So Trump cares about America, let's just say.
This is video 5, so this might be acceptance.
Musk cares about his investments and his vision, which is what? You know,
space,
Mars, all this stuff. Trump's about getting all the business here. Elon's doing deals with China and a lot of other places, so, you know, maybe some of the stuff that Trump was doing wasn't financially benefiting him. You would have thought Trump would have done different things with tax incentives of $7,500 to buy EVs, but you go away and he helps you. To somebody that's in Elon's side, they're like, dude, the guy helped you win an election, you cutting that stuff? And Trump's like, look, I think all cars should do well in America. I don't want to just focus on EV because that part was what? It was more of a leftist thing, right?
Remember what that was? That was part of the Green New Deal
That's
situation.
Right.
And look at what happened to Tesla stock after that bill.
Yeah, that's right. That's something that, you know, one has to be...
Okay, so how are we going to recognize that Trump is doing the leftist thing? How are we going to fit this into our worldview and understanding of Trump?
Putting in consideration and thinking about this. Tom, for you, one guy said, oh, they're just playing games. They're just toying with everybody. I definitely don't think that's the case. I think this is as real as it gets. This is as real as it gets. How nasty is this, Tom? And moving forward, what does this do to the room that Trump's in? I asked him about Vance. He didn't really go there. I'm going to come to you. What does this do in the room? You're sitting there.
Trump cannot be bought. What makes you think that? Trump can be bought. Trump has been bought. Trump just took a fucking plane from Qatar because it was a big, shiny, free thing that he was being offered. He can be bought.
I asked him about Vance. He didn't really go there. I'm going to come to you. What does this do in the room? You're sitting there, Vance, Lutnick, Bessent, you got Cash, Bongino, you know, RFK, Tulsi, Rubio. What's he now doing? Is this now a divided group and you don't know who to trust?
No, I don't think so. Here's what I think is going on in that room right now. Okay. I believe that there's a lot of people in that cabinet, good people in the cabinet. I put Susie in this category. I put Rubio in this category that are
people like Kristi Noem, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. These are good people.
We've been hearing for exactly a month.
He took the plane. That's it. He took the inauguration money. What do you mean he took the plane? That's it. You know, that's him accepting basically like a bribe, right?
Month. Right about the time. Remember right about the time of the 100 days? We started hearing that some of the cabinet members were, man, I am so over this Elon and Doge. I'm kind of over this. I don't think this is going the way we thought it would be going. You heard that. I'm over it. It's not going the way we thought it would be. A month ago, you had that. So I think today, there are some relieved cabinet members that said, well, here we are. This is the wrong way to do it. This is absolutely a horrible way to do it. We tried to give him the key to the city to get him feel honored and feel flattered and everything and then leave. And then a day later, he goes scorched earth. So I think they're pretty pissed off because a minute ago they were relieved that he was officially gone. And right now I think the room is pretty pissed off. And I think this can galvanize. Remember, when bad things happen, you'll find out who's with you. And I've been in the room with Pat where in the industry we were in, we had to find out who was with us. Who was with us? Which carriers were
like
with
a
us?
plane in the background? Jesus.
Supporting us. Because things happen. Economies come, economies go, and the industries make decisions. It's not
things
personal,
happen, right?
You got to find out who's there. And I think what's going on right now, I think he's about to find out who is absolutely with him. I think Bessent is. I think Rubio is. I think Howard is. I think there's relieved people, but that are really frustrated that it went down this way.
Okay,
I mean, do they actually think that anyone in the cabinet is going to be splitting from Trump over this? For Musk. Why? Why would they do that? Trump populated his cabinet with nothing but loyalists and toadies. The whole point is that in this moment, when it eventually came, some feud and huge falling out with some other major MAGA figure, that they'd stand by him instead of with anybody else.
Taking off.
It's not going to cause a division in the cabinet.
Right,
no, it's all good. Go ahead.
What was the question?
The whole thing is that it might cause division within the base, and it leaves all these MAGA influencers scrambling because they can't really take a side.
Brandon, so why don't you do this, Brandon? Rob, can you play the one clip Brandon has about Whitney Webb?
The plane in the background is common sense leaving the compound. It just sounds like...
you know which one I'm talking about? This one right here. So Whitney Webb, we've had her on a couple.
It sounds like a track from like Full Metal Jacket or something playing over this.
Couple times. She's written some of the most interesting books that talks about technocracy. she doesn't even live in the States, but some of the stuff she says gets picked up, and it's very, very interesting. And when you do some research, what is in this clip here, Brandon?
So this is the first time I've ever heard Epstein be associated with Elon Musk. She said something I've never heard before about a reason why the Justice Department might not have been releasing certain things about Epstein and JP Morgan that were subpoenaed.
Okay, go for it, Rob.
Virgin Islands, because there was this case involving the U.S. Virgin Islands and JP Morgan as it related to Epstein. And
Katie Halper is like a left-wing journalist. Why are we watching this?
That case got settled out of court, so it didn't go to trial. But I believe those documents would be very, very, very telling. But I would argue
the filter this woman has on her face, Jesus Christ! Like she's like no line, no wrinkle. She looks like she looks like Play-Doh.
The reason they won't come out is because one of the people subpoenaed as part of that investigation was Elon Musk.
Oh, wow.
He wasn't necessarily accused of wrongdoing, but was subpoenaed because he was suspected of having had some sort of involvement with Epstein and JP Morgan. And there are allegations, of course, not really allegations, but, it was reported, before Musk was closely affiliated with Trump that Epstein had been advising Tesla and was part of this effort in 2018 to take Tesla private with Gulf oil money or Saudi money. And at the time, Epstein was advising Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, and was also known to have a close relationship with the elite families of the United Arab Emirates and also Kuwait and I think Bahrain as well. So perhaps they don't want to have that really be explored at this point. But some of the other figures that were...
Was she talking about Epstein here? All those people, all those relationships?
Epstein
and Musk. She was saying that Epstein was advising Musk on how to take Tesla private.
But all those other relationships, Mohammed bin Salman,
Epstein was like,
Jesus, this guy Epstein goes deep.
Yeah, he does.
Well, yeah, if he's top of the intelligence networks. But I think, so genuinely, who do you think is more powerful between the two of them right now? Because I think if Elon's going to be on attack mode, Trump has a small window to knock Musk down a bunch of pegs because Musk gets like 30.
Who's more powerful, you guys? The billionaire who's in charge of the free world or the billionaire who's not in charge of the free world? Gee, I wonder.
% of Tesla revenue from China and a lot of money from government contracts. So I wonder what damage could Trump do right now if Trump really wants to go on the offensive and commits to that and tries to take a degree of power away from Musk. Because, I mean, if Musk is going to try to use his power like this, then that's not a healthy thing for America. And
so that's not a healthy thing for what?
It's only unhealthy when the billionaire tries to use power like this right now. It wasn't unhealthy before when he was doing the things that I already like and agree with. But now I'm starting to think that the influence of money and billionaires on our society might be having some bad effects, you guys.
For America. So I'm saying Trump right now has a window to knock Musk down a bunch of pegs with like 30% of Tesla. If Musk
he like short-circuited there a little bit. PPD was like, what do you mean a billionaire is doing the wrong thing?
Power like this, and that's not a healthy thing for America.
So that's not a healthy thing for what?
For America. So I'm saying Trump right now has a window to knock Musk down a bunch of pegs with like 30% of Tesla revenue comes from China. Huge.
Like I feel like he said that he was like, did I just say that out loud? Did I just say that one of the men who I'm not allowed to criticize did something wrong?
None of his money comes from government contracts from America. So Trump could do a lot to severely hurt Tesla right now if you want. Because, you could almost take this as a threat to national security where this guy's trying to undermine the president. And believe me, I'm mad at both of them for separate things. But, you have to be patriotic on the side of the president when some...
Yeah, so here's President Trump.
Patriotism is when you dogmatically side with the president no matter what.
I don't mind Elon turning against me. But he should have done it some months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion, and the biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be...
Do you think that they ever pull up a single news article on this fucking show? It's the only news that they get is statements from Donald Trump himself on Truth Social. That's it. That's the only way that they try to understand these things is how did Donald Trump characterize it?
A 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path of greatness. Make America great again.
They do the Tim Pool. Well, my understanding is at least Tim Pool pulls up the fucking Daily Mail and some shit, no?
So now he says that. But a part of this that to me is what would cause an...
Oh, yeah, that's true. He does only read the headline. That's right.
...to go nuclear.
I don't think it's about the bill. It's way too extreme for the bill.
It can't be. No. What would make Elon go nuclear? What? You think the black eye is just like... What would make for some? No,
they're speculating about this. Like he hasn't been tweeting over and over and over the specific criticisms that he has of the big, beautiful bill, regardless of whether or not Elon Musk genuinely holds these issues with the fucking debt ceiling or whatever. This is not like a speculative question entirely. You could try to understand if you're only just limiting yourself to looking through their social media things and like posts and what they've said. And yet they don't pull up what Elon Musk is saying, like all the different criticisms of the bill.
Being actually serious with you. what would make Elon go nuclear? It has to be something that was such a humiliating thing for you to go to this levels. And then there had to be a couple calls.
Like what Elon Musk says obviously is not reliable or the only way to look at it, but the fact that they're like, what could he be thinking when he's like he was like tweeting every 30 minutes about it.
Closed doors to make sure he knows he has some other people.
And
with
you
him.
know that they take all of these people at their word.
Yeah. Before he goes nuclear. Because if you don't have the other guys that are with you to go nuclear, I don't know. And by the way, you know what you learned here for a fact that if you talk to him, just so you know, he can at any time turn against you.
Yeah, but what he's essentially saying, though, is that, like, let's say what he's saying is true. He's essentially saying he's okay with being friends with a president who is on the Epstein list if he's doing everything that he wants him to do. But the moment that he doesn't do everything he wants him to do, then he is not okay with that anymore. So, if that were true, like, how does that make him look? He's being selective with when it is a big deal to him and when it's not a big deal to him.
Why do so many people agree with him?
Well, I think I think there is some truth that Trump did maybe blackmail people.
Why would anyone disagree with Donald Trump?
You know, you could say allegedly to that. He bought a hotel that was used for blackmail in the past. He bought a yacht that was used for blackmail in the past. His mentor blackmailed a lot of people. But that doesn't mean he did the things that the people on the Epstein list did. That's an entirely different thing. That just makes him associated with that world. So
it's just designed to be efficient. The big bill is not efficient. Musk would look like a fool. Musk's value is plummeting by association. I do not know if them burying their head in the sand is purposeful because of audience capture. It's because they don't want to upset their fans. I don't know if it's because they have funders and backers and dark money that they need to not be bringing up the criticisms of the bill related to the debt ceiling and whatnot because their funders want the bill to go through, or if they're just genuinely that stupid because they're over here twisting their synapses are firing. Their brains have never actually worked this hard before, and they're doing everything to avoid just looking at his timeline where he talks about all this stuff or any news article that gives insight. It's not like it's the most discussed political event that's going on right now with hundreds of outlets, and it's probably thousands and thousands and thousands of outlets analyzing and asking this question, and yet they won't look at any of it.
I think some people conflate those two things, and some people are upset with Trump with the lack of aggressiveness that he's had. Like, you know, he came in like he was going to disrupt the whole establishment, get rid of the deep state, this and that, but he's being very civil. And that's like probably what I'm most frustrated with him about is he's being too civil and he's not like coming down hard on the people who try to take him out and the people that have this administrative state in place.
Yeah, I was listening to a guy earlier saying the fact that the only choice Trump has right now, he has to come super, super hard on Musk because Musk is not going to stop.
Right.
He won't stop.
And he has a window. He has a window to do it.
To him?
To Musk.
What could he do to him?
Oh, he could make it so that Musk can't send cars to China, or at least make it not profitable, you know, cut all the government contracts. I mean, that's the thing, though. Musk has a degree of leverage, too, because especially with Starlink. Like, Starlink is super important to the military. A lot of his other stuff is military applications. Palantir is tight with Elon, so they have a lot of military.
I love how PBD is like, what could Trump do in this moment to individually punish Elon? There's nothing he could do. As if, like, this Trump administration has been constrained by Congress or the Constitution or the courts or anything. He could literally do whatever he wanted. He could order a hit on anybody that he wanted, and it would be defended.
Military applications too. So these tech guys, the PayPal mafia, the technocracy guys, they're really tied in and entrenched with the military. So that's where the private sector, you know, it starts to get like, all right, does the military have more power or do the contractors have more power?
Yeah, but listen, on behalf of America, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, keep your personal issues out of America becoming great again. Like, we are here in America, people are trying to put food on their plate. They're trying to raise their kids. They're trying to make.
Did you just? I know he said food, but it's not like you said foot.
Like, we are here in America, people are trying to put food on their plate. They're trying to raise their kids. They're trying to make money, have a job, have a healthy lifestyle, like do everything we want to do. We're not here to watch this soap opera of days of our lives with the richest man in the world and most powerful man in the world. Like, we're not here for that.
Yeah, grow up, Elon and Trump.
America great again, though? Do you think he cares about that at all?
I think if you're using what Elon Musk set out to do.
You know, he's always cared for the working man. That's why I appreciate PBD Podcast.
I think the number one thing on his agenda was killing the woke mind virus. And I looked at him aligning with Trump as...
I think that the number one thing on his agenda was defeating imaginary unicorns.
Who's against woke? Trump. I'm going with him. I think there's a very good indication that Elon had never voted for Trump in the past. I think he was more of a Democrat. I think a lot of people were, Joe Rogan, that camp. I think they were a lot of people switched over. I also think that Trump is very vindictive, and I think that Elon is very childish. And I thought this would go at least a year. I mean, did anybody have their money? This was ending in June.
Yeah.
Did you see that coming?
Again, allegedly. I know you weren't allegedly.
Okay. I cannot believe that I did not catch the first couple of videos that I watched, that they just like snip in that one time that he did it. I thought it was him working it in to the live show every single 10 minutes or something. Okay, so this is Ben Shapiro's first impression to this yesterday. Ben Shapiro reacts to Trump versus Elon. What the hell is going on? In a stunning turn, the once unstoppable alliance between Trump and Doge founder Elon Musk, it's so disgusting, that's like Doge founder, has erupted into a public war of words. What caused the fracture, and how will this chaos affect the looming vote on Trump's make or break big beautiful bill? So, let's find out.
Woo! So, what the hell is going on? That is the question on everybody's mind. Obviously, Elon Musk and President Trump are now going at it like cats and dogs. And there'd been a lot of speculation for a long time that this marriage would never quite last. You're talking about the world's richest man versus the world's most powerful man. You're talking about two men who combined made President Trump president. Obviously, most of that is President Trump, but Elon's weight was not insignificant in the last election cycle. You're talking about a coalition between tech and sort of blue-collar workers. There are a lot of issues at play. But I want to break down what exactly is going on along three lines. There is the political, there's the business, and then there's the personal. So let's start with the political. So Elon's term in office came to an end.
And I assume even though Ben Shapiro is not as popular as he once was, he's still a massive Trump simp. So, and I feel like I can safely assume that his opinion maps onto some of the MAGA base. So
a statute on the books that says that you're basically not allowed to work inside the White House for longer than 130 days without some sort of waiver or without some sort of clearance. And Elon ran out that time. As I said on the air, I thought that what he did during that time was quite incredible. He put his companies on hold. He took a major stock hit. He took a major brand hit in order to come into the government and try to root out waste, fraud, and abuse through the...
Dude, the way that they cannot help but slobber all over these fucking people's dicks is so disgusting. They have to first establish that these are the most moral, altruistic, just selfless men that have ever existed and ever been in charge of the government. It's disgusting.
Department of Governmental Efficiency. And Elon came in believing that he would be capable of doing all of that because, if you don't have a lot of time in the government, you always believe, as President Trump believed in his first term, that basically politics runs just like a business should run. Meaning you can come in, you can fix the problems, and then you can move on to the next problem and fix that. You can come in, cut everybody. Elon was doing the kind of thing that Steve Jobs used to do. Steve Jobs, of course, famously used to go into the elevators at Apple, and if he saw an employee, he'd ask them what they did. If they couldn't explain, he would fire them. Elon actually tried to do that exact same thing with the federal employment base.
Oh, so he was a tyrant. Cool.
It doesn't work that way. So Elon was running up against the hard walls of what politics actually looks like. Regulation.
I thought he was going to bring up how when he first, I'm pretty sure the way that he decided who to fire at X when he first acquired it was by sending an email out to every single employee of Twitter, now X, and asking them, like, what did you do this week, or what are you working on? And if they didn't have a satisfactory answer, they got fired.
Relations, bureaucracy, the balance of power with Congress. And within those confines, Elon was doing some pretty astonishing things. I mean, I know people who were working.
The idea that anything that Doge did was operating within the confines of Congress is fucking an insane claim to make. This is like Kim Jong-un, North Korean, level lies to me.
For Doge and with Doge, and what Doge was doing was pretty amazing.
Yeah, yes, it's pretty amazing how you can fucking gut the American administrative state when you disregard all laws in the Constitution. You're right.
Well, in the end, Elon had to leave because his term ran out. And he was unsatisfied with what Doge was able to accomplish. And he was also unsatisfied with the so-called big, beautiful bill. Why? Well, because he had spent the last 6 months attempting to cut waste, fraud, and abuse at the federal level. He might have been able to cut $150 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse. But the trillions that he thought he was going to be able to cut in the end have to come from Congress. And so he's looking at the big, beautiful bill. And he's saying, why does this increase the deficit? My whole raison d'etre is to shrink the size of government and to shrink the size of our national debt, because it is going to be a gigantic burden on the American taxpayer, on our future, on future growth, on tech, on all of these things. And so here we are blowing up the national debt. So that is Elon's perspective politically. And then there's President Trump's perspective, which is he's the most powerful man in the world, but also he has the constraints of an extraordinarily narrow House majority, an extraordinarily narrow Senate majority. And coming into office, it wasn't as though he ran on these kind of widespread cuts. Elon may have wanted to do them, and maybe President Trump wants.
What did he run on? PPD is literally saying, I voted for Trump because number one on the agenda was destroying wokeness.
To do a few of them, but President Trump had never wanted to restructure Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the things that actually would have to be cut in order to facilitate true debt reduction. And so President Trump comes in and he says, look, I've got my tax cuts. Those tax cuts are expiring. If the tax cuts are allowed to expire, you're going to get a massive tax increase, and then you're going to get a recession on the back of that. I'm the president of the United States. I need the tax cuts. I need more money in border security. I'm willing to make concessions along spending lines in order to do that. However that gets hammered out is how it gets hammered out. And then he handed it off to Speaker Johnson and to Senator Thune to try and put together the requisite majorities. And what they came up with was a bill that basically preserves the current tax rates and also makes some moderate cuts to future growth in spending. But the way that the media have treated this, it is as though a new debt dike has suddenly been opened.
These moderate cuts or whatever, dude, you have like one Republican, it's Hawley, saying like, you guys can't cut Medicaid. It might have been Medicare, I can't remember, but there are insane cuts in this, but still, like, isn't there like giant defense handouts? Hold on.
And suddenly the dam on debt has been broken. And that actually is not true. The reality is that the debt trajectory looks very much like what the debt trajectory would have looked like if we had just assumed that the tax rates remain the same. Again, so much of this is about budget scoring and dynamic scoring, and do you treat the tax cuts as though they were going to go away, or do you recognize that they were likely to remain in place anyway? So that is a very interesting fight, the sort of ideological fight between what we want and what we get, what's possible and what we would love to see happen, what the American people say they want and what the American people actually want. All that's really interesting, and it got telescoped down into the battle between Elon Musk and President Trump over the big, beautiful bill. Okay, so that's the political side. And as I've said before, I have sympathies on both sides. I am a long-time cutter. I'm somebody who has openly said we ought to restructure Social Security and restructure Medicare and restructure Medicaid. I've said all of those things, but I also understand the American public does not agree with me on a lot of those things. And so you have to work through the system. So I have sympathy for Elon Musk's positions more than the positions of President Trump. I've criticized President Trump and the Republican Party in the past for not wanting to actually do anything about those massive debt creators. At the same time, I have a lot of sympathy for President Trump, who actually has to work within the realm of the pragmatic in order to achieve what he can. So that's in the political realm. Then you get to the business realm. So in the business realm, the biggest problem we have with the American government, it is so large that means that politicians can use it to help their friends and harm their enemies. And that's kind of what you are seeing play out right here. So President Trump.
So like these are the cuts that are in this bill. They're not insignificant. Here are taxes that Trump's big, beautiful bill would repeal. The bill would cut some taxes and not roll back Biden-era green tax breaks.
All right, President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill is now headed to the Senate. House Republicans stayed up all night to pass the multi-trillion-dollar
150 billion extra defense spending. Woo. Yeah, and it's like all going to the border. No, it's like increased border security.
This massive bill passed by a single vote in the House, ending days of around-the-clock private negotiations and public committee hearings. I want to bring in ABC's Jay O'Brien, who's on Capitol Hill. He's been following this for us. And Jay, what exactly is in this bill?
So this is, remember, Alex, the vehicle for President Trump's domestic agenda. They call it the One Big Beautiful Bill because that's the name the president gave it. But it's now officially titled the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. It has in it an extension of Trump's 2017 era tax cuts. So for your average tax,
which was like the biggest redistribution of wealth upwards and transfer of wealth upwards in this country. Biden said he was going to get rid of those. He never did it. And now they're about to be made permanent.
They're not going to see, if this were to become law, a change to how they file their taxes, but they wouldn't increase.
So yeah, Medicaid work requirements no later than December 31st, 2026. So this is going to throw off like 10 million people, 10 million Americans or something like that. SNAP cuts, estimated $230 billion over 10 years, raising the SALT cap from 10,000 to 40,000 for households making less than 500,000. Did they go into that? The bill raises the tax deduction limit for state and local taxes from $10,000 to $40,000 for joint filers making less than $500K per year. The cap would increase by 1% each year. Republicans from states like high taxes like New York and California pushed House GOP leadership to further increase that cap to give their constituents a break. Fiscal hardliners in the House warned that increasing the cap would increase the deficit. Senate Majority Leader John Thune had already signaled that the cap came out of the House probably won't survive in the Senate. On the campaign trail, Trump promised to eliminate the SALT cap first imposed by the 2017 tax law he signed during his first term. And that $1,000 was this to like Trump babies or something like that? Trump savings accounts. The bill creates so-called Trump savings accounts for parents to open for their newborn children. The contribution limit for any taxable year is $5,000. The government would provide an initial deposit of $1,000 for each newborn.
So cuts to get at the deficit and try to pay for these tax cuts. Medicaid by adding work requirements for those ages 19 to 64 who are able-bodied, don't have dependents. It cuts about $200 billion out of SNAP. It also rescinds and cuts green energy initiatives and things of the like from President Biden's signature legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act. It has these Trump savings accounts in them that are $100 or rather $1,000 per newborn, and the list goes on and on and on. There's border security provisions, $50 billion to renew construction of the border wall, and it continues. And it, again, is really the compilation of all of President Trump's campaign promises that have some element of a legislative component, and that's why President Trump was turning up the heat on these Republican holdouts, not just on Tuesday when he came up here to Capitol Hill, but yesterday when he met with various holdouts and Speaker Johnson at the White House, trying to whip them from no into yes. And ultimately, after those meetings and a long period of negotiations and an overnight vote, Johnson able to pass this out of the House with 2 Republican no votes and 1 Republican voting present. Alex.
Well, and Jay, listen, I mean, you talk about more than a dozen House GOP holdouts here. I mean, what does that tell you?
It was a demonstration of the fact that Trump and Johnson had to speak to multiple different constituencies.
Okay.
Comes into office. He won Michigan. Michigan obviously has a very large support base of auto workers who voted for President Trump, blue-collar workers, factory workers who really supported President Trump. President Trump has reconfigured enormous amounts of our trade policy in order to help specifically these kinds of people. That's what the steel tariffs are all about. That's what many of the car tariffs are about, and all the rest. If you're wondering why he's tariffing Canada, that would be one reason, is to supposedly try to reshore some of the manufacturing into the United States, in specifically that industry. So as the big, beautiful bill worked its way forward, the electric vehicle mandates and subsidies that were part of the Biden-era law went away. And Elon Musk looked at that and he said, okay, hold up a second. You want to tell me that the EV mandates and regulations and subsidies, that all that goes away, which really hurts Tesla, right? Because, listen, I own Tesla. I love Tesla. Tesla is the best car company on planet Earth. It is an amazing, amazing company. I could not be a bigger fan of Tesla. Literally, my 2-year-old son's first word was Tesla. I'm not even kidding. Okay, with that said.
What is with conservatives and their children having these weird first words? Ted Cruz's daughter's first word was butter.
Elon is looking at this, and he is saying, okay, so you're getting rid of subsidies to, my company and companies like my company, but you're blowing out the subsidies for a wide variety of other interest groups. What the hell? What the hell? And Elon said as much today. He said, listen, I'd be willing to take it on the chin as far as the electric vehicle mandates and subsidies if we were actually cutting spending, but we're not cutting spending, so I'm getting the worst of both worlds. We expand the spending, except in the area that would actually help my company. So what the ever-loving hell? And President Trump, on the other hand, also a businessman, is saying, well, hold up a second. We really should not have these sorts of subsidies for people who are already largely...
It's so cute how he's acting like Trump came up with any part of the provisions that are in the big, beautiful bill.
Wealthy, and who don't necessarily want to buy a green car. And I do have to support these workers. And so the battle that's happening here is kind of a normal battle that happens when business and politics meet. A normal battle.
I love Tesla, but also I don't think that EVs should be encouraged or subsidized.
Battle between certain people who want certain benefits and other people who want other benefits. And the only solution to that, ironically, is to agree with Elon on cutting size and scope of government. A smaller government would not be actually capable of handing out favors to friends and punishing enemies. President Trump has now responded to Elon going after him by suggesting that he's going to remove federal contracts for SpaceX. And Elon's like, fine, I'm just going to dismantle my rockets then. Fine, you don't want it? You don't get it. I'll work with somebody else. Again, none of that is particularly good for the United States because SpaceX is, in fact, an amazing company. Tesla is, in fact, an amazing company. And the American space program has been basically hollowed out for decades, which brings us to the third aspect of this. And that, of course, is the personal. So when it comes to the personal, I know both these men. I know President Trump. I know Elon Musk. Obviously, you don't get to be this powerful on either the business side or in the political realm without being unbelievably talented, incredibly smart, and also having a big ego. And so both of these men do not like being insulted. Both of these men do not like being treated with personal insult. And so you're seeing that play out right now. I think that Elon felt insulted when he left. There had been a lot of friction inside the building, apparently, between him and a bunch of people, including the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He felt like he didn't receive the proper levels of support for all the sacrifice that he was putting in. He leaves. There's a man who he had wanted to be the head of NASA. And, of course, Elon's input when it comes to NASA should be taken fairly seriously because, of course, Elon is the person who is most knowledgeable about space companies on planet Earth. He had recommended...
Yeah, Elon's a super genius. The guy who claims every 20 minutes that we're about to colonize Mars any day now or whatever, he knows everything about this.
A man named Jared Isaacson, who is himself a billionaire, an entrepreneur, to head up the NASA program. And the belief in Elon's camp and from Isaacman is that he basically was defenestrated. Isaacman was taken out of the running for the NASA administrator, specifically as a piece of sort of in-the-building revenge against Elon, which, if that's true, is unbelievably petty and stupid. There's really no reason for that at all. Like, none. Okay, and so Elon
guys,
really
there's no reason for that. Cut it out.
Between that and the EV stuff, he basically decided to go after President Trump. President Trump, of course, will not take a punch sitting down. I mean, President Trump always punches back, always. And so President Trump immediately started punching back against Elon Musk and suggesting they had Trump derangement syndrome. And now you have two very big egos who do not take insult lightly, going directly at each other. And so Elon then comes back at Trump and suggests that the reason that the Trump administration has not released the so-called Epstein files is because Trump is in the Epstein files. And of course, that has to be taken with a little bit of credibility, given the fact that Doge actually had presumably access to the Epstein files. We believe that that's the case. Is he saying that speculatively? Is he saying that because he has knowledge? Totally unclear. Again, there's no evidence, any evidence that I've seen, none, that President Trump was actually engaged with minors on Epstein Island or anything like that. But it's gotten very, very personal between President Trump and Elon Musk. It doesn't look like it's going to calm down anytime soon because, again, you're talking about two incredibly powerful men, two incredibly rich men with large egos who believe that they are in the right. And so
it's like impossible to be rich and stupid according to these rubes.
This is likely to continue for some time.
It would shake their whole worldview if they had to let that piece of knowledge enter their mind. Even just the possibility of that being true.
For you in terms of the timeline and now where things stand. Of course, that is all a preview for tomorrow's show, so make sure you tune in then.
Okay, let's see the show.
Well, folks, a big question I've been getting since we were...
Okay. Let's see. The ultimate battle. I don't know if I'm watching this whole thing. I don't want it to be just a recapitulation of all the high-level ideas we've taken in tonight. But Trump versus Musk, ultimate battle.
Alrighty, folks,
the most powerful man in the world and the richest man in the world absolutely rip each other.
Show today. Elon Musk, Donald Trump. The battle royale is here. They're going after each other. Hammer and tongs will go through every detail, all the fallout. But first, my brand new book, Lions and Scavengers, is available right now against the first sign. Now, we all know about. Dad's been right. Dad Forson.
Jesus, right into the shills.
Severe way. And from an entertainment perspective, obviously break out the popcorn because these two guys are very entertaining. But from a political perspective, not amazing for the Republican Party because the sort of tech bro blue-collar alliance represented by Elon Musk on the one hand and Donald Trump on the other was quite good for the Republican Party. I think it will outlast this particular tete-a-tete between the two men. But yesterday, all of this broke out into the open. So for weeks, this has been coming. Elon Musk left the administration just about a week ago. His 130 days at the administration expired. Basically, the rule is that you are allowed to serve inside an administration for something like 130 days as a special government employee. But when that expires, you need some sort of...
Yeah, as a special government employee, not the head of a fucking agency that operates outside of Congress and the law.
Typical waiver, or you need a congressional approval in order...
But that never comes up in the explanation of what the fuck Elon Musk did while he was a government employee.
Serving, and Musk didn't receive that, and thus he left last week. And when that happened, he started speaking out very openly about what he thought about the big, beautiful bill. The big, beautiful bill, in Musk's view, is chocolate.
Trump. I misheard you, and I thought you said Trump versus meth. Only one doing that is Elon.
Filled with spending.
Trump's a teetotaler.
You can see why Musk is angry about the bill, because he just gave up extraordinary amounts of time, effort, and stock valuation in order to go into the administration and pursue waste, fraud, and abuse. When he left just about a week ago, I said that it was actually a heroic move. A rare heroic move in American public life is to give up your financial interests.
Especially from a billionaire.
Not pretend to give them, actually give them
so selfless.
In the sense that you take a massive financial hit and go into public service in order to reduce spending. And it turns out that Elon thought that he was going to be able to quickly and easily reduce spending. It turns out that's not exactly how government works. And so when he left, DOGE, the Department of Governmental Efficiency that he had pioneered, was still on the road to cutting tens of billions of dollars, but certainly not $1 trillion or $2 trillion as Elon first thought he was going to be able to do when he entered government. And so he looks around and he says, listen, I just spent months and months and months of my life and hundreds of millions of my own dollars, if not billions of my own dollars, trying to get the federal government of the United States to live within its means. And now we have a bill that's coming out that actually somehow increases the national debt. Now, as I've been speaking about for days, because Musk has been very critical of the bill very openly, on an ideological level, Musk is not wrong. On a pragmatic level, the fact is that the Republicans in Congress are not going to restructure Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the massive drivers of our national debt. And so on a pragmatic level, President Trump is right. The big, beautiful bill.
Why does he think they're not going to do that? They have they have the ability to do that. They want to do that.
Because nothing means that
you have like no opposition in the Republican Party. I mean, I know realistically all of them have constituents that are old, that don't want these programs cut, and that they are going to have issues if they try to be vocal about it. But this idea that they won't just do it anyway is stupid.
The tax rates that are currently in place expire and you probably get a And on an ideological level, obviously, my sympathies are with Elon Musk and were long before Elon Musk was a Republican. I've been advocating for a much smaller government, including restructuring of entitlement programs for literally my entire career, which now amounts to almost a quarter century in American politics. So this is nothing new to me, even if it's new to some of the other people who are now discussing this particular issue. Well, all this broke out into the open yesterday because Elon continued to rip into the big, beautiful bill, telling people on X, his social media service that he bought and then opened up, that it was time to kill the bill. And President Trump was doing a presser in the Oval, and he decided that he had had enough. It was time to fire back because Elon had basically suggested publicly that he didn't know what was in the bill until after the bill had already been passed in the House. And there are other people, including the Speaker of the House and the White House, who said, well, no, actually, some of that information was available and Elon didn't look at it, and now he's mad about stuff that he was already okay with. In any case, President Trump decided he had had enough. He was done with this, and he went after Elon Musk saying, I don't know if you have a great relationship.
I mean, Elon Musk didn't need to read the whole bill to know what was in it. It was reported what was in it.
Anymore. We used to. I don't know where it is now.
Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if it went well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best thing. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill.
Okay, then Trump went on to say that he was quite disappointed in Elon for Elon's criticisms of the so-called big, beautiful bill.
But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate.
I mean, the issue is not really with the bill. It's the fact that, like, I hate to say it, but what Ben Shapiro was saying about, like, even though he was allowed to gut all of these different agencies and USAID and whatnot under the guise of the Doge department, there are still limits even to operating within that confine. Like, really, Elon Musk was annoyed that he wasn't allowed to come in and be like total emperor, god, king, and just completely abolish like the Fed or whatever it was that he had his eye on. More like the IRS or something like that.
Personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon.
So this simultaneously pissed off Elon. So Elon has a giant social media service. Trump has his own social media service, Truth Social. So these two men were fighting with each other, both via video, the way that Trump was right there. And also Elon was watching this in real time and commenting and saying, that's not true. I didn't know what was in the bill. He's talking about the EV mandate, but I'd been advocating for the end of an EV mandate years ago. Believe me, we're going to get to much more on all the fallout from the Musk-Trump flame fight. First, you feel like somebody's watching you online. Well, you're not being paranoid.
Oy.
God
damn.
/Shapiro. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro to switch hassle-free in as little as 10 minutes. Meanwhile, President Trump was suggesting again and again that Elon was upset because of the removal of the EV mandate from the electric vehicle mandate from the big, beautiful bill.
Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and which was a lot of money for electric vehicles, and they're having a hard time with the electric vehicles, and they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And Elon knew this from the beginning.
And then President Trump finally signed off by saying that Elon appears to now have Trump's arrangement syndrome.
I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration,
TDS,
and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it, and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it. But we have it with others, too. They leave, and they wake up in the morning, and the glamour's gone. The whole world is different.
The morning after.
And they become hostile.
Okay, so Elon was watching this press conference happen in the Oval in real time. And at this point, Elon signed into chat. So he tweeted out at 12:19 p.m., whatever, keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair. But ditch the mountain of disgusting pork.
Very unfair. This is very Trump-like.
In the bill. In the entire history of civilization, there's never been legislation that is both big and beautiful. Everyone knows this. Either you get a big and ugly bill or a slim and beautiful bill. Slim and beautiful is the way. And then Elon really went off. He said, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. That was a response to President Trump saying in the press conference that he didn't need Elon to win Pennsylvania. And again, you can see this argument either way. Certainly, President Trump won Pennsylvania pretty solidly. There's a case to be made that he would have won Pennsylvania without Elon Musk. But was Elon's imprimatur involved in Trump's victory? No question. Elon was very important to the 2024 race.
What specifically with respect to fucking Pennsylvania?
And then Elon tweeted such ingratitude. About an hour later, he tweeted, is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle?
Stuff is like a blur to me.
He's left the Republican Party now. He had left the Democratic Party. Do we need a new party? Now, I know this question comes up a lot. Actually, I'm asked this question a lot. And the answer is no, we don't actually need another party, because the reality is that just because you're dissatisfied with vanilla and you're dissatisfied with chocolate doesn't mean everybody's going to like strawberry. Everybody has these ideas about what a third party will amount to. but there are many third parties in American public life. That 80% is just an 80% that is dissatisfied with both of the parties, not an 80% that is
the third party shit is a joke. It's not happening.
For a third.
They all threaten a third party. Trump's starting to create third parties and stuff like that. It's not going to happen.
In any case, President Trump then responded, quote, the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised Biden didn't do it. So Trump responds on Truth Social, his own competing social media service, by saying that he is going to remove subsidies from, say, SpaceX, for example, which, by the way, is kind of a bad idea because SpaceX actually happens to be one of the only efficient parts of the American federal spending plan. And then Trump, just a few minutes later, put out a statement. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced
I'm down for this delusion that it might tank Republicans.
Everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. So there's Trump accusing Musk of essentially being corrupt because Musk was there just for the EV mandate, and then Trump decided he didn't like him and that he was tired of him, and he
What do you have against a third party? A thing called reality has a bias against third parties. It's impossible to have a successful third party in this country with the way that the Electoral College is set up and the fact that we don't give people, like, we make it so difficult for people to vote and we don't have ranked choice voting. Any conversation about a third party without also simultaneously advocating for the abolition of the Electoral College, wanting there to be a federal holiday on election day, and saying that we need ranked choice voting is not a serious conversation.
Threw him out. Okay, and then somebody tweeted at Musk, this would both end the International Space Station and simultaneously provide no way to safely deorbit it. And Elon tweeted back, this just gets better and better. Crying laughing emojis, go ahead, make my day. And then he finally drops the biggest bomb of the exchange, 2:49 p.m. Quote, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they've not.
Remember when Michael Knowles went on and on about the concept of a strawberry flavor and working in strawberry patches? No.
Not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. Okay, now, the reality is Donald Trump in any really nefarious way in the Epstein files? Highly doubtful. Democrats had a look at the Epstein files. They, of course, were in power during the entirety of the last 4 years. Do we really believe that if they had access to information that Donald Trump was stooping minors on Epstein Island, that never would have leaked into the public? We got his IRS records. I really, really doubt that. With that said, Elon, of course, had access to the Epstein files.
I mean, is it really that crazy? Bill Clinton had a closer relationship with Epstein than Democrats were comfortable admitting. So I wouldn't be surprised if just nobody wanted to take a peek in there.
Via Doge. And so you have to take it with a little bit of seriousness, although, again, I take it with a gigantic grain of salt. However, it is Elon going really, really low there. And meanwhile, President Trump is going low by claiming that Elon is corrupt and was only doing all of this so he could secure his EV mandate. And when that got taken away, he went crazy. Trump, a few minutes later, tried to ramp it down a little bit. He said, I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, 1.6 trillion.
Realistically, I think they'd sacrifice Clinton to beat Trump. I don't think so. They were campaigning. Kamala was campaigning with Clinton in Michigan, having him lecture Muslim voters in fucking Dearborn, Michigan about Judea and Samaria.
$1 billion and the biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there'll be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path to greatness. Make America great again. Now, by the way, this is the response Trump probably should have used the entire time. When we get into who's to blame for
Clinton and Gates, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, there were so many different people, like donors and celebrities that were affiliated both with Republicans and Democrats, that you could see a mutual stake in all of them just kind of not being interested in it.
all this. The answer is everyone, as we'll get to in a moment. Everyone is to blame for all of this. However, this is the attitude that Trump should be taking and should have taken the entire time, which is, okay, Elon's over in the corner ranting about the big, beautiful bill. That's his prerogative. But we like the big, beautiful bill. The Republicans in Congress are going to pass the big, beautiful bill. So if it doesn't pass, we have an economic downturn, end of story, and move on with your life. I mean, that's exactly what Speaker Johnson's been doing.
Clintons are their Bush family. Yeah, exactly.
That's what President Trump
like
put out on
Democratic
Truth Social
royalty.
yesterday. Well, at the same exact time that Trump was doing that on Truth Social, on the competing social service X. Again, this is just from a comedic perspective, very high comedy. From a country perspective, I think all of this is going to blow over. I actually do. But Elon then tweeted out in response to another tweet from a person named Ian Miles Chong. That tweet said, President versus Elon. Who wins? My money's on Elon. Trump should be impeached, and J.D. Vance should replace him. And Musk tweeted back, yes. Hey, so that obviously creates splits inside the Trump administration. Again, I mentioned before, there's sort of this tech bro blue-collar alliance that has happened inside the Trump administration.
Why do they think it's going to create the split inside the administration when the cabinet is filled with nothing but toadies? I don't see them doing anything or crossing a fucking picket line for Elon Musk.
And in the Trump movement, J.D. Vance sort of has one foot in each camp. J.D. Vance, of course, spent an awful lot of time in Silicon Valley. He has many allies in the sort of Peter...
That would be like the quickest way to be ousted from their position.
Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk category, David Sachs, right? All those people are very fond of J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance, the vice president of the United States, also, of course, has a foot in the blue-collar group because he is from white Appalachia. And he has made a big deal, properly so, over his rise from impoverished circumstances in his youth. And so if of any figure who sort of
He's talking about that stupid book, Hillbilly Eulogy, where he just talks about how he went from like Appalachia to like abandoning his drug addicted mother so he could attend like dinners at Harvard or whatever.
That divided J.D. Vance. This is a very bad thing for J.D. Vance that Elon is saying that he wants to oust Trump in favor of J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance last night came out with a tweet saying that his loyalty is entirely to President Trump, which of course it would have to be. He's the vice president of the United States. What's he going to say? That his loyalty is to Elon Musk? I mean, there's no other choice for him. Well, coming up, we'll go through all of President Trump's polling data. What's happening in the polls? We'll go through that with John Bickley of Morning Wire in a moment. First, every family has precious moments. First steps, birthdays, weddings, vacations.
No, fuck you. I'm skipping the polling shit. It doesn't fuck it. It's a flash in the pan. It doesn't matter.
And that's different is how it works. Keep it to one down. Elon had made some. So all of this is nuclear. Right? All of this melts down, sort of the combined movement. Now, will there be a detente? I think it's likely there will be a detente. In fact, Elon had made some signs of that even late last night. Somebody with like 100 followers tweeted at him, "You probably shouldn't kill Dragon X." So he had said in response to Trump saying he'll remove the subsidies that he was going to stop producing Dragon X, which is, of course, the space vehicle that is used to go to and from the International Space Station. Well, if the United States were to stop using SpaceX, stop quote unquote subsidizing SpaceX, one of the most efficient parts of the government, what would happen? I asked our sponsors at Perplexity what actually SpaceX does for NASA.
Shameless.
And what and Sector Planet, which is what he could get Alliance and Blue Origin, are either more features like clash between two of the world's most powerful men. President Trump projected an air of nonchalance in an interview Thursday with Politico. Separately, White House aides, after working to persuade
Went from his rich online Ohio suburb to spending a couple of summers in Appalachia to Yale. Yep.
The president to temper his public criticism of Musk to avoid escalation, scheduled to call on Friday with the billionaire CEO of Tesla to broker a peace. Trump told Politico in a brief telephone call when asked about the public breakup with Elon, he said, "It's okay. It's going very well. Never done better. The numbers are through the roof, the highest polls I've ever had, and I have to go." And we'll discuss with John Bickley, the host of Morning Wire and editor-in-chief of Daily Wire. We will discuss with John in just a few moments what those numbers look like. And Trump isn't wrong about that. His poll numbers actually look quite solid at this very moment. However, Jonathan Karl then reported this morning, quote, "In a phone conversation, Donald Trump told me Elon Musk is, quote, the man who has lost his mind." Trump did not, however, seem angry or even concerned about the feud. As for reports, there's going to be a Trump-Musk call scheduled for today. Trump told me he is not particularly interested in talking to Musk, although he says Musk wants to talk to him. So we'll have to see how this entire thing plays out. Do I think this is a long-lasting debate? I don't. Do I think that this is a debate that is going to wreck the Republican Party? I do not. But it is worth analyzing the causes of this particular debate. So, the causes. First of all, the political. So again, as I've said for several weeks at this point, the political debate between Elon and Trump is very simple. Elon is on the side of idealism and Trump is on the side of pragmatism. Elon is saying we need to cut the national debt.
Neither of these, I cannot believe, how do you reach any conclusion except the fact that both of these men are only looking out for themselves and their own fucking pocketbook at every single turn? That's it.
Major crisis, it's going to sink the country. He's correct about that. Trump is saying, that may be true, but I do not actually have the political support to do the thing you want me to do. And Elon came into government really thinking that he could run it like a business. Elon came into government thinking that he could do the Steve Jobs thing where he could go to an elevator, the elevator would open, a government employee would be on the elevator, he would ask that person what they did, and if they couldn't answer properly, he could just fire them. And it turns out the government is a gigantic bureaucracy, particularly in the executive branch. There are regulations that apply, there are union rules, there are judges who oversee a lot of these sorts of things. There are pieces of legislation that have to be complied with. It is just not that easy to redo government. It isn't. It's not like a business. You can't just come in and clean it out top to bottom. It's one of the great misnomers of American politics that you can do that you can treat government as though it's a tech company. It doesn't work that way. And Elon, I think, ran up heavily.
Not just a tech company, like a business. How do they reconcile this with the fact that Trump's whole pitch in 2016 and 2020 and 2024 and all the years in between was that I can run this country because I know I'll run it like a business. And now they're saying, well, the government doesn't actually work like that. What the fuck? Which one is it?
Long against that. That is also true when it comes to the big, beautiful bill. So I agree with Elon. We should not only go back to 2019 spending levels, we should totally restructure our entitlement programs. We should. That is a thing that should be done. Is there support in Congress to do that right now? No. Is there support in the Senate to do that right now? No. Is there even support among the broader American populace to do that right now? The answer, unfortunately, is no. And that's
Am I a MAGA girl? I'm not a MAGA girl. I'm only watching this to see what the fuck these fucking hogs say.
Real problem.
And learn their ways. I study them so I can know what stupid shit they think and believe.
President Trump.
Because every single person on the right is taking points. They're like, oh, okay. I thought for a second. I didn't mean to yell at you. I just thought, I was like, this is not a MAGA stream. I realized I'm just like sitting here and it looks like I'm nodding along to Ben Shapiro. I'm just trying to see how they spin this to their audiences.
Down on the pragmatic side.
The hog mind must be studied. I agree.
And that debate, again, that's nothing new in American politics. Ideologues versus the pragmatists in office. that sort of push and pull is quite normal in American politics. It's a conversation I'm constantly having with members of Congress, senators, and yes, presidents. Now, the conversation about what is pragmatically available and what is the thing you should shoot for, because you're never going to get 100% of the pie. Can you get 65 or 70% of the pie, and is that better than zero? Okay, then there is the question of business. So you heard President Trump over there going after Elon, suggesting the reason that Elon is mad is about the EV subsidies. Now, a while back, Elon was openly calling for an end to EV subsidies, right? And by a while, I mean like July of last year. He said, take away the subsidies. It will only help Tesla. He said, remove subsidies from all industries. So while that's true, it is also true that Tesla's solar power unit put out its post on X late last month, quote, abruptly ending the energy tax credits would threaten America's energy independence and the reliability of our grid. So, and then Musk put out a tweet at the time saying there's no change to the tax incentives on oil and gas just for...
I love how they think his public positions on this shit could never be untrue. They could never be lies. They could never be misrepresented. They could never be contrasted. They could never be saying one thing publicly, but then privately saying another thing. Like, they never introduced that possibility to their audience's mind.
EV solar. So why are you benefiting one portion of industry at the expense of another portion of industry? And that latter point is actually a good point. The reality is the government is just a giant grab bag of cash. And so various industries lobby for a piece of that cash. And so you can't be surprised when the EV industry wants cash and the oil and gas industry wants cash. They all want tax subsidies. That's not anything new. This is a great reason why government should be limited, specifically so that you don't have that giant grab bag of cash that everybody is trying to stick their hands into the middle of. But on a business level, obviously, what President Trump is doing with regard to the big, beautiful bill and EV subsidies and all the rest, that has an impact on Musk's business. That's true.
So he's not cool with subsidies, so he says it's obviously not true. But tax cuts, totally fine.
Says, fine, do it, but cut everything else also. And then there's the personal. And this is, I think, the straw that actually broke the camel's back that nobody's actually talking about. From people who know both men and who know the administration, what I've heard is that the straw that broke the camel's back on all of this was the decision last week by President Trump to withdraw the nomination of tech billionaire Jared Isaacman, a longtime associate of Elon Musk, to lead NASA. So President Trump put out a statement on his social media site, quote, after a thorough review of prior associations, I'm hereby withdrawing the nomination of Jared Isaacman to head NASA. I will soon announce a new nominee who will be mission aligned and put America first in space. Apparently, this really angered Musk.
There's nothing that sounds
saying it is rare
dumber than America first in space.
Find someone so competent and good-hearted. Now, I got to say, I'm on Musk's side of this. I understand that Jared Isaacman is a Democratic donor. Can he run NASA properly? There are a bunch of people in Doge world, in tech worlds, who are new to the Trump administration, who are very, very competent and ought to be in their positions because of competence. And let's face it, if we're not talking about people who gave Democrats donations until relatively recently, Donald Trump was a Democratic donor until he ran for president of the United States in 2015 as a Republican. He gave money to Democrats repeatedly. That doesn't mean he's a bad Republican. That means he changed his opinion. It means he decided that he was no longer going to give money to those people.
Right. I love the idea that, like, I really don't think that that guy being a Democratic donor has jack shit to do with him not being rescinded for the position. Doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, that Jared Isaacman had to sort of...
If you are populating the administrative state with people from the private sector and private capitalists, you are going to be getting people that have given money to both sides. That's it.
Be ousted as the NASA head because of his prior associations. I think you have to chalk that one up to the Office of Personnel Management run by Sergio Gore. OPM has become sort of a gigantic loyalty test, personal loyalty test for President Trump. And the problem with that is that Trump doesn't know any of these people who are applying for jobs. He doesn't know Isaacman from Adam. He doesn't know any of these people. And so that means that there's a lot of wiggle room for people at OPM to basically get in the president's ear and tell him that certain people are loyal and certain people are not loyal. But the reality is people who are trying to apply for jobs in the Trump administration are generally very loyal to President Trump. That doesn't mean everybody. There are certainly some egregious outliers.
He was pro-choice too until he found out he could lie and gain popularity with the far right. Yeah, and the reason why he says he became pro-life is because he met a little boy that he liked. I'm not kidding.
But using loyalty as sort of the way of weeding people out of the Trump administration. If that were the case, J.D. Vance would not be vice president right now. J.D. Vance has said things way harsher than I ever have about President Trump. He's the current vice president.
Oh my God, but you're such a fucking moron. Every single person that they point to in the Trump administration and go like, RFK is a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard used to be a Democrat. J.D. Vance has had all these criticisms of Trump. Do you think they could make those criticisms now? The only reason why they're in it is because they have its total fealty to Trump. They have turned completely. They leverage their past against Democrats to elevate themselves. That is why.
President.
It's not because Trump is so open-minded. It's because, yes, they have sold their soul. That's why.
There are a lot of allies of the president who have said incredibly harsh things about the president. One of the things about President Trump is that he has been able to bring many of those people into the fold. Many of them, right, in the commentariat, in his administration. Some of his harshest critics are now people like his Secretary of State. Right? Donald Trump has always been able to do that. So this bizarre idea that somebody like Isaacman had to be outed for lack of loyalty. It seems to me that loyalty is now being used as a club by some actors inside the administration who are more ideological and somewhat revenge-minded.
I'm starting to think that there are some people in this administration with an ideology, folks, and that only care about loyalty to Trump.
In the way that they view the staffing of the administration. And so firing Isaacman is what actually set this thing off, from what I understand. Because Musk said, listen, Isaacman knows this arena. He will be a good NASA administrator. And there's no one in America, literally no one, who knows the space industry better than the founder of SpaceX, Elon Musk. So I trust Elon on that. If Elon says that Isaacman would have been a good NASA pick, I trust Elon on that way more.
Maybe I have to eat my words already. You know what? Honestly, with how the cabinet picks for the second term were clearly determined by how loyal you were to Trump and personal favors and whatnot, maybe somebody having previously or even recently donated to Democrats is already like too much of an issue at this point. Do I think Trump is the one who knew that? No, but like he said, it could be people who are advisors to him being like, you don't want these people in your administration or anywhere close to power. The only reason why I'm skeptical is like, dude, NASA, that's not like the Secretary of State.
More than I trust anybody at OPM who isn't going to know anything about space, about NASA, about what's actually necessary for the job. Okay, apparently, on a personal level, that's what set it off. Okay, if that's the spark, that sort of petty stupidity.
What do you think about the talking point that Trump used to be a Democrat? That's not a talking point. That's a fact. He used to be a Democrat.
That's dumb. And really, somebody should be called on the carpet for it if that's what set off the spark for that. However, with that said, what came next is perfectly predictable. Elon Musk is not an ego-free human. President Trump is not an ego-free human. Both of these men are incredibly large personalities. Both of them are incredibly sensitive to slights. They don't like being insulted. And so the idea they were then going to take axes to one another and that it was going to be very entertaining for everybody
He was describing like the average man.
Watching.
But yes, these two in particular, sure.
Sort of the way it was going to go. Now, does this mean a broader crack up in sort of the Republican Party? The answer there is no, because the people who are elected are in fact aligned with President Trump's priorities, as we'll get to in a moment. But there are some people who are going to try to take advantage of this split. There are some people who are going to try to worm their way into the administration by suggesting that because they didn't personally like Musk and now Musk is attacking Trump, they should be given more power. One of those people, longtime Musk critic, Steve Bannon. So Steve Bannon, you'll remember, is the former chief of staff to the president during his first term. Then President Trump decided he didn't like Bannon and fired him, calling him Sloppy Steve, and one of the more entertaining moments of Trump 1.0. Well, now,
okay, well, he didn't just fire him because he didn't like him. He didn't realize that Bannon had gotten him to sign an executive order that gave Bannon more power. Trump literally didn't realize that until after he had already signed it.
Oh, Musk is calling Bannon, who's been a longtime critic of Musk, because Bannon is much more sort of protectionist and nativist in his orientation toward American politics. He's calling for Elon Musk to be deported. And presumably, he feels this is his way back into the Trump administration, which he desperately would love to be a part of.
Also, as Stuart Stevens talked back in January, I don't know why we haven't had a full investigation. Look, if you're going to deport illegal aliens, you got to deport illegal aliens. The good go with...
Here, this was 2017. Trump lashes out at New York Times after reports suggests he wasn't fully briefed on action giving Bannon more power. President Trump wasn't fully briefed on the details of an executive action, giving his chief strategist, Steve Bannon, more power, according to an explosive report from the New York Times. Trump signed a presidential memorandum in late January that removed the nation's top military and intelligence advisors as regular attendees of the National Security Council's Principals Committee, the interagency forum that deals with policy issues affecting national security, and gave Bannon a regular seat at the table. Top Republican lawmakers and national security experts roundly criticized the move, expressing skepticism that Bannon should be present and alarmed that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the director of national intelligence would potentially have a reduced role. But Trump may not have anticipated the backlash, according to the Times reporters, who talked to dozens of anonymous government officials to get a picture of what the Trump White House looks like. For the moment, Mr. Bannon remains the president's dominant advisor, the Times wrote in its piece on Sunday, despite Mr. Trump's anger that he was not fully briefed on details of the executive order he signed giving his chief strategist a seat on the National Security Council, a greater source of frustration to the president than the fallout from the travel ban. So he said this was like fake or it wasn't true. And the thing is like, of course, the second that, Steve Bannon 2.0 for this administration, Elon Musk, is out, Bannon wastes no time being like, dear leader, get rid of him.
With the good,
put me back in.
The goose and the gander. They got to go back to this, as Stuart Stevens talked about, and go through everything about his immigration status. I happen to believe, given the facts that I've been shown, that he's an illegal alien, and illegal aliens got to be deported.
Okay, so I'm just going to point out at this point that Steve Bannon, who I know personally, I don't disagree with Steve on everything, but Steve has a very strong habit of stapling himself to whomever is the most powerful person in the room. Donald Trump happens to be that person, obviously. And so he has for a very long time been trying to kind of push his way back into the administration. He feels like this is his moment since he has for a long time predicted the falling out between Musk and Trump. The idea that Musk is going to be deported. So a man who's responsible for tens of thousands of American jobs and some of the most successful companies in American history. We're going to deport him based on what? That's absurd. He then called for the expropriation of SpaceX. It's this sort of stuff that I don't think resonates for most Americans. The idea that Elon Musk disagrees with President Trump on policy and they're having a Twitter battle and thus SpaceX should be forcibly removed from its founder.
What baffles me is how many people want to get close to Trump, but who does it benefit? Almost 100% of the people who get near him do not benefit from it long term. So, I mean, it's leopards eating face syndrome, right? They never think it's gonna. They see how it doesn't work for everybody else, but they think it's going to be different for them.
The action that President Trump should be taking immediately, I think, when he threatens to take one of the big programs out of SpaceX, President Trump tonight should sign an executive order calling for the Defense Production Act to be called in SpaceX and seize.
I hadn't seen that this part
tonight before midnight.
Sees SpaceX, and you can see how happy Bannon is about this. I mean, he is loving every single moment. The other person who's loving every single moment of this is, of course, AOC. So Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, she of the bartending, the stupidity, and the rather negative associations of people who love terrorism, she's very happy.
Oh, man, the girls are fighting, aren't they? You know,
Apparently there was discourse on Blue Sky about this over whether or not what she said was misogynistic.
would say that this was something that was a long time coming, where we've been seeing that these two huge egos.
I always remember she's like, they're a virgin, or I shouldn't say, I always forget because I don't forget it, but it's like, it's weird that the Democrats are always talking about what Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing, and Republicans are constantly talking about what AOC is doing.
We're not long for being together in this world as friends, and so I think this breakup we've been seeing a long time coming, but we'll see what the impacts are of it legislatively.
Okay, so again, Democrats are just overjoyed about all of this. Meanwhile, in business terms, Tesla took a massive one-day market cap decline, which again, I think is really silly. Like the underlying math on Tesla has not changed. It hasn't. Tesla happens to be an amazing company.
It's still propped up by market faith. You're right.
I think for a long
nothing has changed here. It has always been overhyped.
Time that it's overvalued. Its PE ratio is wild. And that's because Tesla is effectively an AI company that makes cars, not a car company with some AI. With that said, the idea that the market cap of the company should shed like 200...
It is so fucking bizarre. It is so fucking bizarre. The myth making surrounding Elon Musk that just goes up all the way to the top. Like, I believe that that Ben Shapiro and PBD, like, they're true believers of this shit. This great man theory surrounding him.
$137.2 billion over the last...
I only say it's a further misogyny.
Last 5 sessions because of fights between Musk and Trump is an absurdity. That's ridiculous. If any company is that reliant on the largesse of the federal government, it's already overvalued. I do not think now is like an amazing time to sell Tesla, for example. Meanwhile, President Trump's own stock in his media company also took a hit. There was an 8% decline in the Trump Media and Technology Group, allegedly costing the president $200 million. Now, again, I think it is worth noting at this point, that's not how the stock market works. Whenever you read a story about how Elon lost $100 billion yesterday, he didn't lose any money. He didn't cash out his stock. He's not an idiot. That's not how it works. That's like...
Did you guys know that it's not actually liquid cash that he's losing?
That every time the real estate market goes down...
How dumb is his argument, or his audience?
No, you didn't unless you sold your house into it. That is actually not how stock works. It is not how asset ownership works. President Trump's meme coin also declined some 10%, potentially costing him nearly $900 million. Again, I'm not a big fan of these meme coins in the first place. However, the fact that these two are tethered together economically is sort of fascinating. As far as the space program, there could be serious problems if, in fact, the federal government did go after SpaceX, because SpaceX is the major provider of an enormous amount of the country's space technology. If SpaceX's government contracts were actually canceled, it would eliminate America's ability to launch astronauts to space from American soil. This is according to Space.com. SpaceX's Crew and Cargo Dragon spacecraft variants have changed the landscape of NASA operations aboard the ISS and ushered in a new era of U.S. spaceflight.
How about this is just an ad for Tesla and SpaceX?
It could also...
What's the over-under on, like, how much money Ben Shapiro has, like, personally invested in Tesla and SpaceX stock? So he really, really needs people to not start selling because they're scared.
Create some serious problems for the Pentagon if there were to be a break in the relationship. The Pentagon is reliant on many SpaceX programs. Again, I don't think any of this is going to materialize. I think all of this is a bit of a spat. it means that Elon is going to get less involved with the Republican Party going forward, and it means that President Trump is going to be less reliant on Elon publicly. All of that is true. And it means that many of the debates that were had kind of behind closed doors about things ranging from free trade to immigration to foreign policy are now going to be had out in the open. I don't think it's a terrible thing, by the way. I think it's worthwhile for people to have clarity in these conversations about who exactly stands where. This sort of bizarre notion that ideological vagary is somehow good for the Republican Party, I think is bad. I don't think it is. I think we ought to have these debates. I think we ought to know where people stand. With that said, what is the ultimate impact of this? Some fraying of the seams, but certainly not the collapse of the Republican coalition more broadly speaking, because the Republican coalition is in fact going to pass the big, beautiful bill. In a moment, we'll get to the polling numbers for President Trump. Shockingly good. First, when we started Daily Wire, it felt like I had to figure everything out with minimal help. Editorial guidelines, studio setup, production schedule, branding. That's a lot of stuff to do. New decisions were necessary.
All right.
Shopping for window treatment. To get a tactical look, not limit the editor and co-host of Morning Wire, available on video now, wherever you...
No, fuck you guys. Are they just going to talk about polling till the end of this? Hold on. I want this dude to go away.
Wondrous thing. And apparently this is breaking out into the open in the middle of meetings with other countries. Apparently, there was a negotiation happening in Japan, and members of the Trump team started arguing with each other in front of the Japanese about the goal of the trade negotiations. Quote, the presence of 3 top U.S. negotiators with differing stances on trade, this is according to Nikkei.com, is adding a layer of complexity to tariff talks with Japan. Open disagreements, competition, confusion among Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and U.S. Trade Representative Jamie Greer have made it hard for the Japanese side to judge the Trump administration's intentions, according to sources close to the negotiations. One source said, quote, at one point, the 3 cabinet officials put the talks with the Japanese side on hold and began debating right in front of them. Well, that's not great, Bob. The responsibilities of Bessent, Lutnick, and Greer overlap each other, complicating the tariff talks. Bessent is also responsible for negotiating with China, South Korea, and other countries, making scheduling a meeting with him difficult. In addition to lack of unity between Bessent, Lutnick, and Greer, Tokyo is also concerned about insufficient coordination between cabinet officials and working-level staff. So, again, is that going to be great for the economy? It certainly could be a major problem for the economy, especially given the fact that U.S. job growth continues to slow. The United States added, according to the Wall Street Journal, 139,000 jobs in May. That is above a gain of 125,000 jobs expected. But
I was about to say the jobs report that's about to come out, it's probably going to be the worst jobs report in the last, 4 years.
But at the same time, there was a major revision down in terms of the jobs in the last couple of months. So it all balances out to...
rising unemployment that probably wasn't seen since, COVID.
Economy that seems to be at the very least slowing fairly significantly. Now, does that mean that the economy is in serious trouble? Again, it doesn't...
Male rights is a stand-up gentleman. We need more people like him around. This is your first time chat. Why are you simping for male rights in this? What are you doing?
I mean the economy's in serious trouble. It just means that nobody knows what the hell is going on. That is the rule of the day on Wall Street. No one knows where this is going. No one knows what the hell is going on. That is why the most positive thing Congress could do is pass the big, beautiful bill to at least allow a degree of certainty in the tax regime. If we can't get any level of certainty...
It was released today. The unemployment thing, was it?
In the trade regime. And meanwhile, President Trump is indicating openness to scaling back SALT relief in the GOP tax bill in the Senate. He's suggesting to Senate Republicans he is open to a lower limit on tax deductions for state and local taxes than the version included in the House passed version. Now remember, the way this works is that the House passes a bill, the Senate passes its own version of the bill, and then the two sides negotiate over a combined bill that can pass both houses. So everything that President Trump takes with one hand, he has to give with the other. It's a very difficult negotiation. Pretending otherwise is foolhardy. With that said, do I think the big, beautiful bill ends up over the finish line? I would be shocked if it doesn't. Well, meanwhile, in very positive news, the Supreme Court has now ruled in favor of the idea that you don't actually have to be a member of a minority in order to be discriminated against, which of course is...
Okay. I'm not here for his judicial review. Okay, what's next? What the hell is next? But whatever comes next, you guys should be subscribed to me. I have new emotes that you can use if you are a subscriber to me on Twitch. If you're watching me on YouTube, you should be subscribed as well. You should follow me on Twitch so you can know when I go live. And if you want to support the stream, you can find my donation link pinned in chat, and you can follow it and donate to me there. And I'm at StraighterAid or StraighterAid_ on everything. But for now, we're going to do... Let's do... I wanted to see the... Okay, wait. Adam Friedland did something with Cuomo? Hold on.
Musk, Donald Trump, who wins?
I don't know.
Honestly, like I am seeing a lot of people reveling in this today. A lot of people are having fun, laughing about it. But like, if we could take a minute and just be human beings, like if the New York Times report is correct, like this gentleman is suffering from substance abuse issues. Donald Trump, as we know, had that in his family. He saw his brother destroyed by drugs and alcohol.
And for Zoran.
So like, I don't know. I don't know how much. Listen, I'm a blue comedian, but you know, I don't know if it's right for us to forget that we're adults and that someone is suffering. And to be honest with you, if you
give him the Kanye defense.
If you look at the tweets today, these gentlemen are in pain. And I think we live in a tremendously lonely time right now, and so we forget like how painful it is to lose a friend. And when you work with someone for so long, it is painful.
He's literally doing that clip from Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
They've worked very closely. These gentlemen have the weight of the world on their shoulders. What?
Hold on, I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. I have to find out.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
These gentlemen have the weight of the world on their shoulders.
Wait, which is the drug-addled one that we should be merciful to? Trump or Musk?
Trump is on drugs too?
I don't know that either is on drugs. He does not drink.
He doesn't drink, right?
No. So you think Musk may be affected by addiction, and that's what we're seeing?
Well, I mean, I would hope that he could get the help that he deserves. I've had friends have substance abuse problems, and like living this out in public must be very difficult.
So you think
plus,
that
I would
he's
love
going bad
both
on
of them.
Trump, not for legitimate reasons?
I would love both of these gentlemen to be guests on the Adam Friedland Show.
This is the next Jon Stewart, according to GQ.
So you think that you could build a bridge?
Me and those guys?
You, Musk, and Trump. How does it go?
Certainly.
Thank you, Adam. Okay. I want to see the Rokanda thing because I haven't seen it just yet. So fuck it. I meant to look at the Anthony Weiner one, then I didn't get around to it, but we can do the Rokanda one.
A lot of being in Congress actually is just having a voice and speaking out. And so
that sounds like a bullshit.
No, I mean,
what does it mean? Like you're surrounded by some of these people are the dregs of humanity. You see a guy walking down the hall, you're like, oh, that guy's been accused of like potentially sleeping with a minor. How do you like function in like a world of scoundrels?
I mean, the nation is a nation.
No, come on. Hello, and welcome back to the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. And guys, let me start off by saying thank you to you, the fans, for the outpouring of enthusiasm and acclaim that we've received since the beginning of our second season. But let me remind all of you, we're just getting started. And for this week's guest, I was joined by none other than California Congressman Ro Khanna. Now, as the Democratic Party has struggled to redefine their message in the wake of the last election, Ro has emerged as a prominent voice from the progressive wing of the party. Now, as many of you know, this show is the new kid on the block. We don't have...
Wasn't Ro elected through Justice Democrats?
...corporate overlords or the funding of a nation state. This is a grassroots organization. So in the promotional run-up to the show, we had to get a little crafty. And in order to do so, we figured out a way for me to have my first ever television appearance as the host of the Adam.
Ro turned out to be such a pathetic weasel. Yeah, this is the thing is that he represents like Silicon Valley. Like he was there saying like, where's it? Let me find the tweet of him being like, oh, we should be embracing like Elon Musk or whatever. Hold on. He'll like be based on some things and then he'll like praise Modi and then he'll be based again on like the minimum wage or something, and then he will take money from J Street and like the Israel lobby. So Emma Vigeland, our queen, Rep. Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley and has known Musk for over a decade, said Democrats should be in dialogue with Musk given their shared opposition to the GOP's mega bill. We should ultimately... It almost occurred to me to try to do Ro Khanna's accent, but I'm not going to do that. We should ultimately be trying to convince him that the Democratic Party has more of the values that he agrees with. This is like more of the we need good billionaire shit, but they will do. I mean, I'm sure there are Democrats that are open to embracing and working with Musk easily. They work with other billionaires. Yeah, the Democratic Party has more of the values that he agrees with, KHANNA said. A commitment to science funding, a commitment to clean technology, a commitment to seeing international students like him. Wait, wrong thing. And then he said, if Biden had a big supporter criticize him, Trump would have hugged him the next day. Okay. But you're not just you're talking about like inviting him into the party. There's a difference between propping up what he's saying, trying to oppose the bill, versus being like, he should be a leading figure in the Democratic Party. When we refused to meet with Robert Kennedy Jr., Trump embraced him and won. That wasn't always going to fucking happen. We can be the party of sanctimonious lectures or the party of FDR that knows how to win and build a progressive majority. What progressive majority needs RFK Jr. and his anti-vax shit? I don't understand.
Adam Friedland Show. So first, this.
New York City Hall. For some, a hallowed ground of civic engagement, but to me, another stage for one of my hilarious jokes. I had a pretty good idea of what to expect, hordes of elderly citizens lining up to complain about ethnic restaurants, and me, the sardonic jokester.
The Dems could have had Musk and RFK Jr. Whoa, yeah, we missed out big time.
Lampooning the whole...
Guess we'll just have to settle with all the other billionaires, like, I almost said Soros. I almost did the thing.
Process. For the council members, a moment of biting satire. For the concerned citizens, a comedy show from a celebrity free of charge. And for me, a perfect opportunity to craft a viral moment in promotion of my new show.
Sure, yes, I am remembering the victims. Okay. More than you.
No, that's not.
I have been to more funerals than you. I guarantee. Don't do that. Do not do that.
As it turned out, this was the worst possible day to come to City Hall for my comedy show.
Do not talk.
But I will. No, don't talk to me like that.
And I'll talk to you like that.
I don't take lightly to NYPD continuously lying about their advocacy.
I sat and watched as tearful testimony was given about an incredibly sensitive topic, and I was terrified.
No, to suggest that we should be sharing.
No, I want to be.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Maybe someone can make this funny, but it wasn't me. I had already submitted my written speech and comedically doctored photo evidence of my claim. And if I stuck to this plan, there was a good chance that I would go to prison for the rest of my life.
Adam Friedland.
So as my name was called, I took my seat in front of New York City's highest body and made a life or death audible.
Hello? Hi. My name's Adam.
Oh my God.
If you'll excuse me, I've never been to a committee.
Is this going to be like when that chick went to like a California City Hall to protest the McDonald's getting rid of the McRib?
Before. I've never been to the city council, and in light of what we've heard today and the gravity of the subject matter, I don't feel like it's it feels trivial. It was about something totally different. I just want to let you guys know a lot of people, myself included, people have like kind of lost faith in our institutions, and seeing people standing up for children today. And I'm inspired by the work of the chairman.
Beautiful.
And Mr. Jumani and Councilperson Cabin and Stevens. You guys are awesome. I mean, this is awesome. So I support. I didn't even know about this, but I support it. I've just been watching. And give it up for yourselves. You guys are awesome. Give it up for yourselves. This is really cool.
Jesus
this actually matters.
Christ.
Most everything is bullshit. This actually matters, and I won't waste any more of your time. I'm just inspired by all of you great people here today, and if by any chance the person that did the graffiti by my house, if by any chance he's watching it, I don't know if he likes the city council, but hopefully he's watching it, and we could hang out or something.
Someone's
we can talk
laughing.
About it. And it hurt. It hurt my feelings. But but who am I to call out a fellow citizen, especially in light of everything we've heard today? So keep kicking ass, everyone. Give it up for yourselves. This is. Oh, it's okay. Thank you a lot, everyone. All right.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown, and before I start, remember the hostages, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go, defend Israel.
Well,
yes, true.
Nowadays, it might seem like everything's gone dark, but if you look close enough, the candle of democracy first lit by our forefathers
I should start my stream off like that every day.
still flickers. It's up to us to feed that flame. This is Adam Friedland, signing off.
Democratic Congressman from California, KHANNA.
Everyone. Normally I do the introduction, but okay. That's a new thing. That's our Andy Richter over there. That's our Jimmy Pardo. Congressman, thanks for
Great to
coming.
be on.
We talked briefly on Zoom.
We talked, and I followed you during like the whole Bernie thing. I mean, you were
the whole. What do you mean the whole? Since
the Bernie
2016,
campaigns, the Bernie 2020 campaign. That's when I was a co-chair.
2020. I know.
And you were.
You followed me.
I mean, I followed that you were a big advocate for him. There weren't a lot of people in the media. I mean, you were independent media who were supporting him. That's how I came to know who you were.
Is that right?
That's really true.
Politicians are such good liars. I was on a podcast called Come Town at the time.
You were active.
I mean, yeah, it was. I was a big supporter of. But I was a queen.
Ro Khanna was a cum boy, confirmed.
I mean, just because you're a comedian? No, because you're a progressive.
You saw me in the the VIP section of the Queen's rally.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I had to lie my way into.
I wasn't at the Queen's rally. That was the one with AOC, right?
I was stood right next to her.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything, but I think she probably knew who I was too.
Dude, Adam's hair is getting like messier and messier every single episode.
I met Michael Moore though. On the other hand,
he's very good.
He's the man.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of like was Trump before Trump in terms of understanding what was going on.
I agree. He was the only guy that was like, Trump's gonna win.
And he was the only guy who understood the two basic things, which was people's jobs were being snatched from them, shipped offshore by greedy corporations, and we're going in all these dumb wars. And those were the two. I mean, Trump had a lot of other BS, but those are the two central things that Trump ran on in 16.
Well, and also throwing Hillary in a dungeon. That was
there was that part too.
Yeah. That was a big winner for him, I think. And he didn't follow through. And that's the thing about Trump. He doesn't follow through on his promises to throw the former First Lady Hillary Clinton in a dungeon.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing.
Actually, for me, it was Michael Moore, and then every single one of my black comedian friends were like, yeah, there's no way Hillary Clinton's winning it. Like, and I was like, Jamel, if you look at the 538 polls, there's absolutely no chance this is going to happen. And he's like, no, I'm telling you, they're not going to give it to a lady after a black guy. And I was like, but Nate Silva, he's crunching the numbers.
Profound.
He still gets us all to do it every cycle, even though he's always wrong.
How?
I mean, he does it every time, and I fall for it too. And we're all like watching the 538 thing, and he turns out to be spectacularly wrong, and we all forget 2 years later, 4 years later.
It's crazy how some people, and campaigns and elections people, I used to live in DC. Yeah. And campaigns and elections people.
Wait, didn't Nate Silver, wasn't he one of the few saying that Trump could win? I can't remember.
You're not gonna,
like in 2016, I mean.
Things that you're not going to.
I know right before 2024, like right before the election, like a day or two before, he was saying he wasn't feeling as confident about Kamala Harris winning as he had previously felt. Nate Silver was all Hillary? Oh, okay, and then I'm wrong. There was something that gave him legitimacy because he did this thing that nobody had ever thought to do, which is instead of looking at one poll, you aggregate a bunch of polls and look off that.
To be able to agree with.
But I swear he predicted a race that people didn't think had like a chance or something like that. But I mean, maybe he did just get famous because people thought he was like telling them what they wanted to hear. Thank you for subscribing. You said what?
But you can just wink at me or pull in earlobe. Yeah. But like they were perhaps the worst people I met in DC. I think to some extent I had more respect for lobbyists because at least they were having a nice time. Yeah. But campaigns and election people, you could
especially the media.
You can literally lose every single time and somehow get a promotion every new election cycle.
Yeah. Well, you get these consultants and they're like, I just love your vision, Ro. I love that you're for Medicare for all, for free college. We're going to change the world together. And then 3 days later, how about doing a $25,000 video on this and I commission? You know, it's a very, very like, how do we make money?
How? Okay, I didn't want to get into this till later, but how the fuck? Can I curse in Congress?
You can curse.
Can you cuss in Congress?
I can curse. Yeah, of course.
Who cusses? Who's the number one cusser in Congress? Who's it? Marjorie
on our side? Who's this? Jimmy Gomez curses a lot.
Name names.
Jamal Bowman used to curse.
Jamal Bowman?
Bowman would.
Yeah.
Rashida Tlaib.
He's gone now.
She's a big cusser. Name names. Anyway, how in 100 days did they manage to spend $2 billion?
Yeah, it's crazy. Well,
and then end up in debt. What?
They had concerts, so they entertained America.
Well, no, but they didn't have enough money for Beyonce to sing.
No, that was, she gave the statement. You know, that was just like, it's like if you if people go to the Super Bowl and the players don't play, they just like make some statement. I mean, I think we don't realize that.
Oprah got paid and she's a billionaire.
Yeah, she claims it was for the production.
I thought I remembered him being pretty close and being criticized for giving Trump more of a chance than most people did. And a quick Google search looks like that was the reporting too.
Do you have $1 million production here? I don't know how much is the production here.
Well, you're certainly not getting paid for this. I'm just saying that. I owe a lot of money around town. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Well, we'd have to pay you. It's the other way around.
How much? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I think we kind of just watched an election cycle where you had one guy with his weird family around him as an inner circle, and then kind of Bannon, and then kind of Elon Musk, which you can't really discredit because he owns a massive like social media platform.
Right.
But like you had like this, like you have 12 guys on one side, and then you had to have had like thousands and thousands of algorithm experts, PR consultants, like the amount of people that were just grifting.
Algorithm expert. I didn't even know that was a thing. Maybe there is.
I thought you were a tech. I
haven't, but I'm sure there are. I'm sure.
$2 billion is an insane amount of money.
It is.
What? It wasn't grannies writing checks, right? Like.
No, I mean, look, there were some of the grassroots folks, but there were a lot of billionaires. There were more billionaires who funded our side than billionaires that funded their side.
Right.
I mean, that's the reality.
true.
When we talk about, get super PAC money out, get PAC money out, lobbyist money out. I mean, we relied on a lot of these.
He makes it sound like he's so disappointed by that, but then this tweet of him slobbering all over Elon Musk saying we have to invite him into the party, we'd be stupid not to. How does he, like, this is why I go back and forth on KHANNA.
Billionaires. That's why it's not fully credible.
And what interests primarily did they align with?
It was the status quo, right? I mean, the reality is that a lot
Wall Street.
Like the most charitable thing I can think is that he's like, this is not going away anytime soon, so billionaires may as well be on the side of Democrats than Republicans. But yeah, I don't agree with that.
Wall Street, tech, pharmaceutical, but it's not as clear. It's just a sense that we're not going to be for transformative economic change. What does that mean? Well, we're not going to be talking about raising the living wage. We're not going to be talking about raising taxes on wealthy. We're not going to be talking about Medicare for all. We're not going to be talking about free public college. We're not going to be talking about childcare at $10 a day. We'll talk about let's have more startup businesses and let's have more entrepreneurship and let's have more opportunity.
In terms of electoral politics, like every single plan just seemed so like I don't know, overly complicated.
I agree. And the central thing, Trump said you've been shafted. Your life, it's not working out that well right now. And we were like, you've got joy. We're doing great. We're going to continue. And people are like, no, I've been shafted.
Yeah.
I don't have enough money. I've got groceries cost too much. Childcare costs too much. Healthcare costs too much. I keep getting denied from health insurance. And all those good jobs left because we allowed for corporate offshoring. And Trump then comes in with no real actual proposal. Like his proposal literally is like, okay, we're going to give tax breaks to corporations, and we're going to get Musk and Doge to stop these benefit payments because we got a deficit.
Oh, I thought you were talking about 2016 for a second.
But people don't pay attention as much to what he's going to do. They just say, change this system.
I think in a simpler sense, like I'm a comedian, right? And like during lockdown, I mean, Trump was working the road. I mean, he was doing stadiums, baby.
Yeah.
He killed Herman Cain at one of them, you know? But my boy was having fun, you know? He was crushing. He was like, it was kind of like I was a comedian. I was like, he's still allowed to work the road, and he's just crushing
These
stadiums.
are rallies.
Yeah, the rallies. And it's like, to some extent, what you see is that he makes people feel good.
He's entertaining. I mean,
he makes his guys.
I mean, it's true. Trump is entertaining.
Great.
Well, he's got a simple
He's an oafish clown, but yeah.
He says, it's not your fault. You've been screwed. There are all these things that have made your life not work out as you want it to work out.
And it's the Mexicans.
And he blames the Indians, the Mexicans, the Chinese. It's all the immigration, and it's all these companies, and they screwed you, and you built America. Rose family didn't.
Nowadays, see, Democrats will vote for the same bills, but they will not actually use the rhetoric that might get them elected.
Fight in the Revolutionary War, didn't fight in World War II.
By just going all the way and talking shit about immigrants.
Didn't build the steel, didn't build the coal. They just got here. Rose was just born in '76. But what about your grandparents? They're the ones who fought the wars. You're the ones who built the coal, built the steel. And now.
So what did your family do World War II? You were regular Jane Fondas?
Well, my grandfather was in jail with Gandhi, alongside Gandhi, fighting for India's independence.
Yeah.
That's what moved my politics. But my point is that he is appealing to this sense of people who have really been shafted. Now, Bernie, and the reason we're I think I was a co-chair of his campaign. Bernie got that. He got that there is fundamental income inequality in this country. There are a lot of people who don't have good-paying jobs, and it's ridiculous. They can't get help.
Isn't that fucking hilarious how Bernie Sanders attracted all the Bernie bros and the socialists and the young white men, and now here we are, a little less than a decade later, and the Democrats are talking about putting millions of dollars in to capture this base that they had at one point and complained about endlessly. Because it was supposed to be indicative of white supremacy or something.
Healthcare, it's ridiculous they can't get childcare. It's ridiculous that we're not taxing these billionaires and millionaires. And he said, okay, we're going to fix it in a hopeful way, in an aspirational way. And Trump wants to fix it in a very dark, destructive way.
You grew up in Philadelphia.
Right outside Bucks County.
Bucks County, go Birds.
I got to admit, I became a 49ers fan, but my family's all, good, I mean, it's my
Fucking
district.
politician.
Well, no, if I was a
Bullshit.
if I was a
You fucking politician.
if I was a politician, I'd feel like, go Birds, yay Birds, but I'm not really, like, still rooting for them as much. But my brother and family do, so I'm going to go see them.
And how much respect do they have? Oh, but the 49ers, because my district. Come on, what are you talking about? Remember who you are.
You know, well, my wife says never trust a guy who changes his sports allegiances.
I do not. I will not.
So
okay. Yeah. Wait. I thought
Sage advice. That's why I'm over here still supporting the Spurs, even though they fucking suck now.
You said after the last championship with Nick Foles that you were the guy that licked the poo-poo off the horse.
Nick Foles, that was a good quarterback.
You don't seem like a Philly guy though.
I'm not. No, like a guy on the 700. I went.
You don't. Would you boo Santa Claus? Would you throw batteries at Santa Claus?
No, but I was in the 700 levels. You know the vet, right? The
old 700 club, Pat Robertson.
Well, the vet used to be the old stadium before the new stadium, and I've gone through
nothing but respect for the vets.
And I've gone to the 700 level where basically they throw the beer cans and they boo, and then I was like, how did I turn out like this? I mean, maybe I should have gotten some more Philly spirit.
How did you turn out like a nerd politician?
What? The Spurs are going to be so good soon. They're not getting Durant. It's not happening.
Like, proper and, but that's why I said I grew up in Bucks County, because if you tell a Philly person that you grew up in Philly, and you actually grew up in Bucks County, like that is very insulting. You're trying to be something you're not.
Yeah.
Like it's a different thing.
Yeah, go home.
Like Philly, Bucks County it's middle class suburban. Philly is
what's in that mug right now?
Water, isn't it?
It's sparkling water. Yeah.
Water?
But I will. My favorite.
Water. Wait, say it for real. Water.
Water?
You're not from Philly at all. Where are you from?
I don't know.
Are you AI or something?
I mean, JD Vance probably says I'm from India, right? That's like half the.
I saw that last night on Twitter.
They're like the comments are like, "What is Ro Khanna? Deport him. Who is he? What is a Ro Khanna?" That's like the Twitter. You don't follow your Twitter much?
I saw it last night.
Yeah.
It's kind of good for us. You know that.
What is?
Because it's been Jew this last year. Now you guys are. Vivek ran a little interference for us, for the Jews.
Well, he had to realize.
Do you feel like Vivek's embarrassing for you like Netanyahu is for me?
Yeah, he was. Look, I debated.
Take shots, bro.
I would tell you, when you're an Indian American politician who's an immigrant, you probably don't want to insult.
Adam went there.
People who've been born in America, white Americans, like it's just dumb what he did. Like I don't understand what he was thinking.
Well, the tweet was funny, bro.
It was dumb.
No, come on, bro.
He was basically like...
He shouted out Steve Urkel.
Did he shout out Steve Urkel? I forgot that.
I remember this.
We used to have Bob Hope, Johnny Cash, Steve Jobs, Steve Urkel.
You know what the funny thing
now we have no Hope, no Jobs, no Cash, and Stefan Urkel, the sexy one. Yeah.
The thing I would ask him next day was like, you're upholding like this Indian immigrant experience. Have you been to India? Because in India they're obsessed with Bollywood and cricket. Like it's not like they're all studying math. They've got like movies and cricket. So it's this idea that
they're obsessed with Pakistan too.
They are obsessed with Pakistan for sure.
Yeah. But are you Hindu?
I am Hindu.
Yeah.
I'm Hindu.
What do you make of old Modi?
Oh my God! We literally watched a WIC panel talk about. Tali was like, this only happens to Jewish and Israeli Americans. They're asked about their opinions on these conflicts or whatever because of their identity. This doesn't happen to any other group, and it's literally happening from Adam Friedland, a Jew, to an Indian man.
Was it Meet the Press or something? That's this is.
Listen, I'm a guy who wants to poop my pants on a podcast. Okay, I know who Modi is.
I don't like his politics. I don't like it. I am. I talked about my grandfather. I mean, he was part of India when it was founded with Gandhi and Nehru. It was much more pluralistic. You were Hindu, you were Jewish.
I'm South African, so old Gandhi spent a lot of time down in South Africa.
And then that inspired Mandela. Some of his efforts there.
Yeah.
And so, but the point is now, Modi. I mean, Modi's done some things fine for the country, but he's too aligned with a Hindu nationalism in India that I just don't think is the right approach.
Guys, I want to talk to you about DraftKings Casino. Spring is in full bloom.
Does he actually have like a Gamba sponsorship?
Casinos on your phone, right, Thomas? Yeah. New offers and promos are sprouting up daily at DraftKings Casino.
I don't even know if I can show this on Twitch. Oh my God.
Show.
There we go.
You're an attorney, Chicago.
Yeah.
And then you campaigned for Obama.
Yeah.
And then you were appointed in 2009 by Barack Obama.
Yeah. I don't want to exaggerate my campaign. Well, he was running for the state senate. I knocked on a few doors for him back then.
Yeah. He was running against Alan Keyes, right?
Well, that was the Senate. When I was a student in Chicago, I was 96. He was running for the state Senate, and I knocked on.
Was it Blagojevich's former seat or something?
Well, the Senate seat was. This is what I worked on. He was running for the state Senate, state legislature in 1996.
How much interaction did you have with the former President Obama as an appointee?
As an appointee, almost none, because I was like a deputy assistant secretary of Commerce, which is like, fine, but not like.
Come on, don't shit on you. You're deputy assistant.
The longer your title in D.C., the less important you are.
Were your parents like, I can't believe you're the only deputy assistant? What is it?
Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce.
Sounds nice to me.
Yeah, but then after.
Did we get a raid? Thanks, Ogre Boy, for the raid of 6 for watching Ro Khanna and Adam Friedland talk.
After I got to Congress, probably now is a couple times a year.
Couple times a year.
Yeah.
And what's his vibe?
He's very cerebral. He's calm.
Yeah.
He's got a sarcastic sense of humor.
Really.
And he's relaxed. He's not. He's no longer in the whole zone.
Okay, and I want to mention this. You were co-chair of Bernie's campaign in 2020, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It seems like our former president, if you think about everything that's happened since he was president, it's been now the third presidential election since he's left office, that his influence on that primary was pretty much, it was that, and now he's making Netflix.
Okay, so what he's referring to, even though he didn't really expand on it, is that in 2020, Obama made a call to all of the Democratic presidential primary candidates that still remained in the race, which I believe included Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, a couple of others. I think Andrew Yang was still in it at this point, Elizabeth Warren, and the whole thing that they did was drop out and endorse Biden over Bernie. So he got them to help consolidate power to keep Bernie out entirely. And yeah, now Obama's opened a production company, and that's what he's spent his time doing since now that he's retired.
Come on, bro.
I didn't agree. I didn't agree. I don't know what his role was, but certainly I didn't agree with people coordinating to drop out of the primary. But Buttigieg endorsed.
So who was it?
I mean, I don't know if it was Pelosi or I don't know who. There were certainly powers that be in the Democratic primary, DNC.
You can't take the shot.
Well,
you're still with the boys.
With who? With Bernie?
You're still in the world.
To me,
you can't. It's you can't criticize Obama and this party. Or Dems think that you can't criticize him, that he's still party royalty or whatever. But honestly, I think voters are starting to see through the Obama worship.
You blame him. You don't blame all the other things that happened, the DNC, and they basically cut deals. Biden's team with these other candidates.
I mean, it's not one or the other. You can blame both. We know that, even Jake Tapper is putting it in his book, Original Sin, talking about the cover-up surrounding Biden's mental acuity and whatnot, and what his inner circle did to hide him from the public and make his mental fitness and physical fitness seem better than it was. He talks about that. He was literally saying the closest thing there is to a shadowy cabal of powerful men is when Obama does this to get rid of the left flank, or beat down the left flank of the party that was starting to gain some momentum.
To get them out of the race. And they all dropped, they all endorsed. And
how did that feel?
Terrible. I mean, it felt like it was taken from us.
They fucked us.
They did. I mean, look, it never has happened that someone in modern times wins these early states, New Hampshire, Iowa, Nevada, and loses. I mean, it's usually you're off to the races. And I think Bernie would have won in 2020. I'm not sure, to be honest, whether he would have won as decisively as Biden, but he would have won.
Trump?
Yeah, he would have won Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Whether he would have won
decisively. When you look at the Electoral College, the final numbers, yeah, it seems like Biden decisively won. When you actually look at the margins in the swing states that he captured to be able to get that result, it was really, really small. It was not a decisive victory. It was way closer than it should have been, given that 2020 was effectively a referendum on Trump and COVID.
Georgia and Arizona, it's an open question, but he would have won. And had he won, we would have fought for a living wage, $15 wage. Bernie and I called for firing the parliamentarian to get that wage increase. We didn't get the wage increase.
As you said, that felt terrible in 2018.
Yeah, but then all the libs just be like, oh, you can't, it's not about that. It was actually about the fact that Manchin and Sinema tanked it. We couldn't have done anything. It's not true.
You were co-chair of this campaign.
Yeah.
Felt like collusion. You stayed in the government, right?
I stayed in the party. I said I supported Biden.
This feels like the most beaten down Americans have ever been. And most people feel like most people don't like the fucking government. Sorry.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And so
in a simple sense, why do you want to be in the government?
No,
this is our real problem. No, but you as a guy, I'm telling you, because the only solution to it is to get the government to work, because you've got massive.
I mean, the government is going to exist whether you acknowledge it or participate in the electoral system or not. So you may as well not just completely turn to nihilism.
Inequality in income. The countries that I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, I grew up in the 80s, that my parents came through, that the sense that everyone is going to have a real shot, that there's a dynamism. You know, I grew up on a street where you had HVAC technicians, electricians, nurses. How do we build that? And the only way to build that for everyone in every place is to have a government that works, that's good. And yet we've got this problem that you basically have an economic aristocracy. You've got a bunch of people, many in my district, they think that they're entitled to rule. They think that they know better. They're the smartest. They're going to figure things out. All the wealth is piling up there. $12 trillion in my district, Apple, Google, NVIDIA, Tesla. And the only protection, the only way that we actually don't just let them dictate the rules and make all the wealth is to have an effective government. And yet you've got 70, 80% of Americans saying, we don't want government. And so this is the central problem. It's not like what's our message or who do we run. Our central problem is how do we transform the economic opportunity in place for an American when we can't convince Americans about government. And there are a couple of things I think. This is why I was so much for Bernie. Bernie was basically saying he was making the case for government in the best way that someone has since FDR. And he was saying that given this economic aristocracy where you have this wealth and power coming together in campaign finance, the only shot we have is a people-centered movement.
But if you go to the 2020 campaign, they did kind of try to incorporate more of the, what's it called?
Multiracial aspect, or
Not that, what's it called? The
identity politics?
Intersectionality. I think Bernie kind of got confused and lost.
Standpoint epistemology.
My name is Bernie Sanders, they, them, but my pronoun,
the extent to which Bernie Sanders apparently leaned into identity politics in the 2020s is entirely overstated, in my opinion. I don't think that he really did that. The thing that hamstrung him in that was not only the fact that the dropping out and consolidating around Biden obviously killed any remaining chance that he had towards the nomination, but also he got hit with a fucking heart attack gun at some point near a critical point, and he was out and not able to campaign. Plus COVID, people were having issues voting in the primaries because different primary races and caucuses and whatnot were getting delayed because people didn't want to be spreading the virus. And he was like going back and forth on telling people, do you go out and vote for me when we have this fucking disease that's raging through the country right now and there's no cure for it, or like that, which is again the moral and like responsible thing to do. But then he's also like risking losing. There was a bunch of things.
Pansexual, of course. Jane and I are getting into pansexuality. I don't know what this means, but I've never listened to one song. But
you know a pretty good Bernie.
What?
You do a pretty good Bernie impression.
Can you tell him
that? I will tell him that.
I want to know. I think this is an interesting question that you're never asked, but like.
Surprised Bernie hasn't been on the show, to be honest.
Right.
You have a cafeteria on Congress?
We do. It's like the Longworth Cafe.
What's your go-to in the cafe?
I know that Bernie is going to be on the show at some point, and I wonder if Adam's going to like. He really has a soft spot for Bernie, and he does not like when people criticize him. He like even told Norman Finkelstein stop criticizing him.
I would get tacos.
They got a good taco?
They have a decent taco.
You know where they have a good taco bowl? Trump Tower, apparently.
You go in there?
Is there a poker night?
I don't do poker night. I'm sure there are.
You play basketball?
I do, but not with people in Congress now.
Really?
No, I'm like with my family when like but I'll go out.
You only play against Indians. I only play against Jews. Seriously, the tenacity on display when it's an all Jewish basketball game. It's the skill level could not be lower, but the passion I can't explain.
We play like Thanksgiving. It's a family tradition. We all go to like play basketball.
You've never hooped with Bernie?
I have not hooped with Bernie.
I imagine it's just the sharpest elbows.
I've heard he's pretty good.
The sharpest
I've heard
knees.
He's pretty good actually.
Who are your boys?
Jonathan Jackson.
You go to like the bar with him?
Yeah, we'll have a drink here. Yeah.
You have movie night ever? Congress? These are stupid questions. I don't know why these are in the card.
You know the movies they have is like Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. Oh, they made a movie, right?
They made a movie of Reagan. So the movies.
Did they show that?
They showed that.
Oh, because the Republicans are in charge. They get to pick the movies.
Oh my God!
I mean, you can.
This is the Reagan movie with Dennis Quaid.
You could have any movie, but
the Democrat. Wait, so
there's an FDR.
So when Pelosi was speaker, she got to choose like the birdcage and stuff, and then they pick what?
Any memory if you could get the actor, director. I mean, or sometimes they'll have these things where they'll bring them in for a movie showing. But the last one they did was Reagan.
What's it like being in Congress?
We do stuff.
What's your day?
We go vote. You know, that's a basic.
Yeah, but no one shows up. We watch C-SPAN. It's empty.
Well, they don't show up when you're making speeches onto the.
It's very rude.
They don't show up, but they show up. The bells go off. It's kind of like school. You know, a lot of being in Congress actually is just having a voice and speaking out. And so
that sounds like Bernie's all right. He's 83 though. America has all these millions of people. There's no reason. Yeah, but people still have they put a lot of their faith in Bernie because he has so much name recognition that even though that's true, getting somebody to be that popular is hard.
Good bullshit.
No, I mean,
what does it mean? Like you're surrounded by some of these people are the dregs of humanity, right?
Yeah.
You know, in these marble halls. You see a guy walking down the hall, you're like, oh, that guy's been accused of like potentially sleeping with a minor. Like, how do you like function in like a world of scoundrels?
Matt Gates.
You know what I mean?
Reference.
How do you like?
I mean, the nation is a nation.
No, come on. I mean, it's how do you like function in that world and not like you know, you're also a politician. You have to play a game, right?
Yeah.
You have to make deals. You have to co-sponsor legislation. You have to find Republican
Well,
partners.
there are two ways you can do about it. You can go about it being, okay, I'm not going to work with anyone who doesn't meet a certain moral threshold.
Yeah.
That hasn't been my approach. My approach has been, I want to go there and get stuff done for people and pass my bills. And so they were elected, and I will.
Who is the person? Who is this mythical Democrat that he's talking about that like purity tests this much? They all say the same thing. I'm there to like get, you know, work across the aisle, reach across the aisle, and get stuff done.
To see how I can get them to support it. I mean, that's the reality is you don't get people who are pure who are coming into these positions.
Well, you got you.
Yeah, I'm not pure.
You're not pure?
Come on, how can you be pure? I mean, like
you got demons.
No, I mean, you know, Bernie may be the closest to being pure, but even Bernie's got, you know, but Bernie, you know, Bernie really.
I wish he'd press him on some of this stuff. When he's saying he's not pure, he takes money. He takes back money.
How can you be pure? I mean, like
you got demons.
No, I mean, you know, Bernie may be the closest to being pure, but even Bernie's got, you know, but Bernie.
Like, what does he mean? Even Bernie's got like. Finish what you're saying.
Bernie really
share with the class.
Has a very, very high standard that he set.
Guys, life's been getting pretty crazy lately, and one thing that helps me unwind is cornbread hemp CBD gummies. Have you been looking for a natural way to relieve aches and discomfort? The CBD gummies from cornbread hemp are formulated to work with your body, not against it. I'm not as young as I once was. I'm 38, actually. It's pathetic to say out loud.
Instead of buying CBD from this company, you should be donating to me instead.
Of my wellness plan. Have you ever tried everything under the sun for peace of mind? I have. It sounds like it's time for you to try cornbread hemp CBD gummies. So here's what I like about it. I like the taste, I like the flavor, but guys, mostly I like the feeling. So I recommend it to my friend Thomas. I would recommend this to you. Thanks.
Are there any politicians that don't take money? Not really.
Cornbread hemp CBD gummies are made to make you feel better, whether it's stress, discomfort, or just needing a little relaxation. You know, formulated to help prevent discomfort, stress, and sleepiness. All products are third-party lab tested, USDA organic to ensure safety and purity. Right now, the Adam Friedland Show listeners can save 30% off their first order and enjoy free shipping on orders over $75. Head to cornbreadhemp.com/TAFS and use TAFS at checkout. That's cornbreadhemp.com/TAFS. Cornbread hemp. It doesn't seem like there's a cohesive.
God damn it.
Now back to the show. You're a Democrat, and you guys are just fucking getting your asses kicked right now.
So we did this election.
It doesn't seem like there's a cohesive message that's being employed against Trump right
Well,
now.
I think the message, I agree with you, for 2 months or so there wasn't, but I think the message now is you can't just be Elon Musk and stop all payments to people who need it for Social Security and Medicare and child care, and that the Democrats are going to make sure that they don't cut all these benefits.
How is it possible that someone that hasn't been vetted by Congress, someone that I mean, it's a new department of the executive branch.
Right.
How is it possible that it seems kind of like the executive power has just mushroomed at this point, right? Like, how can Congress provide a check on that?
Well, Congress can provide a check on it by insisting
Through this little loophole called just ignore the Constitution and break the law.
that they can't make any cuts unless they come to Congress. And we can do that by not giving Trump an increase in the debt ceiling or not helping fund what he wants to fund. But we've got to assert our power. We've got to be willing to say that, look, we're not going to vote for the funding you want or the debt ceiling increase.
But what power do you guys have now that you're kind of out of power?
Well, they still need our votes for the debt ceiling because the Republicans never vote for increasing the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
And
but let's say he's cutting all these programs so that, you know, he's saving money by, like, I don't know. Now we're going to get screws in our cans of tuna and planes are going to collide into each other. Is it just going to take like a slapstick level, like, catastrophe, like nuclear waste like pouring into streets like in order to like stop this?
Well, I hope not.
I feel like they're going to fuck up so badly at some point.
I certainly hope
they already have
come to that. But I think what's going to trigger people also is if their benefits start to get cut. If they don't get a Social Security check, don't get a Medicaid check, don't get a check for their kids' education.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but half the federal budget is military,
yeah.
right? Has he indicated that they're willing to like go in and actually?
He has. Now, in a tangible sense, like
no, not in a tangible sense. They got into all the Treasury stuff. They haven't gotten into the Pentagon stuff. But the point is that I told Elon that I would be willing.
This is another thing where like watching Ben Shapiro be like, if you really want to get at spending in the United States, you have to target Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. You have to do it. And it's like, no, you could target defense.
Work with him on Pentagon cuts. I did. Bernie even said that.
Or you could raise taxes. That's another way to get money back. But he's ideologically opposed to that, so he can't suggest it.
That wasn't where he focused. He's focused on U.S. aid, which is less than 0.1% of the entire federal budget. The defense is 56%.
What's your relationship like with Mr. Musk?
Not good these days, but it used to be cordial.
Is it Mr. Musk, or is he now? He's the grand poobah of what is it? Of I don't know.
I don't know his title.
He's become the czar of. When did you first meet this gentleman?
2010 or 11, around the time.
And you were at Burning Man with him?
No, I was not at Burning Man.
Yeah.
I just sent him a copy of my first book.
And what was the response?
Whether he read it or not, I don't know, but he gave me a good blurb. He said, this is good. We need more American manufacturing in America.
You think he didn't read it?
I mean, I don't know. He's a smart guy. I mean, so he may have read it.
Is he a smart guy?
Even he's saying he's smart. He's a fucking moron.
Is he a smart guy?
Yeah, like when once I had asked him, hey, Elon, what do you think of nuclear energy? He said, yeah, it's a great idea. It's called the sun. We should capture it. I mean, he's quick on his feet.
That's smart.
You would have thought of that?
Yeah, what do you mean? Like, solar? What do you mean?
The connection that's a nuclear energy? Maybe.
The sun has a lot of fire in it? That's like a what, Neil deGrasse Tyson level. No, I mean, you're in an interesting position right now.
Because that's one way of saying it. Yeah.
Because
I just think it's like a huge assumption to think that like tons of Americans have this very, very favorable opinion of Musk and you can't touch him or be in opposition to him.
District is Silicon Valley,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's been a realignment in tech, like to the right.
Like
right?
I'm fine with him making the overtures to the fact that yes, Trump has been able to successfully launch himself to the White House, not just with donor money and free TV and advertisements and whatnot, because of how much media coverage he just organically generates, but also because of his message and how he uses populist rhetoric to appeal to some of the poorest Americans, people who only have high school degrees and whatnot. I'm fine with that. But this whole like Elon Musk is smart. You don't have to say he's stupid, but you also don't have to say he's smart.
Hey, we saw that
a move to the right. Yeah.
A move.
I mean, there's still 70% Democrats, but it used to be 95% Democrats. So people feel they're hearing the 25%.
The thing that drives me nuts about these people, and you're really not going to agree with me on this because you can't, and you shouldn't agree with me, but these are some of the biggest dildos in American society. I mean,
how do you define dildo?
They're people that understand. They're capable of understanding the flaws and inefficiencies and the ills of society.
Correct.
But they have the ego that says that only I, a genius philosopher king, am the one
I love my speech. Make my speech go viral. Everyone needs to listen to my FDR speech. I call it the aristocracy of talent, which this is what they believe. I have a line in there saying that they even believe that they want to separate the distinction between man and God. They want to get rid of immortality, which is true. They're trying to make us immortal. I mean, they really have this complex that they are entitled to rule.
Let me Steve Bannon you, Ro. Let me see. I'll write jokes for you.
That would be good.
You can give your this is going to be your city on the hill speech. Silicon Valley are some of the biggest dildos in society.
I don't like how he says dildos.
Most of those companies don't ever make any freaking money, right? It seems like there's all these VC like old guys that get hoodwinked into giving like an app that makes Theranos is a perfect example of this.
Theranos obviously was a fraud, but
oh, it was I thought it was a great idea.
But I mean,
does Uber actually make money?
I don't know if Uber does. They don't pay the workers much.
Is it money laundering for the Saudis?
But they don't pay the workers. But in fairness, I mean, do you have an iPhone or a Samsung? Or
don't do this crap.
You use Google?
Oh, are you a socialist? So why do you have a cell phone?
No,
you freaking Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I'm saying those things are actually used. Get Amazon packages. So it's not like they aren't.
No, that's the one guy that makes sense.
And
Bezos makes sense.
People have phones. They use the phones.
Bezos makes sense.
People do Google searches.
Apple makes money. Bezos, what? Okay. Anytime I want any crap, I get it to my house tomorrow. Yeah. He reinvented the supply chain.
And what about Google search?
And he's also still a Miami guy. He got the muscles and stuff. Bezos is like in a simple sense. It's like if you're in the Old West and there's a general store, and then the Sears catalog comes. They're like, it's going to destroy the general store. I mean, that's what Amazon's technically done.
Plus, YouTube, your whole thing is on YouTube. You're a Google guy.
Google makes money.
Yeah.
There's 3 companies that make money.
No, we're just talking about Apple.
The genius thing is not like the idea of an online marketplace. The genius, the thing that actually made Bezos all of his money is the fact that they were willing to operate Amazon at a loss for years and years and years and years with by having and undercutting every single business that they possibly could. Then they eliminated their competition and then they jacked up the prices once they had the monopoly.
Apple, Google, Amazon, and now NVIDIA, because you need all the chips, right?
Yeah, I know exactly what the NVIDIA,
Okay.
I know what that is.
Yeah.
I love NVIDIAs. I watch them all the time.
And then Microsoft, you need the stuff to be somewhere in the servers.
Windows 98.
For it all to
Incredible.
work.
Incredible. No, but this is like, this freaking Musk, is it just that he posts the lamest memes for Reddit guys, right? And basically pumped a stock price of a company that made 4 cars that explode constantly, and the new one is just.
I'm not gonna, obviously.
He's your best friend. You don't have to talk shit about him.
Don't be a dick. So.
He called you a dick?
Yes.
You say what he is. Use my line.
Which is?
Look at the camera.
Dildo.
Just say he's a dildo. No, okay.
He calls me a dick. I call him a dildo. I don't know if that's fully symmetrical work.
You're a real human penis. This guy is a plastic. Okay, we're getting off. Do you think that the Democratic Party lost faith in the electorate by their constant assurance that Joseph Robinette Biden's intellectual faculties there was nothing wrong?
Yeah, I think yes. I mean, not that I think he was.
Well, I mean, the issue wasn't just them refusing to acknowledge that; it was them not forcing him to not run for re-election. That was really the issue.
Capable of still being president, but
because they could have gotten away with that if he had stepped aside. The issue was that it was not just them not calling out his age. It was not calling out his age and genuinely recognizing that and pushing him aside.
I think we had to acknowledge that there was a decline.
When that debate happened, I just felt so sad for America, right? It was like the rest of the world was.
It's largely due to having capital access in the first place. Like any old peasant can come up with, I'll replace, I'll retail. Yep. It was, it was the fact that he had investors and the money to be able to see that through until it actually did become a reality. Plus the way that laws and regulations, or I guess lack of regulation surrounding monopolies and monopsonies is set up to allow that sort of consolidation of capital.
We were being so embarrassing. Getting to that point,
yeah,
right? Like, as a party, just indicates that there is. What is the DNC?
Right.
And there's no one actually at the wheel right now. But if you think about it this way, in 2016, Reince Priebus lost control of the GOP, but there was still a power structure, right? The question is, what the hell is the DNC at this point?
Well, it's a new guy now, Ken Martin. He was a Minnesota State Party chair, but
See, this is where I wish Adam actually did a little bit more research and actually knew about the power struggle going on between the DNC and fucking, what's his name, David Hogg.
Not going to define the party. The party's
and trying to force him out because he said, yeah, we need to primary ineffective Democrats in safe districts.
To be defined,
and they got scared.
Where the fight is for, are we going to be a progressive party or not? Are we going to stand up for Medicare for all?
We just saw Jamal Bowman get executed for.
But I think that for your listeners and stuff, because we are very, very close to having a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. I mean, Bernie was fighting uphill. He was fighting all of the establishment forces, and he still almost won. And now we're,
what's
5 years later.
What's the game plan there?
The game plan is to make sure that we have, just like you had Bill Clinton, you have 20 years of these centrist corporate Democrats, to make sure you have 20 years of progressive Democrats.
They have money.
Who?
The centrists.
The centrists have the money. The centrists have name ID.
So how do you beat money?
You need the progressive base energized and mobilized, and just like they were with Bernie, but they're more off us now. I mean,
it's small
the
donors.
next presidential election will be 2028. That's 8 years from when Bernie ran. That means there are a lot more people who can be part of the progressive base.
And Bernie is only going to be 98 years old.
I'm convinced if Bernie was 10 years younger, he'd be president of the United States in 2028. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Because I think.
So what about me?
You could, and you've got the comedian thing going for you, because people kind of want an outsider.
Maybe I'll do VP Stephen A. Smith president.
We got to make Stephen. You got to get him to be progressive.
And the slogan is "That is preposterous."
Dude, I have to interrupt this. This is fucking insane. I cannot believe I forgot to show you guys this PVD clip. Okay, hold on. Oh, there's a new Willie Slop video. We'll do that tomorrow. A William McDonald video. Okay. Where is it? Stephen A. Smith came on, and he did not realize that they were looking at a fake. Fuck, which one is it though? Is Is it this one? I sent it to somebody. They fell for like a satirical article and neither of them noticed that it was fake. Let me see. I think it was this one.
Caitlin Clark. Mm-hmm. And
it says Caitlin Clark's the golden goose. Stephen A. Smith defends WNBA in heated debate. We're not watching this whole thing. Literally just the first bit.
Angel Reese, right? Yeah. They're going back and forth. And Jamil Hill says by the time Angel Reese is done, she's going to be the Michael Jordan of WNBA.
She said about Angel Reese?
She said Angel Reese, by the time she retires, can you pull up this quote? She said by the time she retires, she will be the MJ of...
What is progressive capitalism? The same thing as conservative socialism, obviously.
Go to Jamil Hill. Type in Jamil Hill. Yeah. She says, by the time she retires, Jamil Hill has made a bold prediction that Angel Reese will become the MJ of the WNBA by the time she retires. That's what she said. Okay? Okay?
Going off AI summaries.
So now, while this is taking place, Brittany Griner comes out and says, I am so sick and tired of the WNBA. It used to be a peaceful, small little thing. Now there's crowds screaming, hollering. This is disruptive. It's not
okay, this is
her quote. I don't know if you saw this or not. Okay. Can you pull up that quote? Because I got to read to... I'm going to apply for a job at First Take. I'm telling you right now, part-time, I'm coming on board helping you guys out. Can you type in Brittany Griner?
I'll bring you on.
I'd have fun with you. Brittany Griner, what she says, she says right there, watch this. Every time we play her, there's this commotion.
Okay, this is from at the Sports Memory a week ago. It is like the Onion. He's basically reading like a fucking The Onion article, and he doesn't realize it.
Loud rumbling from the stands. Turns out it's people, thousands of them, just sitting there watching on purpose. It's very disruptive. She says WNBA games used to be a chill, quiet place. You could bring your laptop and relax, maybe even get a little work done. But now it's like there's large gatherings of people watching us from the stands. Some of them are yelling crazy shit about what they're seeing, putting unfair pressure on us to score like we're there for their entertainment. You are. The whole thing is toxic. I saw a guy with his daughter in the crowd, both of them yelling, couldn't hear what they were saying exactly, but it was either my performance or some light racism. But here's where I'm going with this. So the WNBA says they want to get paid more. They're saying this year
it's not real. This is not a real article.
$1 billion. That's what they're saying, okay? For the first time ever.
There's a new Hassan Glaze Fest, someone named Josh Citarella. We like Doom Scroll here, but I haven't seen it. Do I have a Discord? I'm going to make one soon.
Now that Caitlin Clark is hurt for 2 weeks, did you see ticket prices? Insane. Let me read you the ticket prices. After Caitlin Clark's been hurt for 2 weeks, all right? So let's go through this. Caitlin Clark absence is having an immediate impact beyond the court. According to data shared by Yahoo Sports via TickPick, prices for 2 specific Indiana Fever away games against the Chicago Sky and the Washington Mystics dropped sharply after Clark was sidelined. Before the injury, the lowest ticket available for Fever's matchup in Chicago was $86. For the game in Washington, fans needed at least $41 to get in. After the news of Clark's absence, those get-in prices fell to $25.
Okay, like, yeah, no shit. People don't want to watch. People will go to games just to see one player.
$14 from 41. What the hell is going on with WNBA that they cannot handle all this attention that they're getting, as well as the hate and anger towards Caitlin Clark?
First things first.
Okay, first things first. He's going to call out that was a fucking, like, Onion tier clickhole type article, right?
Respectfully. Brittany Griner was in a Russian prison. You would think that somebody who is now free, back in America, on home soil, would not have too much to complain about.
Dude.
Especially something like this. Fans in every sport.
He's so right. It's like a satire. It almost comes off like satire.
She described the fans. Yeah. It doesn't matter what sport you are. It doesn't matter what sport you pick. That's how fans act in every arena. In every arena. So, and then when you clearly she's not remembering who they let out.
Okay, so they're actually taking this seriously. Like, did nobody realize this? None of them are saying it was a fake article. Ay.
I like Stephen.
There was a moment in 2016 where I knew Trump was for real, right? Where I think
he was for real.
Lying Ted or Little Marco
Do you remember how funny that show was? I mean, it was the best show, the Republican primary.
Yeah.
Unreal, these people.
Yeah.
And he was being so mean to all of them.
Yeah.
He was just being like, look at this loser. He told Jed that his dad killed Kennedy and did 9/11. Okay. He said, Lying Ted said, or Little Marco. I love the nickname.
Lying Ted Cruz, Little Marco Rubio.
No.
Slow Row or something. I don't know.
Don't give him ideas.
They said, how can we?
There's a Wikipedia page of every single list that Trump has for people.
Trust Donald when he gave money to Hillary Clinton? And Trump goes, yeah, of course I did. I'm rich. I give money to everyone.
Yeah, I remember that
It was a
line.
moment.
He's like, everyone, here's how it works.
It was a moment where everyone knows that's true.
Yeah.
But no one's willing to say it.
Yeah.
Right. And and even though he's a liar, right? It was a moment where we were like, oh, this guy's actually saying the thing we know is all true.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Okay.
This is like,
how the fuck do you really think you can fix this? Legitimately, it seems.
Yeah,
it
I'll tell you
seems
why.
so broken.
I'll tell you why I do. For two reasons. One, because Trump is going to break this thing so much.
He's going to fuck up so bad.
And it's going to be such a moment of crisis that something new can emerge. Honestly, if Harris had won, I think, obviously I worked really hard to see that happen, but to have big progressive change would have probably been harder because it would just going to be more status quo. Here, Trump's really breaking everything down, and people are going to be desperate for something new. Now, maybe that new will be like J.D. Vance's, we own the libs politics. Or it could be something progressive and bold. I mean, so it's going to be a moment. The second reason is that Bernie Sanders did 90% of the work. The movement he built in 2020 got to like the top of the mountaintop, and then they cut his legs from him after South Carolina. So everyone's like forgotten how close he came. And we're going to be 4 to 6, 6 years later now in 2026. And so the movement is there to bring real change. And they want, what the establishment wants is people listening to your show to think, it's not possible, change can't happen. But if that movement exists, we're going to have for the next 20 years, progressives actually winning in the Democratic primary parties, and change is possible. In a very cold, calculated way. It's different. And this is where, we may disagree. I admire Obama, but Obama was running in 2008. It was before any of the progressive movement. He couldn't do a lot of the change. You can't, no politician can bring the change.
This is the lie. This is the lie. Obama ran as a progressive. He ran on vague platitudes. And then once he got into the office, he governed how a lot of Democrats, previous Democratic administrations had governed.
The movement and the people aren't there. The movement and people there are there. So now what we need is just a politician who's going to be like, I'm not going to fight the movement. I'm going to try to do what the movement wants.
But does the movement exist?
Yeah. I mean, it needs to be sparked. The standard, the sense we're going to have as a party, I don't know what we're going to go. The one way, and I don't want to mention names, the one thing will be like, let's figure out how do we have like the younger, more charismatic Joe Biden lead us. Safe, someone who's going to not rattle too many people. And maybe we'll go there.
Who wants a young Joe Biden? Pete Buttigieg was offering that in 2020. It was the last thing I wanted. That's why it was extra insane, because he was running and offering to be a young Joe Biden in fucking 2019.
The more of the same status quo, but we won't be like firing FBI agents, and we won't be stopping the Department of Education for funding things. So it'll be better than Donald Trump, but it's going to be, people are still going to be upset. And what I'm going to remind people is the establishment is 1 for 4 in the last national elections. Hillary Clinton lost, Joe Biden won, then Joe Biden lost, and Kamala Harris lost in 2024. They both had it's 1 for 4. That's not a great track record. And I honestly wish.
It's like adding Harris and Biden in there.
10 to 15 years
like as two separate things.
A no-brainer he'd be president. But given that that's not the case, we're going to have to build that movement again. But it exists.
And you're going to get Bernie on the show?
I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Appreciate it.
That's cute.
Give it up.
okay, so the public safety, we can always keep Israel's safety in the forefront. I believe that the databases should also include Palestinians. They wear the scarves and they target Israel. So if they're going to have a gang database, I think that that should be included in the gang database. I think that...
Jesus Christ. Okay. It is 2:30 in the morning. I always say I'm not going to do this, and then I do it. By it, I mean, like, stay up too late fucking streaming. Every day I'm, like, trying to reset my schedule. I can never do it. I don't know. Do I start that Willie Mack video right before bed? Do I start that and then we finish it tomorrow? Or will it just make me angry? But either way, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you should subscribe to me. And on Twitch, if you subscribe to me, you get an ad-free experience. If on YouTube, you should be liking the stream if you haven't already. And if you want to follow me, I'm at straighterate or straighterate_ on absolutely everything. And I stream practically every single day. And I will be streaming tomorrow for sure. And we're doing Her Take tomorrow for sure. I just need to message Pisco and see what the hell's going on. And okay, let's like look at the Willie Mack video for 2 seconds. Fuck it. Fuck it. Okay, so the first one was a fucking disaster. And it was literally just like a go to bed raging. That's what's gonna happen. I'm only gonna be up for like another 20 or so minutes or whatever.
Seeing iDubbbz and Noah Samson add like Ethan receiving human skulls in the mail is just a funny meme.
Your opinion on the skulls, and did you send them?
I didn't send the skulls.
Oh my god, awesome, sir. What is going on? People making a joke about things on the internet? No way. Who would do that?
I don't know. I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous to hear that. Especially when I heard that they were like from skulls.com or something like that. That made it funny.
Just like a death threat to a father, a family.
Yeah. Was it a death threat?
Yeah, no.
Yes, the threat is motivated on your community slandering Ethan as a racist who loves genocide. The threat so obviously is you don't...
Your community?
Yes,
proceeds to show videos that are not published by him. Or I guess he's talking about Noah Samson. The genocide supporting YouTubers responded, weaponizing anti-Semitism for genocide or whatever. Do you think he's ever watched the... Okay, like... He's telling on himself a little bit. Like, he's never even watched these videos.
Who loves genocide. The threat's so obviously...
But yeah, we know for sure they're slander.
You don't know who we are, but we know where you and your family live. I thought Ian would be empathetic towards this, since he thought Sam Hyde was gonna kill him for no reason.
It was the craziest thing because Anissa said to me, she's like, Kate, you don't understand. Ian and I both believe that Sam Hyde would really...
Dude, these fucking people. Holy shit. The most attention-seeking people on fucking planet Earth. The fact that they went on H3H3 to do this shit. To, like, air out all of these, like, irrelevant details about, like, who even gives a shit, man?
Come and find me and would actually murder me. So that's the reason why we have to take all these precautions. And I'm just like, are you sure?
I'm coming to kill you! I was like, I think the guy's a millionaire. I was like, I don't think he's going to risk his freedom to kill you.
Meanwhile, 2 low-level staffers at the Israeli embassy were killed in the name of stopping a genocide. The same thing these guys accuse Ethan and his family of defending.
They're like, again, making... He's started off by scolding iDubbbz for making jokes about the skulls. And then siding with the coaches or whatever that are going on H3 just for attention and to shit on Ian and Anissa. And I'm not saying they can't do that, but it's like you're obviously just baiting attention to do if you're doing that shit. And they're making fun of iDubbbz being like, yeah, I felt unsafe or whatever.
But Ethan's crazy for being worried.
No, this is a hallucination. I will say it once again. If I don't think it's appropriate for someone to call CPS on Ethan Klein, why the f would I ever think it's appropriate for someone to kill Ethan Klein? Are you stupid? Of course, that is insane.
No, but you'd still praise them and hop on streams with them. Adam Panada is encouraging people to continue to make false CPS calls to Ethan and Gila. He's acting like it's a big joke.
Hello, is this Child Protective Services? Yes, thank you. I'd like to report a case of endemic dog infestation, and it also contains 2 Zionists, and as we all know, Zionists are baby killers, so I think this is a very dangerous situation for the children given the dog and the Zionists keep those kids safe.
This might be funny if it wasn't actually happening. This guy is also a serial doxer. He's doxing people on Twitter right now as we speak. It's so wild to me that we...
Oh my god, tweets about Drew Pavlu or whatever. Hold on.
This guy is also a serial doxer. He's doxing people on
yeah, okay, so he did this to Sockdown Left. This is true.
Twitter right now as we...
But he doesn't show who that is. He chose that and then cuts to images of Drew Pavlu, who operates under his full name or whatever. Okay, if did he show his phone number, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe Adam Banana does this shit. It's fucked up.
we speak. It's so wild to me that we have this group of people that have devolved into this mentality where lying is completely okay. Hassan's biggest fan account is spreading the lie that Asman killed his mom. Just makes it up. Even Frogan, the least Hassan's biggest fan account is spreading the lie that Asman
Spreading the lie that Asman killed his mom. He's always beefing. He was beefing with this like Twitter account in the last video.
Just makes it up. Even Frogan, the least relevant Hassan groupie, is completely lying about her past statements, saying veterans deserved PTSD.
I'm a live streamer as well. I know being live for hours and hours on end, you can misspeak, and that is exactly what happened whenever I said the thing about the U.S. military.
Bro, you didn't misspeak. You were serious.
I will never have any pity for any soldiers. The U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Okay, whatever, but this is, he has to show the clip of her looking at it after and laughing if he's gonna prove this. Let's see if he does it.
And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into America.
She lives in Michigan, by the way. And then you double down the next day laughing at what you said.
And they posted it in
okay, this.
Base? Base?
These people are such cry bullies. If you aren't 100% with them, you're against them. A Twitter account posted.
But yeah, she did try to rewrite history about things just slip out or whatever. It was like, no, you said that, and then you double down.
Hassan was banned for a day. Well, Hassan frames them as an agent of Israel. Hassan replies, every blue check power farmer is an Israeli dick rider on this website. This guy didn't say anything. All he did was report your ban. And you have a blue check.
Do you think he'll show the guy's replies or anything like that?
Checkmark. Rogan sees Asman speak mildly about
so much for having edgy humor. That's the thing. I mean, like these people, he's taking Ethan's side because his channel is basically like an anti-Hassan channel. So we had to take Ethan's side in this.
Earlier this week, we got to.
And this one was like, this was to say that this was like, it's not even like an iDubbbz or like Denims or Hassan hit piece. It's just like a pro, like a shamelessly like nakedly pro, only tell Ethan's side of the story. Keffels, Hassan, Bosch, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Logan Paul, Keffels. Does he have like playlists? How many fucking Hassan videos does he have? Can't believe he hasn't put the fucking Hassan videos all in one. That's what I thought. I figured he was in for.
Earlier this week, we got to view the charges levied against
okay.
Political content on Twitch. In Frogan's eyes, he's discriminating
against. But the idea that like these people who, again, I would not be surprised if you looked into like any commentary YouTubers history and we'll find an example of them getting mad that somebody was banned or got in trouble for saying the N-word, but they're going to complain about like microaggressions.
If I wanted to optimize ad revenue, you know what I would do? I'd ban politics. The odds are that me and Hassan and Tectone and Frogan and Denims and Central Committee cause 90% of the PR problems on the entire website.
Honestly, facts. Frogan tweets, you consider me political because I wear a hijab.
Dude, these people will say in one breath that Frogan and Denims are irrelevant, they're waiting rooms, they don't get any views, nobody cares about them, but then also say that 90% of the they're responsible for 90% of the bad PR. Do they seriously think stuff like that is more significant than Kai Cenat showing somebody like almost like offing themselves on stream? That's the type of stuff that ends up being bad PR for Twitch more than any of this.
I am not like you and don't make political content anywhere, but typing a tweet once in a while. What reality is she living in? No one mentioned your hijab. And now we have the newest rising star in Hassan's orbit, iDubbbz, who's consistently used Creator Clash as a way to shield criticism because it's a charity event.
It's disappointing and it makes me sick to see him, like, you know, using the event as a way to, like, attack me back or whatever.
The new management of Creator Clash 3 revealed that Ian and Anissa were taking 34% of the profit from this event. Was Ian really concerned about his charity possibly failing, or did he only care about his bottom line?
Don't worry, Ela. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash.
Yeah, but they were also saying that like the event was not going to succeed, so they're getting all worked up over like 34% of like an event that may not have even ended up making money.
Related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it.
He thought he was cooking with this. Since then, Freddie Wong seemingly dropped out of the event. After seeing Ian drag Creator Clash through this drama, both the fighters from the main event dropped out of Creator Clash 3, blaming Ian for it. The event went from an arena that hosted 20,000 people.
Wait.
Both the fighters from the main event dropped out of Creator Clash 3, blaming.
It's funny that he'll come out and characterize it that way because Harley refused to say that that was explicitly the reason why. It was kind of like, oh, there's bad vibes surrounding the event. I didn't like what Hassan said, but it was obvious that that was the reason.
Ian for it. The event went from an arena that hosted 20,000 people to one that has a capacity of 4,000. A reputable harm has been done to this charity event. Everyone rightfully blames Ian and Anissa, but the funniest part is it's barely a charity event at all. Ian responded on Reddit, "We restructured so the funds for our charity partner would be raised on Tiltify, separate and apart from the actual event." The Tiltify is essentially when you go to Walmart checkout and ask you to round up $1 for charity. That's the extent of the charity aspect. People joke that this event would be a disaster like Tana.
I don't know anything about like charity events or stuff like that, but isn't that common? Isn't that common for most charity events and shit? That any celebrities or companies led their credibility and platform to? Isn't it common for them to call it that when they don't actually have an official like they're not even a nonprofit or anything like that? Really, the event is there to draw awareness to this thing, and then they push it out to the people that attend.
He's saying the event is going to be...
Like, I asked that genuinely. I don't know. I didn't think that this structure that he had for this seemed out of the ordinary. And if he was a 501c3, which is a nonprofit in America, he would have like disclosed that. And people are only seeming to notice now, oh, they're not a nonprofit. It's like, yeah, but they never gave the impression that they were a nonprofit.
Worse than TanaCon?
But TanaCon's problem was that too many people showed up. For this one, there might be too many folding chairs. Yes, this is the actual venue. To hear him cry about, oh, this charity event's getting ruined when no pay-per-view sales, ticket sales, or profits from concessions is going to charity is a whole nother level of dishonesty.
What was the charity for? Like cancer research, or I don't even remember.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like
Stand Up to
cancer is...
But the way it's structured now guarantees that there will be money donated to the charity. That was how it was explained, at least. Like they said, by keeping the like corporate side separate from the charitable donations, at the very least, even if the event ends up being revenue negative and not making any money, if people donated to the charity, like it will still be in the black at the very least. Because with Creator Clash 2, they did it through, they were generating charitable donations through all the things that Willie Mack just mentioned. But since the event overall lost money, they weren't actually able to donate anything because they were in the red the whole time.
Cancer is bad, comes below.
So when they're separated out, if the business end of the charity event fails, at least the charity will have still gotten money.
I don't like this guy. And I'm going to talk about not liking this guy before I talk about cancer is bad. Because I don't really care about either, but I'm more likely to make videos out of that guy, and whoever gets in the way of that, even if it's kids with cancer, fuck them.
Noah, do you not know cancer is bad? Are you unaware? Oh, sorry guys, can't criticize Ian. There's this crazy disease nobody's heard of called cancer. This has been a disastrous event. It's worthy of criticism.
The way I see it is I think the common defense from the other side would be something along the lines of like, don't use charity as a shield. But I think they completely missed the point that it's like, it's not a shield. It's just like, hurt me as much as you want. You know, it's basically saying like, you do not have a case. You are not winning. You are not hurting me. So you're trying to find other ways to hurt me. You are like, you're kind of by attacking this other thing, by triangulating this.
It's the Spider-Man meme. They're all accusing each other of all having a thing that covers for their behavior and criticism of said behavior. IDubbbz has the charity event. Hassan has the genocide and pro-Palestinian activism, and Ethan has CPS and skulls. And they all use that to some extent to silence critics or get them to feel bad that they are criticizing them. They all do it.
Thing you are proving that
this is not like exclusively an Ian thing. It's fine to criticize him for this, but you're gonna leave out that Ethan is also doing this is lame to me.
It's working, you know.
Yeah.
And
oh man.
Yeah. Oh man. That was completely retarded. Your own fighters are dropping out of the event. You think it's all malicious? They just want to hurt you? All of this genuine criticism is just a lie to you. Here's Wade, one of the commentators, talking about how
Don't understand what's going on with Noah's hair, but that's okay. I think he got a donate. It was like a dono goal that if he made a certain amount of money, he would bleach it.
He was.
You're telling people it's a charity event. Stop telling people that, because it's not what it is. That was the whole issue with the lack of communication behind number 1 and 2, that it's a charity event.
It is a charity event. The issue that they had, as far as I could tell, because I saw a clip of one of the fighters saying 100% of the money that's generated from the tickets goes to the charity, even though it's not how it's structured, is that they did not communicate well with the fighters that are actually going out and advertising this to their followers to generate said ticket sales. They did not make it clear how they raise money for charity through this event. And so the creators seem to unwittingly, because I don't think anyone was intentionally misled to repeat that. I think that they just didn't give them a clear understanding or talking points or communications to explain the event to their followers properly. So now there's more confusion than there would have been otherwise.
Charity event. It's not a charity event. It's a boxing event that you are perpendicularly associating with a separate charity that has nothing to do with people buying the boxing event. I was a part of the event and didn't know any of this. I didn't know where money is going outside of the fact that I was offered and said no.
Jay LeRae, one of the fighters, didn't understand that this wasn't a charity event.
Those of you that don't know, I'm going to be boxing in Creator Clash 3 in Tampa, Florida this June 28th. I'm very excited. You can grab your tickets now. In-person tickets are on sale and pay-per-view tickets are on sale as well. You can go grab pay-per-view tickets now. All proceeds from this event are going to Stand Up to Cancer.
That is just not true. The proceeds are profit for the organizers. Only the Tiltify money goes to charity. What was Ian's response in his newest video? Well, it's just a miscommunication.
I have felt extremely handcuffed by Creator Clash these past years because I'm not...
I mean, it was a miscommunication. That's not an excuse for it, but the fact, like, they fucked up how they ran Creator Clash 2. So is anyone really surprised that they had issues running Creator Clash 3? The first one made money. The second one lost a bunch of money. The third one, clearly they had not worked out all of the kinks. The only difference is that people willingly signed up for this third event, knowing that the second one had failed miserably. And now we're only drawing more attention back to the poor management after all of the, like, after the scandal, or like the fight between him and Ethan and Hassan and whatnot. But that definitely wouldn't have come back up had it not just been for their feud.
An expert communicator, and I don't know how to convey things, not over communicate, not do all these things that potentially put the event at risk and put other people at risk. And that's kind of why I wanted to step away from this event. It feels like it's inhibiting my ability, like the business side of things, like inhibits my ability to communicate openly and effectively, especially when there's so many people counting on me to, you know, do that well.
You don't have to be an expert communicator to let people know that this is a for-profit event. The new people that took over made it clear in just a few lines on the transparent.
If an event is not disclosing that they are a nonprofit, it's obviously a for-profit. To me, this doesn't need to be disclosed. It's obvious.
Page of the Creator Clash website. When things evolve, each new iteration is supposed to get better, like phones or tools, not Creator Clash. The fourth one's going to be held in Ian's back.
This is like asking, again, like any business that is not a 501c3 to disclose that they make money. They should make it clear that when they, you know, you're buying money from their company, or buying a product or a service from their company, that it's not a charity. It doesn't say anywhere that they're not a charity. Like, just this way of looking at it.
But the best example of evolution might be Exter Wallet. Exter is innovating the wallet game with a slim, slick design, a button that makes all your... That
sealed with the change.
Thank you, Exter, for sponsoring this video.
Was revealed with the change of ownership that Anissa and I, because we're 1/3.
Did Ethan ruin this? I would say it was like a thing that exacerbated it, but no, it was a combination of things.
Ownership of Creator Clash, the business, that we were getting 34%.
It's one of those things that, like, this event did not seem to be on a successful trajectory before he even did the content cop, as far as I can tell. And then him doing the content cop and him having this public fallout between him and Ethan and then losing Harley, that exacerbated it. And now people were seeing the, like, downfall of Creator Clash 3. But he only made that content cop because Ethan and Hila talked shit about them because a previous editor of Ian's had tweeted mean things at Ethan and Hila, and he didn't like that Ian didn't publicly disavow that guy, and so he went off on him in his podcast, and that's when he made the content cop. So it's partially Ethan getting mad at him for not sticking his neck out for him over this beef that he got himself involved in, and like not calling CPS out or whatever, like the CPS call, even though iDubbbz lays out in the content deputy that the same day that they announced that they had the CPS call was the same day they went after Ian and Anissa to begin with. So how were they expected to be disavowing a thing that they were announcing had happened and explaining they had happened right before they went to talk shit about them? I'm not sure, but whatever. So like Ethan contributes to that, but Ian and Anissa had already run the event poorly the last time they did this. To me, the only difference is that now it's under a microscope because of the drama between him and Ethan. That I do feel like Ethan started.
Of the profit share. We weren't anticipating this event doing well.
So you're ignoring Ethan attacking him primarily for associating with Hassan. Interesting. What do you want to call in and argue this right now? Because I'm telling you that if that's what you got from what I just said, I do not know what to say, and it will not be resolved in comments. So I will drop the link to the Discord, and you can call in and explain how I'm wrong, or you will be banned, or how I'm like leaving things out or like downplaying something.
Like, we wanted to do well enough to pay back the investors, of course. So that's one of the reasons that we were, you know, okay with the profit share thing.
So you guys were expecting it to fail? That's why I think it's so cowardly you guys bailed out of this event. Doesn't it seem like he made this content cop to get bad press so he could drop out? It's interesting how it took till now for moves to be made to make sure this event isn't a complete fine.
You didn't even mention his name. I'm not... You can, again, you can call in right now and explain to me why I'm wrong or why I'm downplaying, whatever, or you will be banned. Pick one.
Financial failure.
But another part of it as well is that the contract wasn't structured in a way that the profit share could just directly go to charity. It was told to us, like, you could just donate your portion of the profit share to charity after the event. So we were like, okay, fine. Now, I know some people will find it hard to believe that Anissa and I were just going to give our portion of the profit share to charity. There's nothing I could really say to, I think, convince them otherwise. It was up to our discretion at the end of the day.
The reasoning is so weird. We took...
I think stuff really picked up when Ethan announced they weren't part of Creator Clash 3 through a drama video instead of making a clear public statement about it. Yeah, that was also dumb. He didn't, like, the fighters were from Creator Clash 3 were also saying that they didn't learn. That's how they learned about it, and they were mad about the lack of communication. You will have this stink on you forever. Okay, thanks, Venom Platypus. See ya. People have a lot to say, but they won't actually call in and defend it.
Profit knowing that the event would fail, but if it somehow succeeded, we would donate that money anyway.
Like, if that is the reason, if that's another reason why or whatever, that only contributes to my increasingly negative opinion of Ethan Klein, because why do you care who your other friends hang out with? Like, why are you making your friends take sides in beef like that? And the other thing is that, like, they were not... Ethan overrepresented how close they even were.
Have to trust us on that. Why not just have that in the contract? Instead of it going to you and Anissa, it goes to charity. Can it not be written in? Am I missing something? Brother, you and your wife aren't exactly known as honest people.
I'm very happy that, you know, this year money is being raised for charity, and I'm glad to know that it's already more successful than year 2. Mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned.
That money wasn't raised by you. It was raised by Hassan reacting to Ethan's content nuke. If you don't host your event at all, that money still goes to charity. You've done nothing.
You go figure. The white guy 8 years later is like, I think Anita Sarkeesian was kind of onto something. There's a lot of assholes on the internet, and they're kind of misogynistic too, I think.
It's crazy what a little CTE or the love of a woman will do to you.
Whenever you're around Anissa, you look like an abused dog.
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well.
What is this clip? What are you supposed to get from this clip?
You know, I'm not
Oh,
gonna
he's at a cafe. Burton, has he always had IBS? Ian's just looking like a shriveled... You look like the grandma from SpongeBob. The chocolate grandma. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what's happened to Ian. He has zero confidence. He doesn't even know how to speak for himself anymore. His boxing coach is telling stories on how Anissa tells Ian when he's hungry.
One time we ended sparring, and afterwards everybody's hanging out, and she walks up to Ian and she goes, "You're hungry."
Yes.
And then so they had to leave because Ian was hungry.
Do you feel like I speak too much for you? Like in this...
I don't think so. You know me better than, like, I think it's a weird,
Seconds right hand, Alex Wasabi.
Well, I shouldn't say it's weird. The reason Anissa does it is because typically, whatever the topic is, she's filling in the blank. Because I don't say it for myself, I think, a lot of the times. You know, my head's in a different space.
You're not kind to yourself. You've never been kind to yourself. And you'll never share...
What are we supposed to get from this? I don't understand.
Like, if you're in a room with a bunch of people and people are talking about, like, what they accomplish or what they've done, you'll never, ever speak up about that.
Does she change her diapers too? Now, I don't know how much weight to put into what this guy's saying. Maybe he's just angry and trying to get back at them for some reason. But now there's another story about Ian getting cucked, no meme.
I've heard is that she was hitting on one of his sparring partners and was obsessed with him and gave him a VIP pass to the event.
A lot of his sparring partners got the passes, but she definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them, because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. And then even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it. And then
I want to say that I want to say that before. So Anissa never gave shoutouts to Michael training Ian at all, but she put out the first video of Ian.
Here's proof that Anissa had a crush on somebody that this guy who we're not talking to or whatever is because by this former coach, their assessment of how Anissa was reacting to Ian training, that it must have been explained by a crush.
like getting hit, rocked in sparring when Ian was sparring with her crush.
Anissa allegedly flew out over 300 creators to the event with no requirement to promote it.
He's like, our brand is at stake. We're $500,000 in the hole right now.
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that time. I think a lot of the fighters would have liked to have.
Okay, this, like, Harley being here to do this, it's like, dude, you knew all of the issues that happened with Creator Clash 2, and you still signed up for Creator Clash 3, and then you dropped out for reasons unrelated to it, but you're like, yeah, this shit is so poorly run. It's like, dude, we knew that Ian and Anissa have issues running events well. You didn't care about that until he made a content cop or whatever.
Have known that. I don't think none of them needed to be in the dark about that, you know?
Their pay-per-view sales were behind and they were still spending money.
But they weren't honest about the fact that they were spending the money from the ticket sales on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other things. So it was just like
those decisions, the gala decisions were made while in the red.
Yes,
I have a question about that.
First of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators. And flew a lot of them in. When the first year it was much more scaled back.
Ian can't edit a video anymore, so he flies out Twitter editors.
And then the second year, they did that full hotel for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in.
Okay, they said like, what was it? I don't know who that person is.
One of the people they flew in was Froggy Tonic, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
And Froggy had told us that he was there to salvage the documentary.
Ian and Anissa haven't responded to these latest allegations, but they...
Okay, maybe. I don't think he's including the fact that like he talks about, this person talked about what they... Like what happened there? Hold on. So they put, so that's why I got shitheads in my mentions or like this, because I guess this came out.
Details that you guys shared with me. For example, one being that I think it was you, Kate, that mentioned that he and Anissa did in fact pay for Hassan and all of his compatriots to travel to and stay at Creator Clash 2.
Yes.
Yeah, so they were talking about that long before, about how they had to fly in all these people. First of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators and flew a lot of...
Okay, so it's the same clip that we just saw. So Froggy's putting, so that's why I got shitheads in my mention. LMAO, I quite literally invited myself and paid for my flights. Mike is awesome. We probably hugged 2 or 3 on the last day. Don't include me in your interpersonal quarrels. This is an odd turn of events. Is Mike the coach? Ha ha ha. Sorry, I just don't read his stories or watch his clips fully because everything is so psychotic these days. Whole crew. Yeah, man, all 200 are my ball sack hair. Ethan, everybody is playing you. I've been telling you. So that's where the Spielberg things came from. How is running and gunning a one-man camera situation directing? I did interviews. I specifically was doing anything but directing. I guess he said he was like directing stuff. And there was no money involved when he said yes to me coming to film. I wanted to come to film, and that weekend was insanely dope, and I'm glad I'm asked. This is what I did. That was the whole process. I'd show rock clips if I could be bothered. So, like, and when it's just a I'm not saying that they have to believe this person, but he had already responded. This is a he said, she said event. Why wouldn't you include it? You have no way to verify any of this, and now you have competing testimonies.
Did defend their tattoos. Priorities. Cool. It doesn't really matter.
Because he just kind of lets it stand that, like, oh, that's what happened for sure. And they flew in this guy from France or whatever. But it seems like this guy is making a huge assumption about who paid for whose flights.
Ian says his projection. Donut Operator revealed in his podcast that Ian stopped talking to him because he made an OnlyFans joke.
He went to a range day with me one time. Like, we used to talk a lot about content creation and stuff. And COVID rolls around, I get bored at home, so I make an OnlyFans where I'm showing my meat. Really? And, well, basically, I'm taking a steak and I'm rating.
Such a bizarre way to act in a situation like this. It's like when the old clique doesn't like you and you have to go find new friends, and the new friends also find you stupid as fuck. Dude, like, not just like the dynamic between these creators that exist is strange, but then like their fans, you have like these people coming in being like, what did they say? You will have this stink on you forever. This stink being that I didn't mention that their parasocial daddies like entire beef with all of these different people unrelated to the people that they're directly attacking.
A steak.
And like, see, that's the reaction that you're supposed to have. Genius.
I thought it was funny. So I'd be wearing like just an apron. Of course, I'm wearing like boxers underneath. And I'd reach down and be like, "This is my OnlyFans," and this is an A5 Wagyu from down the street. And I would talk about it. And I sent it to Ian, and he got mad and called me and like said I was making fun of Anissa, and like I wasn't. I just thought it was a funny bit because I was sitting at home during COVID. And
you'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
Yeah, it was, he like said stuff like that. I haven't talked to him since. That was like 5 years ago.
Over that?
Yeah, and I've like texted him and tried to reconnect with him. He just won't talk to me anymore.
Ian's response is to say, conveniently leaving out that your girlfriend at the time was pursuing OnlyFans, but you were too pussy to deal with the criticism, so you made a parody account. No, I don't want to be friends with a coward. How is any of that irrelevant?
Wait, what's this? Donut operator.
Pussy to deal with the criticism, so you made a parody account. No, I don't want to be friends with a coward. How is any of that a relevant response? Should Donut Operator have uploaded a video like you did, talking about how intelligent he is for letting his wife do OnlyFans?
But I'm cool with it. You do realize there are guys out there in private right now jacking off to your girlfriend. But I guess it's out of sight, out of mind, it's not a problem.
Yeah, Ian wants to see it.
Let me have my hope, all right? I want to believe he's too intelligent for this. Intelligence has nothing to do with it, but I will say this. If you want to retain hope that I'm intelligent, this is the most intelligent thing I've probably ever done.
I love how he was like, that's completely irrelevant or whatever, and then goes on to show only his response to this.
Is revealing this side of me.
The bar's real low, huh? Bro's only real world experience was working at Legoland. This man just said it was the most intelligent thing he's ever done. Donut Operator, you're missing out.
Even this whole thing, like most of the criticisms or whatever of all of these people involved is over irrelevant bullshit to begin with.
Could be Ian. The content cop has been nothing but a failure. It's done harm to everyone associated with Ian, so the new narrative is to hide behind the dead bodies of Palestinians. Act as if the content...
I mean, like, failure how or whatever. 7 million views in a month, I guess, because it was, like, poorly received or whatever. 2 million for the content deputy. Like, it's not going to be the end of iDubbbz or anything.
Cop was about Israel-Palestine the whole time.
I even hate calling it drama.
The content cop was not, in fact, about Israel-Palestine the whole time. It's barely about that. It is mostly about Ian addressing Ethan for putting Anissa and him on blast over somebody else's tweets.
Because at the end of the day, it was you kind of taking a stand of being pro-Palestine. I don't think that's drama necessarily, but the way that they have handled talking about this, people like Ethan.
Like, dude, I did not see it. I did not see that video as him taking a stand and being pro-Palestine or anything like that.
And some people on Twitter that
it seemed like had it not been for that personal beef with Ethan, it would not had been made in the first place.
Make it about themselves so often when that's not what any of this is about, you know, like...
I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking nasty person who just wants to roll around in the shit.
There's people in Palestine dying every fucking day. I think over the weekend, just on Saturday alone, like over 100 people were bombed and killed.
I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit.
What was the, like, impulse to...
Wait. What are...
Over the weekend, just on Saturday alone, like over 100 people were bombed and killed.
I can show your tattoos and all.
Okay, so this is now the content deputy. This is not even the main content cop, and he's leaving out the fact that Ethan took shots at his tattoos first and his appearance and said he looked like a skinhead and called him a Nazi.
Glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit.
What was the impulse?
But I mean, sure, he should be dunking on this guy for being like, oh my god, this is you taking a stand for Palestinian, even though he's like demonstrating that that's not what really those were about.
To finally take a stand.
Yeah, well, I think Ethan made it really.
They want everyone to believe it has to do with IP, so it can validate the psychosis that he has.
Be fucking easy for me.
It's just like the Israel-Palestine is like what they say it's about, but it's really just about a personal beef on all sides. Between Ethan and Hassan, it's about a personal beef, and with iDubbbz and Ethan, it's also about a personal beef. It's like no one is talking about the politics in any serious way.
I think honestly, the only thing that made me second guess any of it was how it affects other people.
Ethan was mad because people were calling CPS on his children, and the content cop was acting like Ethan was lashing out for no reason. But now that Ian's criticized, suddenly he's a big advocate for Palestine.
No, he didn't say it was for no reason. He was saying that you're obviously frustrated and being harassed, but you're just taking shots at everybody and you're not actually verifying who did what. Oops.
Time he talked about is when he said Anissa's half Irish and half Lebanese, so that makes her an expert.
I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the...
You think Willie Mack's gonna criticize Ethan and Ela for bringing up that they're Israeli Jews? And you bringing up their identity and talking about how it's relevant to their experience on the conflict? Is it only that they get to do it, but when he tries to do the same thing, it's cringy somehow?
receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel.
When called out for this by the entire internet, Ian acts like he's above it all.
Yeah, I'm like definitely a loser to like a huge swath of people online.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't really care to be a winner in their eyes.
I don't care.
Oh, I gotta kind of reconcile with my past moments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I relate in that way, but then I also relate in the way that it's hard. It's hard to be funny. And I can tell that bro really like admires like a lot of these comedians that he's had on his show. I think he wants to, you know, be something special. I think he wants to be an entertainer. But like,
meanwhile, Ethan is crushing it. I mean, I don't what is it? I don't follow their like showing recent views is not going to be indicative of like whether or not the show has been crushing it. You would need to show if in the last year or since this beef really ramped up, are his views lower or overall views lower or higher before or after?
like it's gonna take a lot of fucking like pain and hurt.
Like I would not be surprised either way. Like if they were higher, it's like, yeah, you're in the middle of a drama. If it's lower, I also wouldn't be surprised because it's like, well, he may have splintered and like split his audience after this because there were a lot of people that liked Leftovers and started interacting more with his podcast after his interaction with or his collab with the Sun.
To actually discover who the fuck you are, because I don't think he knows who he is, to be honest. Like
it wasn't overnight, like me gaining my confidence back. And I'm still probably not all the way there, but...
This guy projects more than a movie theater. Yeah, Ethan should have followed your podcast format, where you hide all your new episodes on Patreon. They've figured out a way to argue that them making boring content somehow makes them a better person. I've subscribed to their Patreon, and their podcast was so mundane, I couldn't bother to slog through it. This was the highlight.
I'm covering this Willie slap video.
I would say there's some options that you don't think about.
I said I would only do like a little bit of it, but I like got sucked in.
As existing, especially when you're younger. I didn't think about how I could put an egg in my ramen.
Yeah.
I never considered that.
Yeah.
And it always felt like it was a little bit like lacking something. Like I wanted to put something like cheese in
This
there.
is probably the first valid criticism that Willie has made in this video. He was like, oh, the reason why we don't get views is because we don't resort to like doing drama or anything like that. But they definitely could be getting more views. The reason why they don't is because you don't have to do drama to have a successful podcast. You can do other things and you could do fucking true crime. You could do just a comedy podcast. Like it doesn't have to be about drama to get views.
But Fluffy put me on to putting an egg in there. I mean, he chefed it up quite a bit. He like would go through the effort of like cutting up some green onions and stuff.
Yeah.
And putting it in
Wow.
there.
He was really chefing it up.
Yeah, I think he wanted to do more, and I think that's, to be honest, what a lot of like, I think that's such a positive avenue for people who are struggling with their weight.
How are they morally grandstanding on getting less views? They act like Ian's video saved the sex industry.
When the OnlyFans should happen and everybody was shitting their pants about me having an OnlyFans, there were some content creators that suggested to Ian, like, the move is to make your own OnlyFans and go in there and fucking just start posting on OnlyFans and make it a big joke. And, like, that's what people want to see. That's what's going to be entertaining. And, like, yeah, we understand what the, like, politically correct, not politically correct, strategically correct move is. But for, in that instance, for the sex working community, that would harm them so, like, so much more than like it would help us.
That's the biggest frustration, is that people don't really, it's like, I'm the one who made all of these videos in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, I understand the game.
Yeah.
Like, of course, like the suggestion of like making the OnlyFans thing a joke.
Yeah.
Like, that was like, that's so obvious to do that.
Yeah.
But the people who suggested that shit to me are f***ing losers. If you're watching this, you're a f***ing loser.
Oh no, this guy thinks I'm a loser.
I'm gay.
Who would have thought that this would have been the peak of Ian's career? The biggest cope in Ian's video was him saying tons of people agree with him. They just didn't leave a comment or make a video because they're too busy.
I think all of the people who are like, who is like literally.
What is the peak of Willie's career?
Earlier this week.
A video on Critical, Sneeko, and Hassan. That's his whole thing. FouseyTube, new Filthy Frank, confronting Hassan, Boogie, hit pieces. Okay.
Winning the argument and who is like presenting a better case. I think a lot of those people are just silent, you know. At most they're clicking like on a video, but they're not gonna fucking put in like the labor to like make sure their guy wins or their girl wins, you know. They're just gonna fucking kind of move on because they got a life.
He's trying so hard to convince himself he's in the right.
Know that other commentary channels, regular people, when they're trying to get a temperature check about how people feel about this, they're gonna like, you know, if the like-dislike isn't giving them much of a vibe, they are going to go to the comments, and they are going to, you know, use that as a template for how they should feel about it. Not in all cases, but, you know, they want to have an understanding. They want to be tapped in, because I think a lot of people, that is like it's important. You know, I want to know what people are thinking about a video. But I think there's a big force of really loud people in the comments, and they scare people away. And especially if it's brigaded fast. And
No, I should have had Thank you for the raid, Kid Not Kid. with 68, but I'm like, I was about to end this because I can't do it with this fucking Willy Slot video. Covering a Willy Slot video, and I was supposed to end stream, but then I didn't.
Quickly, like within the first 24 hours of it being uploaded.
Or maybe it's because your video sucks, but
Did you see that clip of Ethan getting mad at his crew for laughing at a meme that's saying he looks like someone who's trying to hide a zombie bite? Yeah, I saw that.
Let's let him cook.
There's been a lot of people.
To be honest, like I was not surprised that he snapped. I've gotten the impression, or I've never watched the H3 podcast. I really don't watch any of these creators. I just watch the stuff for stream. But I never, from what I've seen of that podcast, I do not get the impression that Ethan is wants those types of jokes made at his expense when he's live.
To put out commentary videos about Ethan, and they go bye-bye.
Like who?
Like they're like, this, I do not want the smoke. I do not want.
Wait, who?
Well, let's let him cook.
There's been a lot of people to put out commentary videos about Ethan, and they go bye-bye.
Like who?
Like they're like, this, I do not want the smoke. I do not want the heat. And even if it's like not genuine at all, it's like there are people out there in different communities that are like, I'm going to get on this shit and I'm going to make them feel like the internet's against them, and this is the fucking end of their career.
Bro, just name somebody.
Which videos are? I mean, do any come to mind specifically?
I mean, I think the left or the snark, the H3 snark has like kept track of them. There was like one smaller commentary channel. I think they may have focused on like fucking like Ethan's topics, or Ethan talking about Markiplier maybe. I'm not sure what it was specifically, but that one got nuked. There was a woman who made one. Oompaville was another one.
We got one name, and it's Oompaville. Now, I like Oompaville, but he prefaced his video by saying, I don't know anything about the drama. I'm not going to look into it any farther, and he just sided with Ian on most things. He just says, I don't know the whole time.
I don't know. I really don't know the point of this video. I don't know what's going on, but it's very epic, though.
Okay.
A lot of calling out of hypocrisy, but everyone's always hypocritical.
Who is this?
If you're speaking and you're critiquing things and you're judging people, you're always going to be hypocritical, no matter what. Like, it's not possible to not do that.
I don't know what that means.
Apparently, Denims, I don't know if this is true, I'm not going to fact check it, but this seems like...
Incredible. 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 Hey guys, I'm gonna watch I'm gonna watch the iDubbbz video, and I'm gonna pretty much take all of it as fact, whatever iDubbbz says, and then any criticism.
That is what this dude does with a bunch of shit.
Though, I'm pretty much just not gonna fact check it. It's pretty cool, man. I love it.
When people pointed out how lazy his video was, he co-posted by saying
he was like taking the side of that fucking Cameron dude or whatever, who was like making these content cops and has apparently been credibly accused of sexual assault, and editing the proof to make it seem like he wasn't. Police reports and whatnot. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, hold on, sick. Unchained. Where is it? This Cameron F305 guy. Like, Papa Gut was like uncritically buying everything in his content cop and like and all of his defenses.
he touches too much grass. Dude, you only had to watch like 20 minutes of the H3 podcast to get hit.
What did this guy do? Or like, what did he do? Now hiding replies that that expose him for using a police report about his own friend and roommate to frame one of his accusers, Creeksa, as a domestic abuser. This is after already denying the allegation and then deleting his comment once he realizes the jig is up. Some report, and then he like edited it.
His side of things. Is that too much work for you?
Find his post interesting. Remove today's video. Why? Because I felt like it. I'm going to start doing that more. I'm married. I can do whatever I want. Okay. Also, a lot of people expected a lot of research and taking it very seriously, and I can't do that while maintaining a positive mental state and touching grass and remaining employed, so I'm sorry.
He made a video that sucked and was called out for missing basic things like CPS getting called, but that's the only way you could think this content cop was good, is if you're missing context. Ian's newest video is on how he doesn't like concern trolling.
Ultimately, concern trolling is just saying something in bad faith. It's very similar to tone policing or sea lioning.
Which is so ironic because all he did his entire video was concern troll Ethan and Crazy Make. Now, Ethan famously has Tourette's, so what's the most empathetic couple on YouTube tweet out now that he's become their enemy? Drugs? Okay, it's time for loved ones to step up for real. Parents, partners, someone. I'm saying this so genuinely.
Oh my god, this is such a stretch to say that it's ableism to imply that somebody with who also has Tourette's to ever like call them psychotic or crazy or something like that.
It's okay to ask for help. Please get help. I criticized Oompaville earlier in my video for chiming in without looking into anything. But that's the entire strategy iDubbbz, Hassan, and Denims entirely operate with. You lie, and then you lie to get out of the lie while continuing to lie. And then you convince everyone—
Why are we bringing Denims up?
—who doesn't know what's going on that your critics are pro-genocide and are just crazy. The streamer watched an out-of-context TikTok thinking Denims getting called a waiting room was because she wasn't pregnant.
But just some of the stuff that he says about women, too. I genuinely don't know how anybody even wants to work for him at this point. It's, like, actually insane. He's like— what did he say? I saw some clip of him saying something about a woman, waiting room. He called her a waiting room. Because she hasn't had kids yet, huh?
Denims gets called a waiting room because people wait in her stream until Hassan starts. It has nothing to do with her being a woman. But Ethan's sexist now to everyone who watched these TikToks. Even Meat Canyon, who's just trying to be down the middle, is helping Hassan because this is not a down the...
I mean, like, the only reason why anyone's talking about Vanilla Mace, who is the creator in that, talking off the cuff about this, is because Teddy Fresh reached out to her and was like, hey, do you want free merch? And she was like, no, I don't want that. I don't want... And then Ethan posted it on his Instagram story and was like, wow, she's bullying like a Jewish Israeli POC man. I'm not kidding. If I put, hold on, fucking, what do I even search? Ethan Klein Vanilla Mace. Like, she clearly doesn't know about this stuff. She's not involved in it. Oops, I put 3 L's. I need to see the fucking IG story thing. Hold on. If I put IG story, like I'm trying to find the post that has the IG story that he put of her. It's only gonna be like recent stuff. Hold on. Okay, go away.
I don't think that either side's really that fucking, that fucking great, if I'm being honest. I feel like there's a lot of oopsie daisies, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. The problem is he can never say that he's wrong about anything. That is the biggest problem with all of these people. Nobody can just be like, nah, I don't know. It is fucked up. This is fucked up. I shouldn't be overreacting to this.
I agree that this is a problem online, but it doesn't apply to Ethan in this drama. He's the only one that has corrected information when he's wrong.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think.
Well, Ethan has never gotten anything wrong. He's never told a lie.
I think that my characterization of it is a utopia, like in that
He's
moment,
just a victim in this.
I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. And I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
But Hassan and these other people will lie and then continue to double down on it. Some of these lies go back over 3 years. I've documented this forever. But one that I think is particularly relevant is that Ethan is this ultra-Zionist genocide.
What he leaves out is that like Ethan was doubling, tripling down on saying that like Denims was directing her community to call CPS on him, even though he had seen that she had disavowed it. And he doesn't actually know who sent the CPS call, which he admits in that same, or like who did or directed the CPS call, which he admitted to Hassan in that same debate, but he doesn't post that. Him continuing over and over and over to insist that he knew for sure it was from certain communities and not just coupling it like, I think it was. He was like, no, she is currently on her like live on her platform trying to get my kids taken away from me, and he did not have proof of that. But he won't include that.
Side defenders, sometimes it's because he doesn't cite an exact figure.
If you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone.
But when Ethan's video came out, this was a common estimate given by outlets. Another time, Hassan disagreed with one of the 2 organizations that Ethan donated money to.
His organization that Ethan donated to and urged his fans to donate to is not a fucking charity. They gave money directly to the Atlantic Council under the false notion that they were giving money to...
Wait, really quick. Did he say... Hold on.
Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone.
But when Ethan's video came out, this was a common estimate given by outlets.
Okay, I thought for a second it said January 31st. I was like, why would he use one from the same day that it was uploaded?
Another time, Hassan disagreed with one of the 2 organizations that Ethan donated money to.
His organization that Ethan donated to and urged his fans to donate to is not a fucking charity. They gave money directly to the Atlantic Council under the false notion that they were giving money to a Palestinian charity.
But if you watch the original broadcast, this guy's completely transparent.
I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Reline for Palestine through the Atlantic Council, and I have a, we have like our own...
Wait, hold on.
Palestinian charity.
But if you watch the original broadcast, this guy's completely transparent.
I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Reline for Palestine through the Atlantic Council, and I have a, we have like our own standalone website, relineforpalestine.org. There is a donate button. And yeah, so like certainly folks can donate there, but also I would encourage folks to consider the World Food Program has a Gaza Appeals page that is dedicated just for here, I'm going to give you the page that is dedicated for sending food just for Gaza.
Hassan even advocates for the same charity they
Okay, so the misleading thing about this is that when Ethan, hold on. Wait, why am I going to search that? H3H3 podcast? Like, where does he interview that guy? Where would this have been? What did it look like?
Yeah, the page that is dedicated for sending food just
So he's in like a suit or something? Maybe it's this, maybe it's this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so it's not this one. Okay, don't think it's this one. I think it's maybe this one. His thumbnails don't actually match with like what he's doing in the thing. Because he had that guest on, and that guest just works for like a pro-Israel think tank or whatever in the United States. And out of nowhere, he brings up like, oh, okay, so if you want to support my work, you can go to this place. And then he brings up the charity, and then, but the charity is completely unrelated to the first link that he was talking about, which is just his work, Realign for Palestine. But again, that's just it's like a pro-Israel think tank. And in the description, they
Yes,
put like
Ahmed Fuad.
Oh, look, wait.
Hatib,
maybe not,
who came on our show graciously and had a really people connected.
Where's the thing? I can't find it. I have to find it. Hold on, so I don't sound crazy.
For Gaza.
Hassan even advocates for.
Oh wait, I didn't even see that the fucking title. It's time for me to listen. Here, it's in this apparently.
The same charity they promoted.
Yeah, the World Food Program is one of the actual humanitarian foundations that they link.
So Hassan mischaracterizes this entire situation and then crashes out, partially because Gila describes people living in Gaza as Gazans.
It's really crazy how Hassan like just doesn't want us to help Gazans.
Oh my god. Oh, they're so gross, dude. They're such disgusting genocidal propagandists. Oh my god. Oh, it's crazy how Hassan doesn't want us to help the Palestinians. Wait, did she even say Palestinians? Hold on, maybe she did.
It's really crazy how Hassan like just doesn't want us to help Gazans.
Oh, she didn't even say Palestinians. She said Gazans. Yeah. Here, another great way to figure out Ahmed Al-Khatib being a bad faith actor is that he calls himself a Gazan American. He doesn't even call himself a Palestinian American.
Why is he making it a big deal? The coverage he watches does it every day.
The Gazans.
Yeah, like this doesn't matter or whatever. Saying like, oh, Gazan is like secretly some way to like diss Palestinians or something like that.
Thousands of starved Gazans.
The future of Gazans.
Gazan children.
They're pressuring the Gazans.
Displaced Gazans.
Hassan has tweeted it several times. Hassan himself has described Palestinians living in Gaza as Gazans.
There are definitely a lot of Israelis that do want the Israeli civilians to die, and certainly the Gazan civilians to die as well. The Gazans did not have access to... Oh, she didn't even say Palestinians. She said Gazans. Oh, they're so gross, dude.
But the biggest sin Ethan committed was not liking a slogan.
You were talking about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And
so like at work.
Hassan explains why using the term Gazan is problematic. Yeah, but it's not problematic to use that term. Credible scholars that have talked about this conflict that are not, like Rashid Halidi, refers to Palestinians from Gaza as Gazans.
The worst interpretation of that would be like someone like Hamas.
And like if he's trying to make the argument or whatever that this guy, given his background, is like he's like a token Palestinian American that works for a pro-Israel think tank. His family was killed by Hamas, but his family was killed by Israel, but he exclusively focuses on like criticizing Hamas and the fact that he calls himself a Gazan American or like Gazan American instead of a Palestinian American to avoid using the term Palestine. Like, if that was the argument that he made, it would at least, I would disagree with it, but I could at least it could be coherent, you know. But the idea that like to use the term Gazan is something that should make you side-eye people or whatever is silly to me. It's not people trying to suggest that they're only indigenous to Gaza or something like that.
Below are like terrorist organizations who are like, yeah, we want to actually kill everybody there. That's the worst interpretation of it. I know that there's a lot of people, obviously, vast majority of people who do say that don't want to kill all the Jews there, right?
They're such disgusting genocidal propagandists. Oh my God.
Does he really deserve that label? I'm sure there's plenty of things to criticize Ethan for, but these people are labeling him as something that he's not. He agrees with them on all the biggest points.
And the government of Israel is a colossal failure. Netanyahu's a war criminal, a fucking psycho. Into the genocide happening by settler fucking lunatics, and they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. I'm pulled myself all the way to, outright saying that it's apartheid, that it's genocide, that the Israeli government is committing. Happening in Gaza is a terrible humanitarian crisis that we should all care about. If you're pro-genocide, then we're definitely gonna have a disagreement.
Bro, all of these comments on every video call him a genocide supporter because he doesn't like every single thing these guys say and do.
I don't know what's going on. But ever since October 7th, it's like I'm nothing more or less than a Zionist genocide supporter. Nothing.
Genocidal propagandists. Oh my God.
At what point are they just slandering him? And the most cowardly part is they hide behind the dead bodies of Palestinians to avoid any accountability on this.
Also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him.
I mean, like, Ethan disingenuously at this point just concedes that, oh, I think it's a genocide, I think this, I think that. But like, notice how they're only using clips from like early on, but at this point he's not being criticized for things that he said early on for the most part. He's being criticized for like saying that like, oh, I think it's a genocide, oh, Palestinians need our help or whatever, and like dedicating almost no time to talking about them. That's been the main criticism.
Him and his arguments de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side.
Kind of funny to see Ethan admit his wife was a terrorist. Yeah, that's the thing, is that he would say like, oh yeah, it's a terrorist story, but he would just like concede that because he didn't really want to talk about the conflict. He just wanted to talk about their beef. So he disingenuously conceded things he didn't really believe in, and then when he was pushed on it, he tied himself into knots trying to explain how he could hold two contradictory positions at the same time.
Anti-genocide is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in.
He's twisting himself into a pretzel trying to explain it. You can't criticize Hassan, otherwise you're pro-genocide. It's so stupid. I watched Noah Samson's most recent video about Ethan Klein and Mudahar suing him for defamation, and I was blown away when I heard his explanation for why—
Like, the argument from the Noah Samson video is effectively just like a manufacturing consent. It's just talking about how if you think if it's more of a priority to make a content nuke on Hassan as opposed to talk about the genocide in Palestine and Gaza, then you are helping people think that that is more important than drawing attention to these atrocities with your platform. That was effectively his argument. And it wasn't just Ethan, it was other creators as well.
Why Mudahar is pro-genocide. It's because he criticized Hassan for his Houthi interview. One of the worst interviews in all of YouTube. I haven't—
Willie Mack is some kind of liberal right? I have no clue. I feel like these people don't really have coherent politics. They take whatever position gets them the most views.
Entire video on it. Go watch it.
Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece.
Like, because this, like, commentary in these types of communities, I just see is usually more reactionary and not conservative, but like they're apolitical or whatever, but they're apolitical in the same way a centrist is like, hears out both sides, but he will he'll go from making like edgy jokes and shit to saying that we need to take like microaggressions against Israelis very, very seriously.
This is the anime.
Lofi? Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes.
I think he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did cloth with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes them. Yeah.
So I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just fucking chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
To be clear, we're talking about a man they took hostage.
America's like America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing and fucking chilling with the captains. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it.
They essentially claim, we couldn't have possibly supported a genocide because elsewhere we have said that we don't. We said that genocide is bad, so we are exempt.
Okay, I finally found the receipt I was looking for when they brought up Vanilla Mace. This was the thing. So Ethan responds to Vanilla Mace dissing him and Teddy Fresh. So
hit me up today on
so he put this on his story. I don't know why he like posts his L's like this, but here's another dipshit I need to deal with. Why can't y'all take a day off? So brave to dogpile a Jewish creator who has had the CPS and skull sent to his house in retaliation for thinking Israeli civilians shouldn't be slaughtered. 2 days after a terrorist executed 2 Israeli embassy workers.
Instagram, Teddy Fresh. They said, hey, we'd love to send you some stuff. How about? Do I need like media training now that I'm like, have more people in here? How about? Oh, brother, this guy stinks. You're out of your freaking mind. The clip of you talking about Teddy Fresh is going viral on Reddit. H3 fans are gonna come after you. Oh, fuck! The millennial who only wear color block pastel, they're gonna come for me? Fuck! Please, even if Ethan wasn't a raging frigging lunatic, I still would never wear fucking Teddy Fresh. Just so butt-ass ugly. Who hit me up today on Instagram? Teddy
Okay,
Fresh.
like for him to frame it as like you're just dogpiling a Jewish creator who's had CPS and skulls when it's like, sir, this is a Wendy's. This creator like clearly has ambiently heard negative things about you, doesn't know jack shit about it or whatever. She's like saying, oh, it's sexist for what is it? It's sexist for denims to be called a waiting room. Like that's not because she's like sweeping for denims. It's because she doesn't know anything about this space or any of that. You can say that doesn't give her a pass. That's fine. But it can't simultaneously be as contrived as what Ethan is suggesting, but also she like she clearly doesn't know about any of this stuff. Like the details of it. Me and Ela don't know who you are, but a couple of girls in the office are big fans and reached out. I am so sorry for this extremely rude message that warranted you calling me insane and unhinged at a time when people are calling CPS and 5150 calls to police. Like, trying to make it seem like what she said is that
hey, we'd love to
the Teddy Fresh team was like mean to me and that's why she doesn't want to, when it's like, no, she has a negative impression of you through social media and her social media feed. She's probably never watched a single fucking thing from you. She just thinks she's a bad impression. And she doesn't like the clothing anyway. And he thinks that
Send you some stuff.
she did all of this intentionally. When this clip doesn't, like, her being like, Denims isn't a waiting room. It's like, dude, if you knew anything about Denims and all of that, and you wanted to defend her, you would not be trying to sweep for her by saying something like that when it's obvious to anybody who's familiar with the space that she is primarily affiliated with Hassan and like Mike from PA, because she and Mike from PA are the like waiting rooms before Hassan's stream.
From any criticism for any other things we may have said that do actually support a genocide. For this point, one of the quotes that they cite is Mutahar saying, I'm not afraid to say that genocide is wrong. Wow, how brave of you, Mutahar.
He feels like he has to say that because you keep saying otherwise.
Aside from that being just false, Mutahar stayed silent on Gaza throughout the entirety of the genocide until it was time to join his friends on a Hassan bad smear campaign. If that's not fear, I don't know what you'd call it other than...
I mean, yeah, because he downplayed what Asmongold said when he called for... that got him banned off of Twitch for 2 weeks because he literally called for the genocide of Palestinians. And then he was like, he wasn't talking about all Palestinians. He just meant the like fundamentalist religious ones. He was like totally sweeping.
I guess cowardice.
That's it.
Her lack of knowledge on Ethan clears her of any coordinated attack against Ethan IMO. Her dislike is organic. Yeah, that's the impression. Like that's what the impression that I got for sure. Like, again, it doesn't make sense for Ethan to be saying, she's intentionally saying that she doesn't like me because she wants to dogpile me for being a Jewish creator and everything that I've been through. But then also she would try to sweep for Denims like that. She would never do that. She probably doesn't even know who Denims is.
Muda didn't make a video on the conflict, pro-genocide. Muda criticized Hassan, pro-genocide. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought Muda was a Canadian YouTuber. Didn't realize he was the prime...
Okay, like, now we gotta go to the Noah Samson video. Like, what is... his criticism of him is, like, not that long. Hold on. Where is... Mutahar, hold on. Muda, maybe? Asman. I don't even know how like, what do I search to get this? Kill me. Spicy. Something. Hear this. Okay, here.
Asmongold gets a 15-day ban for having a spicy take on the war.
So you have someone like Asmongold who breathes the wrong direction, says the wrong thing, and instantly gets banned.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion. Extremists in the Islamic religion.
The case of Asmongold's suspension from Twitch was then weaponized against these pro-Palestine voices, most notably Hassan, in an effort to get him deplatformed. To do
Yeah, Chuck's notes, spicy take. He called other cultures inferior and was proud of the genocide, but they all tried to make it to downplay what Asmongold actually said. So then the way
he has to say that because you keep saying otherwise.
he tries to criticize it is like, oh, because he doesn't have your same opinion on all of this, you gotta cancel him.
Aside from that being just false, Mutahar stayed silent on Gaza throughout the entirety of the genocide until it was time to join his friends on a Hassan bad smear campaign. If that's not fear, I don't know what you'd call it other than, I guess, cowardice.
That's it? Muta didn't make a video on the conflict? Pro-genocide. Muta criticized Hassan? Pro-genocide. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Muta was a Canadian YouTuber. Didn't realize he was the prime minister.
It's like, no, he was saying in order to criticize Hassan, he downplayed what Asmongold did. And in doing so, swept it under the rug and made it seem like it was not as bad as it was. Just so he could get a dunk on Hassan. That was what he was saying. It was not, oh, you criticized Hassan, you must be pro-genocide. It was the way that he did it.
Minister of Israel. This is the propaganda machine at work. Lie about people who criticize you. You get called out, crazy make them. Support people who dox or falsely called CPS on them. Then when they respond to that, concern troll. Hide behind the dead bodies of children. Act above it all, even though they instigated it. That way everyone who's not paying attention will think you're the rational one. It's really dangerous to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, but it's completely acceptable to conflate criticizing Hassan with being pro-genocide. I'll probably get blamed for killing an entire school bus.
Again, like to conclude that from what Noah said, like he was just intentionally misrepresenting what Noah's arguments were.
Worth of children for uploading this YouTube video.
What you're doing with your platform is entirely negative against pro-Palestinian voices. Yeah, of course people are going to think you're fucking anti-Palestine. And
Asmongold can say that and it's fine, but Frogan says she hopes veterans get PTSD as a joke is somehow beyond the pale. Yeah, so they're not consistent on this.
I personally...
Again, spicy take about the war. That's the way that they try to refer to it. There's a reason why they're not... he's not bringing up exactly what Asmongold said or what he got banned for.
I think that too. I do think that. The fact that while Israel is doing a genocide, a lot of these people have shifted their priority directly to drama slop and to attack people who call out Israel's genocide.
We'll never fucking forget these monstrous pieces of shit for looking at a situation like the one happening, the one unfolding in Gaza, and choosing to never say anything about it, only to then make these fucking drama videos to call out the people who call out the Israeli government. If that's what you choose to do after 12 months, 13 months, 14 months of genocide, then you are less than nothing to me. Tens of thousands of children fucking destroyed. Okay? I read accounts from a parent that felt fire for the first time, woke up, okay? Immediately grabbed her son, started running out of the house, and in the process didn't realize that her son felt a little bit lighter. He turned back around and saw that it wasn't her son that she was holding, it was simply her son's arm. Okay? That is the daily reality for Palestinians.
He's using a dead kid to shield valid criticism. It's so gross.
He just uses being pro-Palestine as a way to try to dance on this fucking tightrope where he gets to say whatever the fuck he wants.
That's you. These people want diplomatic immunity. Can't criticize Hassan because he is critical of Israel. Can't criticize Ian because he runs a for-profit charity.
Ian is the only person who gets a pass for torpedoing his own admission, torpedoing a charity event. Why are we giving Ethan a pass for saying he wants the charity event to fail, effectively getting the charity event to fail and to postpone, and for the original creators to divest from?
Nothing is ever these people's fault. Hassan can't get stopped at an airport without blaming his critics.
These fucking dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with...
Dude, like this kind of shit. Hassan was detained by Customs and Border Patrol. Or like CBP, like at TSA.
Fire.
Like Homeland did not even dispute this. They confirmed it. They just said that he lied about what he was asked. But why would you take Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security over an individual part of that? Why would you trust anyone related to Trump's administration over this type of shit when they're actively black bagging people for protesting Palestine or being pro-Palestinian at protests or for co-authoring critical pieces of Israel in like fucking college newspapers? It's crazy shit.
And I even thought about not even mentioning this because I was like, I don't want to give him any sort of like power over the situation. But like the reality of the matter is 100% the Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these fucking dipshits. These dipshits are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law.
This guy lies so much in this video. It's comical. These people are such spurgs. Ryan Beard announces that he's criticizing Ethan in an upcoming video, and Hassan tries to gatekeep it. If you're a YouTube content creator who hasn't said dick about Israel-Palestine, and you're only now starting to let your critical positions on Israel be known, after 19 months of genocide since it's no longer going to cause you severe career penalties, and you've spent a moment finger-wagging at people who have been correct the entire time, I will absolutely come after you. So you just argue with people that agree with you. Argues with Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan definitely, for sure, is being like very, very paranoid and silly about the upcoming Ryan Beard video.
And argues with Ryan. I will absolutely come after you. You aren't gonna do shit. Oh no, Hassan's gonna react to Bad Empanada watching somebody else's video and then get up and leave halfway through. I have a lot more to say about Hassan, but that'll be part of a much bigger video. So subscribe to the channel and buy your dad a wallet. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drink Kovacs, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tismic Fitz, Christopher H, Sennial Music, Lucasif, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Tube 2, Amur MLB, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharon, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Mustard Shirt Guy, Tiffany Sullivan, and the Mega Homies: Hellison, IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Caden Lulan, BA Subway, Hawk and Load, Kitty Cat, Terra.
Okay. See, here's the thing. Here. Oh, come on.
Hello, everybody.
So the criticism that he got is that he timestamped this as a chapter that says donate to Palestine.
I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Realign for Palestine through the Atlantic Council, and I have a we have like our own standalone website, realignforpalestine.org. There is a donate button, and yeah, so like you're certainly folks can donate there, but also I would encourage folks to consider the World Food Program has a Gaza Appeals page that is dedicated just for here, I'm going to give you the page that is dedicated for sending food just for Gaza, and they are incredibly capable.
Oh, that's great. What is that's the world?
Okay, so he mentions these two things together, right? And it gives the impression that his org Realign for Palestine and and then if you want to donate to them for like food and stuff like that, that they're either like related or that his organization exclusively goes to like a Palestinian charity with the Realign for Palestine thing, but that's not the case. Give me a second, hold on. Confirmed by the Atlantic Council themselves, the donations that the H3 podcast solicited for Palestine do not go to Palestine. They go to the Atlantic Council and Ahmed himself, who uses them specifically to fund his pro-Israel media appearances. Hello. Thank you for reaching out and for your question. The donations page on our website goes to support our work through the Atlantic Council. This includes helping Ahmed and our team and to allow him to be able to do many of the media appearances he does, to meet with policymakers and do all the writing and things that have helped to launch the work of Realign for Palestine. I hope that answers your questions. Happy to hop on a call to discuss if that would be helpful. Thanks. So...
yes, I just dropped it.
So send us both links so we can put them in the description.
I sent this link. So this is the U.S. This is the fundraising arm of the World Food Program, but all
well, it's not wrong. It's donating for Palestine that Ethan agrees with. Yeah.
Here, donated this link goes to the World Food Program for Gaza specifically, and they're basically one of the biggest feeders of Gaza right now at scale. And then I'm going to send you, so yeah, so you can donate there if you want to feed Gazans, and I'll send you the Realign for Palestine website that I would love if people can explore. And as you navigate that website, there is there's an option to.
Can you Lena, can you donate 1,000 to each one of those orgs for us? And then I hope that other people will join in supporting your cause, and it's great to know that there's that.
Like, there's a reason why that guy has them together or whatever, to give the impression that Realign for Palestine is somehow connected to is like a charitable organization that helps Palestinians with aid, food, etc., stuff like that. And then he brings it up alongside the also donate to this. Like I'm trying to think of like a parallel that would give like a misleading impression for me doing the same thing or something like that.
At
the World Food Program.
That's it. Yeah, that's really a good recommendation. Yeah,
I know those people for sure. They are like they're they are getting food into Gaza right
That's
now.
great.
Those trucks that you hear about, that's all them.
Okay.
And that's what.
So there it is. I encourage everyone to support. We're going to send some money to both of those orgs. And
thank you.
Thank you for calling and sharing your perspective. It's really nice to talk and to see you. And I've been an admirer for a while. I've been kind of seeing you here and there, so it's nice to connect. And
I appreciate. I do see you liking and re-sharing things on Instagram, and I have long before this been following. I mean, some of your guys' videos have kept me going through COVID.
Oh, wow, thank you. That's so nice. Okay. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, thank you. Let's remain in touch because I love getting your perspective on things, and I'm sure that there will be no.
I don't know. Like, I just also think it's like additionally hypocritical for them to be calling out Creator Clash for coming off like a scam as like presenting itself as a charity event when you support and buy a ticket, that doesn't necessarily mean that any of the money from your purchase goes to the charity. But then he turns around and he promotes this guy, and it's the same thing. It's obviously coupled together or whatever to give that impression. And then their thing saying donate to Palestine doesn't help either.
Lack of need for it. So
absolutely, man. Thank you, and thanks again for hearing me out, for the space, and for supporting the World Food Program and Realign for Palestine. Really
there it
appreciate
is.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. We'll talk soon.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you.
Have a great evening and a good weekend there. I appreciate it.
Like, what does Realign for Palestine? Like, I was just searching their thing. Hold on. If I do Realign for Palestine, like, is their work gonna just all be about him? Like, is it basically gonna be like a one person NGO type thing? So talking to Jenk. Hamza Howdy, this guy's like he was like tortured by Hamas, but his story ends up being like tokenized for the most part. Like, this stuff is like just him, Israeli embassy shooting, like talking about anti-Hamas Gazan protesters or whatever. October 7th. Yeah.
Appreciate it. There it is. That'd be Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. And we're recommending the World Food Kitchen, which is really, I love knowing like what's the best way to get the aid in there for the people. So that's a
I want to put this out there. Normally I would not out myself, but until recently I held a CTO position. The number of flights I've been on has to be in the triple digits. I've never ever been stopped by TSA beyond the normalities. For Hassan to have been stopped, it was targeted, and I do not believe they targeted him because of his name/policies. What do you mean? Wait, so you're saying it was targeted, but you don't think it was he was targeted because of his name or policies? The issue with the Creator Clash was timing, nothing more, nothing less. It was always sponsor dependent. It's not just possible when companies are sponsoring at an all-time low. Oh, you think it was that? Well, if I'm listening, I mean, if I take him at his word, he says that they asked him specific positions about his feelings towards Trump, towards Israel, towards all of these things.
It's a good recommendation, and also supporting him.
Yeah.
We are recommending the World Food Kitchen, which is really, I love knowing like what's the best way to get the aid in there for the people. So that's a good recommendation.
I mean, that World Food Kitchen, it's not, the issue is not that they don't have enough aid, it's that Israel's not letting the aid in.
And also supporting his org. And And that is that's it. That's it. I mean, we've been going for a while. That was nice.
Very nice.
He really, I feel like people like that risk a lot. You know, and like he's talking about getting threats from like Al Qaeda,
yeah,
like credible terrorist threats. And you know, you mentioned like how we're getting harassed. He is like at the center of all of it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Putting yourself in the, you know.
It's not easy.
Thank you.
I'd love to, if we have him on again, I'd love to hear more about his story. And
I know.
how did he make it out of Gaza into, I don't know, DC?
I see he migrated to America when he was 15. I didn't get an opportunity to go into that because we were so focused on current happenings. But hopefully we get the chance to talk to him more soon.
Yeah.
There that is.
The other thing is, like, what do you want to bet that, like, Realign for Palestine has, like, plenty of money? So when you solicit donations for it, it's, like, it's not hurting for money. Let me, like, if I put, like, in, like, who funds it?
There's a few clips here. Obviously, I didn't get to them all, but we're out of time. And I'll save them for... We'll see.
For another time.
Yeah,
because we got a 3-day weekend up ahead of us. Lucky us. Lucky us.
Boy's going to be working. Right, so there's no episode on Monday.
Yep, reminder about that. No episode on Monday. We'll be back on Wednesday with our regularly scheduled programming.
Should I just blast through these? I can do it in 10 minutes.
Sure.
10 minutes.
I would like to go home.
Okay, so they want to do more of that. I don't know. Just, I could see it as like Atlantism is basically just neoconservatism under a different banner, IMO. It would be like if Noah Samson was doing the, what is it? Like doing his donation or like the charity stream for UNRWA, but at the same time, he's also shilling like I don't know. He's like, alongside that, he tries to say, and if you want to support my own personal work, helping Palestinians throughout this genocide, you can donate here or whatever. And like, he's trying to characterize like linking his Cash App or like his Patreon or something like that. Or some sort of like donation link as alongside the UNRWA thing. And it's like, donate if you want to help Palestinians, donate if you want to help me help Palestinians. And it's like, oh, wait, I was donating to you, and by help Palestinians, you mean make YouTube videos. Realign for Palestine is funded by a think tank called the Atlantic Council. Yeah, but who funds the Atlantic Council? That's what I was trying to find. Who funds the Atlantic Council? I shouldn't have put like who funds Realign for Palestine because this thing does, but then like who funds them is the more important thing. Connections and funding. Atlantic Council has since its inception stated it's a nonpartisan institution with members, quote, from the moderate internationalist wings of both parties in the U.S. Despite its connections, the council is a charter independent of the U.S. government and NATO, a registered 501c3 nonprofit org. In September 2014, Eric Lipton reported in the New York Times that since 2008, the U.S. organization has received donation from more than 25 foreign governments. He wrote that the Atlantic Council was one of a number of think tanks that received substantial overseas funds and conducted activities that typically aligned with the foreign government's agendas. That's from the Times, not like some like The Intercept or anything like that. That's the Times characterizing it that way. The Atlantic Council's Rafiq Hariri Center for the Middle East was established with a donation from Baha Hariri, and its founding head was Michel Dunn. After Mohamed Morsi was removed as president of Egypt by the military in 2013, Dunn urged the United States to suspend military aid to Egypt and called Morsi's removal a military coup. Baha Hariri complained to the Atlantic Council about Dunn's actions, and 4 months later, he resigned. Dunn resigned her position. They promoted the TPP, or the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, a proposed trade accommodation agreement between the EU and the US with the financial backing of FedEx, who were simultaneously lobbying Congress directly to decrease transatlantic tariffs. The Ukrainian oligarch-run Burisma Holdings donated $100,000 per year for 3 years to the Atlantic Council starting in 2016. The full list of financial sponsors includes many military, financial, and corporate concerns. It's like these types of orgs are just like, again, they make people think that, oh, like we're going to help Palestinians or whatever, but it's not. It's like this huge think tank that is closely associated with foreign governments, the US government's NATO. It's registered as a nonprofit, but they receive all these overseas funds. So like talking about people, like requesting that people donated to like support his work or whatever, when that's the funding, it's not hurting for money. The helping Palestinians is just so he can go and be the token Palestinian for Israelis, and the Israeli government. And it doesn't actually go to help. I don't know. And I don't know, I just don't like that it's like under the banner of like donate to Palestine in the end, or like mentioned in the same sentence as like, oh, if you want to like donate to like feed them, you know, just seems intentionally slippery to me, to say the least. I don't know how else to put it. It's just strange. Let's see. My God, almost 4 in the morning. I was like, I'm going to be live for like 20 more minutes, and then I just ended up watching the whole thing. Let's see. Okay. All right. So where am I sending you guys? But before I send you anywhere, I have 67 people watching me at 4 in the morning. And if you're not following me yet on Twitch, you should be, so you can know when I go live, which is practically every day. And if you want to subscribe to me, you can get access to new emotes that I added today. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream. You should subscribe to me. And I'm at StraighterAid or StraighterAid_ on everything. And if you want to support me, my donation link is pinned in my chat. And this will not go to a charity. It will go directly to me. And if you're watching on YouTube, it's in my description box as well. The stream was mid because no her take, but it's fine. Her take is probably happening tomorrow, you guys. Nuking God, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Alley Cattails. Okay, let's see. I really don't know anybody that's up. Oh wait, Riverboat Jack is like doing is fundraising for PCRF. So I think I have to send you guys to her. So okay, let's go. Donate to PCRF through Riverboat Jack. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.